What's up, my fellow men of culture? Today we've got a story about a guy getting done dirty by his childhood friends, and I swear it's absolute cinema. And look, this man's summoning dragons like a total Chad. This is peak beast tamer life right here. We kick things off in the backwater village of Grayla, where our MC is seconds away from having his whole life wrecked. It's job appraisal day, the ultimate gotcha moment that can basically decide your whole future in one shot. Our boy Locke is stuck in the beast tamer class. Sounds awesome, right? But trust me, spoiler alert, he's about to get absolutely cooked. Emmy, his friend, becomes a magic user, and even at 12, she's already giving off big, top-tier waifu energy. Isaac snaps into gladiator mode, Kara steps up as the Santies, so the whole squad is stacked, except for our boy. Isaac keeps yapping that he's the strongest in the world, straight up like a classic shonen NPC. Kara dreams of becoming the ultimate healer, and Locke just wants to tame a few beasts. Sounds totally wholesome, until betrayal flips everything on its head. They do the classic let's make an S-rank party fist bump like old times, only now we all know how these childhood friend promises always end. And just look at them grinning, right before three of them start turning into full-on snakes. Locke decides he's going all in as the ultimate support bro. He's backing his friends like crazy to help them chase their dreams, and yeah, that's a whole new level of simp. 3 years later, we're in the royal capital, rain drumming on everything like the sky just decided to crush our spirits. Locke's 15 and hauling an absurd mountain of luggage like a pack mule, while his friends whisper schemes to bring him down. Isaac's in the room firing off mad trash talk, snarling that Locke is totally useless, because he hasn't tamed a single monster yet. Emmy tries to back him up for a split second, but you can already see the doubt creeping into her eyes. Kara is so caught up in her thick assets and her clothes that she barely spares a thought for her teammate. What nerve. Isaac keeps sucking up to this so-called hero to chase clout, convinced Locke is the one blocking them from reaching real greatness. Locke is crouched outside the door, soaked to the bone, catching every word like it's his last chance. And yeah, this is screaming villain origin story all over again. They plan to meet the hero, then toss the Locke the second the next dungeon ends. And yeah, they're treating him like absolute trash. Kara blurts out, "Should I really haul my fancy dress into a dungeon?" Then smirks, "Locke won't mind taking care of it." "Mommy, sorry, mommy." Nah, she's just being a brat. Isaac wraps up the meeting like a total beta, and the betrayal gets sealed in stone for good. Locke tries to play it off like he didn't hear a thing, but the pain hits him straight in the bones. See that shadow crawling over his eyes? Yeah, our boy is officially shattered. He tells them tracking magical beasts is basically a lottery win, and then he shrugs like, "Look, my luck is terrible, okay? That's not my fault." Turns out he's been pumping them with buffs and enchanting their gear the entire time, but these NPCs are so oblivious they don't even see it. He's the one doing the cooking, the scouting, the tanking, and even the soul-crushing guild paperwork, while the rest of them sit around acting cute and doing absolutely nothing. He's just slumped in the dark hallway, so anyone, go give him a real hug or at least hand him a dummy mommy so he can finally calm down. Meet Kid the hero. He looks like your run-of-the-mill protagonist, but he's got zero riz. Locke tries to charm his way in, but Isaac's already shooting him down, cold shoulder and all, like a complete jerk. The kid immediately starts flirting with the girls, showering them with beautiful ladies' praise while completely brushing off the guy who's doing all the real work. Then he swivels toward the door, fumbles the key, boom, drops the servant bomb, and you have to wonder, is this man actively begging to get punched in the face? Locke looks absolutely done with life. Just stare at that face. He's fully checked out, like his soul clocked out hours ago. Even after the girls insist he's not their servant, they still shove all their stuff onto him, right down to Kara's dress. A kid yanks out a dragon-slaying blade and starts posing like a straight-up gigachad. Then Locke clocks something seriously sus. Our boy spots a crack in the hilt and blurts out a warning, but the hero is so busy patting his own ego that he's literally focused on smelling his own farts. Some kid calls him a loser to his face and Isaac just snaps back. Ignore him, but the disrespect hits like a gut punch. They huddle up, smash swords in a big clash, then boot the one kid out of the circle, pure peak middle school bullying. Locke looks back at the good old days and it hits him hard. those smiles were never real. He's been quietly holding the whole line together from the shadows, saving everyone's life while they swaggered up front and stole the glory. They finally slam into the dungeon of flames and destruction, and Isaac's already screaming at him to move faster. Locke taps into his monster radar to slip past fights like a pro, smart as hell, but everyone else just calls him a coward. And Isaac's getting all aggressive, strutting like he's the main character when he's really just a side hoe. Kid forces a polite smile while the girls apologize for Locke, and watching it feels downright disgusting. The hero scans the area and realizes the monsters are thinning out, while Locke can only pray they don't stumble into something completely unhinged. Kid blurts out how Trash Adventurer nearly killed him, then you realize he's talking about Locke. He snaps that he'll never team up with Trash again, staring straight at our boy. Yeah, the shade is real. Locke has to jump in and cut down a bunch of bugs since the elite party is too busy running their mouths to even realize they're getting surrounded. But Isaac is totally losing his mind because they're still not at the boss. Seriously, he's got zero patience left. The hero yanks out the map and it hits them hard. They've been running the long route the whole time. He blames Locke for doing it on purpose, and the girls recoil with full-on disgust. Isaac can't shake the feeling that Locke's gunning for payback, and honestly, at this point he really should be. Locke tries to warn them that the short path is stuffed with terrifying, high-level monsters, but they ignore him and keep going anyway. Amy straight up slaps the soul right out of him. Forget everything I said about her being a waifu, she's for the streets. She stares him down with those ice-cold eyes and flat out says she can't trust him anymore, boom, like the most savage breakup scene ever. Locke clenches his fists because he knows he's already lost everything, right down to the respect of the girl he crushed on back in childhood. Isaac decides they're taking the short route, because in his head he's some unstoppable Chad who can handle anything. Suddenly, bats crash in on them and the girls get knocked around so hard they're truly struggling. Serves them right. They're just burning time and energy slaughtering trash mobs, all because their arrogance makes them refuse to listen to the expert. Locke just stands there staring at them like total fools, while Kid keeps cracking jokes and talking big about firing him. They finally slam into the boss door, and it looks like the entrance to hell itself. Man, everyone's acting so serious right now, like they're seconds away from starting something absolutely epic. Locke tells them to take a breather because they're wiped out, but Isaac's not done. He's itching to yell again. The hero and Emmy roast him as an idiot who can't read the mood. And honestly, these people feel straight up brain dead. Isaac is ready to storm in and Locke straight up stops trying to help. He's done, totally cooked. Right before they step inside, Isaac decides this is the perfect moment to unleash his "you're fired" speech. He says it with a dead serious face right after clearing the dungeon. Locke is officially out of a job. Everyone stares at him like he's trash, while the hero just stands there smug as hell wearing that cocky grin. Locke just shrugs it off like it's part of the job, but you can literally see the spark die in his eyes. They slam into another group huddled to celebrate their #1 party, and Locke just stands in the back, haunting the whole scene like a ghost. It's the same childhood promise coming back around, but this time the circle snaps shut and the Locke sits on the outside, keeping everyone out. They slip into the room and Locke instantly decides to back them one final time, because he's way too kind for his own good. In the dead center of the room, something huge sits there, radiating a glow so intense it feels straight out of the biggest movie scene ever. If you spot eyes like that lurking in a dungeon, you don't even think. You spin around and sprint like your life depends on it. A massive white wolf is sprawled right there, dead asleep, majestic as hell and still giving off pure danger. Isaac shrugs it off as just a boring gray wolf, and his mind is already counting loot like it's going to be too easy. Locke snaps to it. This isn't just any monster, it's a Fenrir, the legendary S-rank nightmare that even the best parties in the world can't take down. But the hero and Isaac are basically NPCs, so they sneak in and attack it while it's dead asleep. Locke screams at them to stop, but it's way past too late. The damage is already done. The attack slams in and blasts a massive cloud of dust, so the girls figure it's already over. When the dust finally settles, the Fenrir hasn't even taken a single hit. Kids, the look on your faces is pure comedy right now. The wolf cracks open its eye and you can practically feel that cold, "you're already gone" energy crawling out of the screen. It unleashed terror and the boys and the girls immediately crumpled, like dead on the spot, fully down bad. The kid freezes when his sword can't do a thing, then bolts into panic, screaming for a retreat like it's life or death. What a hero. They all bolt for the exit like total cowards while the Fenrir finally starts waking up for real. Isaac is screaming at Locke to get out of his way, and even as death is seconds away, he's still acting like a total jerk. Then the hero pulls the unthinkable. He hacks his sword into the Locke, topples the guy, and turns him into a perfect decoy. Locke slams into the ground with a brutal thud, and in that instant you finally see the hero's real face. Turns out he's nothing but a full-on villain. He swipes the spare sword and the king's blade, then grins at Locke and tells him to enjoy hell, because the sheer nerve of this man is unreal. He tells Isaac, "I'm officially in the party now." And yeah, they didn't just trade locks, they traded them for their lives. Isaac flashes an evil grin and basically says, "Yeah, I'm cool with sacrificing my childhood friend." Locke ends up alone with a giant wolf that's hunting to tear him apart, and this is the absolute worst moment of his life. Amy barrels past him, blurts, "I'm sorry," and even that pathetic excuse won't save him now, because he's about to get turned into lunch. Kara sprints through the chaos, shrieking that her pricey dress is ruined, and honestly, she's officially the worst. Locke watches them vanish into the tunnel, and the truth hits hard. He was never really their friend at all. He still laughs at it. Kara told him to protect her, and look how that order turned out. Ami's smile used to be his whole world. Now it hits like straight-up betrayal. He's on his knees, bracing for the end, trembling with one thought: what did he do to deserve this? Fenrir's right on his heels, jaws wide open and absolutely primed to bite like it's about to steal the scene. Even at the very end, he still can't make himself hate them. He's too pure for this whole filthy world. It hits him, those bonds he swore were real were never there at all. And that's where we cut off our boy. Yo, what's up boys? Today we're diving into a story where the MCs got straight up legendary riz, and just look at that cover art. That elf on the right is definitely loaded with pure cinema in the assets department. No cap, if you guys are wondering, I'd let that white-haired mommy buff my party any day of the week, no questions asked. Our story kicks off in a dim cave where a giant wolf studies our MC like he's dinner, while this gigachat Fenrir rants and screams that humans are cruel for abandoning their own to die. He tells Locke his death will be swift and painless, and honestly, that's the coolest, most terrifying boss fight line I've ever heard. Locke is bricking it so hard right now, he looks like he's about to get cooked any second, even before the tutorial ends. But then bam, he realizes the wolf isn't just growling, it's speaking human words, and his brain goes, wait, what? But those eyes lock onto him like a spotlight, daring him to wonder, does Locke taste like some beta or a prime steak? Like Locke is basically going, yo, you can actually understand me. And he holds up a hand like he's stopping a bus in midair. He reckons it's his beast tamer skill at work, while the wolf just stands there, grinning like it knows he's doomed. The wolf boasts, "I'm free," and then insists that fighting Locke is the best way to kill time. Honestly, that's peak "I'm bored" energy. Locke's flat out on his knees begging for his life, but that wolf isn't looking to play nice. It wants blood, and trust me, it's not tag kind of fun. Locke yanks something from his bag and the wolf freezes, like it thinks a weapon's coming, until our boy pulls a totally different move. He yanks out a real breastplate and hurls it across the cave like a damn frisbee. And seriously, this legendary apocalypse bringer actually snaps the thing into his mouth like it's just some everyday scrap. Lucky just stands there, dumbfounded, replaying what he pulled while Locke keeps staring like, seriously, you really had the nerve to do that? And just like that, the legendary beast is tearing through everything, laughing like he's having the best day ever, chomping on some random scrap metal. Locke finally realized he didn't stumble on some terrifying monster at all. He just found a huge, fluffy dog that was absolutely desperate for attention. Lucky spots a brutal barrier blocking the entrance, so tough even a gigachat like him can't smash it. Locke locks eyes with him, and suddenly, when he's not trying to rip your throat out, this huge guy is weirdly kind of cute. He ropes the wolf into an adventure, and Lucky just flat out loses it, laughing it off like it's the funniest thing he's heard in 100 years. Then the wolf hits us with a full-on Chad move. He says he's totally not against it because Fenrirs don't lie. A system prompt suddenly flashes. Fenrir wants to be his friend, then Locke's mind jolts as he remembers a book where he read about the legendary Riz. Locke snaps in and the wolf starts glowing like he's about to level up into the kind of waifu I can't even handle. The system locks in the fact that they're besties at last, and then it hands Locke access to a mini monster garden where his monsters can morph into new forms. Lucky's power surges, eyes blazing, and he's way too hyped for a beast everyone swears is terrifying. Locke steps up and introduces himself as Locke Sistel, and trust me, the bromance vibes hit like a truck from the very first second. The wolf locks eyes with him, and the second it happens, you just know these two are about to tear the whole game apart. But then Lucky snaps to it. Fenrir is basically a title anyone can toss around, so he straight up confronts Locke and demands a real proper name. He's hunting for a name that actually fits, something badass like Shadow Reaper or God Slayer. Locke locks eyes with him and slaps a name on that legendary, world-ending monster, Lucky. I'm done, the disrespect is straight up cinematic. Against all odds, that wolf actually decides it's cool, then starts bouncing around like he just unlocked a legendary skin. A treasure chest suddenly pops into existence, because apparently in this dungeon, making a boss your friend counts as a total win. Inside, there's a huge collar and a bracelet, and Lucky's gone absolutely crazy for that red collar. He wants it on right now. Locke snaps on the mini monster garden bracelet, and the system voice kicks in again, yapping right inside his head. It's basically a handheld portal to another dimension, and Locke's hunched over the map like he's about to clear a whole open-world game. Lucky palms the bracelet, and the next second it yanks him in like the Shadow Realm just swallowed his name. He's totally fine inside, yet Locke's mind snaps when his brand new giant dog vanishes straight into his wrist. Lucky says the place is wild and tells Locke to jump in too, and yeah, that feels kinda shady to me. Locke shuts his eyes and braces himself to step into that garden. Please let a mommy be waiting for him in there. He snaps his eyes open and boom, lands in a literal paradise, cozied up inside a warm-looking little hut. It's this quiet meadow, the kind of spot that screams nap time or cultured fun, if he ever manages to snag a lady friend and bring her here. He snaps his head up and then it hits him. The entire sky is nothing but one massive energy dome. Lucky's already posted up there, straight up looking like he owns the whole backyard in his brand new home. It's not big, but it's cozy as hell, and Locke is already eyeing that grass like, yeah, nap time. They've even got a handy hut they can use as a storehouse, and it's a massive quality of life upgrade for their loot. Lucky can't help but stare. Most storage items won't let living beings slip inside, but our MC is swimming in that main character plot armor. Locke can't stop wondering what the other S-rank adventurers are up to while he's just kicked back, relaxing in his private dimension. He's chasing even more monsters like Lucky, and if they're all this laid back, he's assembling a legit dream team. Lucky just flat out says there are definitely more people desperate to break out of their dungeons, so boom, recruitment is officially underway. Locke climbed onto Lucky's back, and they tore through the tunnels at full tilt like a fuzzy Ferrari on steroids. With this speed, they'll slam into the exit before anyone can blink. Lucky is proving he's the goat of mounts. Locke yanks up the map mid-crunch to dodge a whole swarm of monsters, because he's not dumb enough to waste time in pointless fights just to play the simp. Lucky can't help but stare in awe at Locke's brainpower. Honestly, that kind of impressed reaction is rare from any human in stories like these. They spot those beetle monsters and Locke snaps at Lucky to stop cold, because he's already clocked a money-making opportunity. Turns out these bugs are basically pure gold, and they're so delicious I can't stop craving them right now. Now I'm hungry. Lucky hears that delicious food sizzling and snaps instantly. Look at that hungry face, he's all in. Locke tries stashing the loot mid-ride, and honestly, that's next-level multitasking. He tells Lucky, give it a shot, use your claws to store the materials. Lucky didn't even bother storing it. He absolutely nukes that bug into a million tiny pieces. He tries again to be gentle, looking like a giant cat stalking a mouse, ready to play. Nope, he just hammers it again. This wolf has zero chill when it comes to gentle. Lucky's whining through his teeth because he's a total flop at looting, and Locke snaps at him to stop wrecking the merchandise. They finally slam into the barrier that's kept Lucky trapped for ages. Lucky jabs it with his paw and the thing just won't budge, solid as a brick wall. He's convinced the adventure is dead, and that he'll be trapped here forever, and man, the look on his face is pure heartbreak. But Locke's like, bro, did you forget the portable garden? And then he tells him to just hop inside the bracelet. Locke slaps his hand on the barrier and you can tell he's sweating it, like, is this cheat code actually going to work or is he about to get wrecked? And boom, he just plows right through it because that barrier blocks powers, not people. Lucky bursts back out, absolutely buzzing, because somehow they really clawed their way out of that hole. They finally burst into the outside world and Lucky unleashes a huge howl, screaming out pure freedom. He's genuinely thankful Locke saved his life, and wow, the Riz is skyrocketing straight past critical mass. He's pumped for what's coming next, and I'm honestly just as hyped to find out who they recruit next. They seal the whole thing with a sweet fist-to-paw bump, instantly locking in the ultimate bro bond. Lucky is still stuck replaying that epic blunder, forgetting to store those bugs, and honestly, it's hilarious coming from a legendary beast. Next, Locke has officially locked in Fenrir as his ride-or-die bestie, and trust me, this is only the opening act of his legendary rise. Yo homies, we're back with another absolute banger, where the MC gets absolutely clowned, then comes back swinging with the ultimate Riz. Straight into the action at the Adventurers Guild, and a massive wolf just shows up like he pays the rent. Look at Locke stomping into town like he's got a whole beast in tow, some kind of giant familiar that's wagging around like a golden retriever, while the local NPCs freak out because they've never seen anything this huge up close. The guild guards charge out ready to throw punches, spears up like they're about to make a point, meanwhile Locke just stands there grinning like a goofball. Relax bros, I'm with him, no need to start swinging. But wait, hold up, who's that? Rika, the bunny girl receptionist, just stepped out and she's got everyone staring hard. Mommy, yeah, I heard you, sorry, but I know exactly what you're looking at and honestly, I can't blame you. Rika is totally confused. Our guy was supposed to be locked deep in a dungeon today, but she doesn't know he just got backstabbed by some pathetic wannabe main character. Locke drops the bombshell, this isn't just a big dog, it's a full-on Fenrir. Rika's eyes go wide with pure shock and honestly, watching a waifu get genuinely surprised is peak cinema. She's genuinely hyped for him, while those beta guards are still trembling like they've never seen a monster before. And yeah, this is officially a man of culture moment because she's the only one actually giving him real respect. Just look at this random hooded NPC in the back, he looks completely cooked, like his tiny brain can't even process how a weak beast tamer somehow has a legendary familiar. Fenrir's a straight-up gigachad just crashing into a nap right in the middle of the street while Locke slips inside to deal with the paperwork and the whole town is watching him like, how does he have that kind of nerve? Registration's done and our boy's got this heavy, gloomy look on his face. Bet you $10 you can guess how much of a snake his older sibling is. Locke finally tells Rika the whole truth, he got stabbed, then abandoned in the middle of a dungeon by a kid, and the sick part, his friends bolted and left him to die. Rika's spiraling with worry, but Locke's out here acting like a total beta, claiming he didn't even sustain all those injuries. Bro, he literally tried to delete your save file, so grow a backbone. Turns out this kid's a notorious fraud, always somehow the only one who stumbles back from deadly missions. That's not S-rank energy, that's just professional griefing. Rumors are screaming that kid's ditching his own teammates as decoys to slip away. So if you spot one of his teammates acting weird in your lobby, hit Alt F4 the second it happens, for real. Locke S over here glazing his old party like, yeah, I was the least useful guy, and the nerve on this man after getting shanked still blows my mind. Then Rika shuts him down cold and tells him he's the most vital piece of the squad, while Locke's face is glitching like a total system error because he's been gaslit his entire life. Her anger is so loud her cheeks are puffing out and yeah, that's peak waifu energy. She's about to slap that whole fraud party down to C rank for breaking the guild rules. She spells it out, betraying your teammate is a one-way ticket to getting banned from the server. Finally, some justice for our boy, but you know the universe never makes it that simple. She figures they haven't come back yet just means they're straight-up trash without Locke, and honestly, she's dead on, and now we're about to watch these bums get wrecked. Locke catches a crazy vision of the party girls, And then that villain kid shows up looking like a straight-up demon, and even the NPCs scare him because he's got that unstoppable hero complex. Our boy rockets out of the guild like he's racing destiny. Rika's shouting after him, begging him to stop, warning that he's just about to get mocked again as a simp. Locke flashes her that delusional grin and claims he only wants to grab their luggage, like, girl, you're about to race back and save the people they left to die. Stand up. Rika's face screams pure disappointment, and yeah, I'm right there with her. This guy needs his self-respect back, and he needs a date with that bunny girl ASAP. He's sprinting through the streets with pure stubborn purpose, like he still hasn't figured out he's the one carrying everything. Meanwhile, Fenrir is out there rolling with the local kids, letting them climb all over him like it's nothing. Total ultimate good boy vibes, absolute Chad behavior. Fenrir's the only one with brains in this mess, and he's snapping Locke a warning, they're going to stab you in the back again. Then he growls at the giant wolf like, come on, he survived so many plot twists he can practically smell what's coming. Locke swears this is the absolute last time he'll help them. I've heard that line before, but now we'll find out if he means it or if he's still down bad. The wolf drops an 8-beat, bids his tiny fan club goodbye, and then, alright, time to head back to the dungeon and shove it in those frauds' faces. Locke leaps onto Fenrir's back and they blast out through the city gates. This familiar is ridiculously fast, which is exactly why he's legendary. Back in the dungeon, kids losing it because they're totally, brutally lost, until Octa Act plays GPS and this S-rank squad hauls gear like pack mules, and somehow they still look like complete amateurs. The red-haired mage looks wrecked, her movements dragging, and Kid, the ultimate beta leader, starts roasting her instead of lifting a finger to help. A kid's up there whining that his sword's chipped and caked in dirt. Like, come on, how do you reach high-level warrior status and not know how to sharpen your own blade? This dude is a straight-up joke. Monsters are swarming them in an unending wave, and they can't even tell why this is hitting harder than ever. Like some giant, secret power-up got switched on without them knowing. The deeper they go, the monsters crank up their power, and Kid is starting to realize they might be finished for good. His hero mask is slipping fast the moment terror hits. They finally crash into a break, looking like a bunch of bronze-rank heroes who stumbled into a high-level raid. Huffing, puffing, and absolutely drained, no mana, no stamina left. Kid's eyes land on Isaac's sword, still razor-sharp, spotless, and perfect, and his whole body goes numb with shock. He can't wrap his head around it because somehow his weapon looks like it's falling apart while everyone else's gear screams, brand new from the shop. He even checks the staves. No rust, no dents, nothing but spotless quality, and Kid's eyes are popping out because the puzzle is finally clicking in his head. It hits him like a truck and he freezes like he's just seen a ghost, because now it all clicks. They weren't just gifted, they were getting powered by a god-tier support. He starts molding things and yelling morons because the second he's wrong, his ego combusts. What a toxic teammate, always tossing his own blunders onto everyone else. Kid breaks down divine protection like it's a passive shield buff that only kicks in when you're close to the caster. And then it finally clicks. Locke has been tuning their gear and stats at peak performance the entire time. Isaac's trying to swallow it, saying he reached S-rank all by himself. Sorry, buddy, but you were cruising on easy mode and now the difficulty knob just got turned to pure madness. You get hit with the proof right there. Just being in the party boosts your weapon durability and powers up your base abilities, and Locke is basically a walking cheat code. Yet these guys can't even be bothered to say thanks. With that divine protection gone, Kid fires back, telling them they're nobody. They've been leaning on a guy they crushed and tossed aside, and now the real cost is finally here. He unleashes the ultimate roast, no Locke, nothing holding back, and suddenly they're just a bunch of C-rank adventurers, because picture that ego dev dropping from S-rank to straight-up fodder in 5 minutes. These girls' faces are priceless, like their whole world just shattered into the truth, and suddenly they realize, wait, this isn't a shounen, it's a full-blown horror manga. Isaac's midlife crisis hits hard as he replays the days he used to sneer at Locke. Then it crashes in that the strong one is really him, and panic has his whole body breaking out in cold sweat. Then bam, flashback time. Locke was already grinding harder than everyone, always shouldering the load, while the rest of them just tagged along like they had nothing to prove. While they were messing around, Locke was out there grinding, putting in the hours non-stop. because he's got that real grind mindset while the others just had plot armor and then it finally ran out. Isaac tightens his fist, shaking his head like the truth can't be real. He's drowning in denial, but the monsters don't care one bit about what he feels. The kid snaps his gaze to the healer, Emmy, and blurts, "How many heals do you have left?" And you can practically see the sneaky plan forming the second those eyes light up. She's nearly tapped out, barely holding enough power for 1 or 2 more spells, so if I were her, I'd be sprinting for the nearest exit because this kid is about to pull something ugly. They spot a swarm of giant ants chewing up the path to the stairs, trapped, out of mana, and out of options like, yeah, this is it, we're done. Kid knows he can't win a straight brawl, so he starts plotting a slick escape plan. Because his schemes usually end with someone getting killed, so keep your eyes wide open, boys. He snaps the formation into place, Isaac up front, the healer right behind him, and then he smugly claims he'll hold the back as rear guard Akka. Don't worry, I'll bolt first. Emmy burns her last scrap of magic to power up the whole group, looking like a spotless Santies. And she truly believes they'll carve a way out together, bless her sweet summer soul. Every one of them is blazing with the last sparks of power, ready to crash into the horde. Yeah, it screams Hour of Friendship vibes, but this manga flips the script and refuses to play it that simple. They storm into the ants with weapons blazing, swinging wildly to carve a way to the exit. This is all-or-nothing chaos, and the tension is so thick it feels like it could snap. Holy crap, this kid just carved the healer across the back in one brutal swipe, and the worst part? He didn't even pause before stabbing his own teammate in the back. Look at that evil grin. Yeah, he's a straight-up psychopath. He played it cool until she burned through her last heal on them, then dumped her like she was nothing. This is pure cinema. He straight up thanks her for the healing, then turns around and tells her they don't need her anymore. And I've seen a lot of trash villains, but Kid just took the whole landfill with him. Emmy lies on the ground bleeding, and Kid grins and tells her he's happy she'll become the decoy, while he knowingly throws away his own healer just to save himself. She reaches out, pleading, "Don't leave me," but they're already sprinting off, and that betrayal hits so hard it feels like Sub-Zero freezing. The ants are swarming in like they smell a feast on the floor, and Yama is totally done for because there's no one left to save her unless that hero shows up, our boy Locke. She lets out one last scream as the monsters crash in and swarm her, and that's your warning: never party up with a hero who's got a shady past, folks. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping into a disaster arc where the whole party gets absolutely cooked because they kicked out the only guy with real talent. And it starts when this clown named Kid straight up slices his own teammate Kara, proving he's a total beta who can't handle pressure for 1 second in the dungeon. This blonde simp is scrambling for excuses, claiming the sacrifice was necessary just so they could survive. Bro, you're getting smoked at the game, stop blaming the girl. And wow, this guy's got nerve. He's straight up blackmailing his own party, slapping the title of accomplices on them and warning them to keep quiet. Meanwhile, the redhead looks like she instantly regrets every choice that dragged her into this mid-tier mess. He's sitting there praising himself and blasting them for how everything got better after they tossed the servant out. Like, that servant was the MC, and now that he's gone, you're all looking straight NPC tier. The rest of the party finally clicks. We're done for. You can practically see the "we're screwed" panic in their faces as they realize they're trapped under a psycho leader with zero backup. Suddenly, a wild wave of ants floods in and Kid's already getting swarmed. He snaps at his team, yelling they're useless fools, but bro, you're the one getting crushed by basic mobs. Where'd that hero energy go? Lucas is gasping and wheezing after like 2 swings, no stamina, and his riz is even worse. If this was a Souls-like, he'd already be sprinting back to the bonfire. He's out here whining that the monsters on the 4th floor are too tough. Buddy, you're just pathetic without the MC hauling your sorry ass along. He finally clocks it. Those S-rank badges were just him riding on the MC's coattails, and once that divine protection drops, they're barely C-rank scrubs. Talk about a brutal reality check. The end is racing toward him, and the kid's eyes are glassy like tears are seconds away. Yeah, it's game over for him because this beta has no plot armor coming to save his life. But wait, who's that gigachad sliding in on a massive, majestic wolf? It's Locke, and he looks like he just walked straight out of an alpha how-to manual. Latch and his wolf Lucky are just tearing into these ants, full-on demolition mode. This is absolute cinema, boys. One swipe and the whole trash pile is gone. The party's completely shook. Faithlock is dead, but he still dropped the ultimate call, sending for an ambulance, just not for me to be moved. Lucky's out here munching ants like they're popcorn. Good boy alert. Scouring the floor with style like he's absolutely owning the place. Locke glares down at them like I crawled back from hell, and yeah, he's officially done playing simp for this trash tier party. Locke straight up asks if he should just end them right here. It's a dungeon, so who would ever know? The blonde beta's freaking out, sweating like crazy. The redhead drops to her knees and begs him to save Kara. Oh, so you want his help after you got him thrown out? The nerve on these people is actually unreal. Locke feels sick to his stomach because it hits him. They treated Kara the same way they treated him. These aren't just weak guys, they're full-on villains. Kid tries pulling the I sacrificed it so we survive card again. Bro, shut up, because every word you say just buries you deeper. Locke snaps and basically says, you're not even worth my time, then ditches him to rot and sprints off to find Kara, pure Chad energy. Lucky's like, bro, you're way too kind. But Block shuts that down, eyes locked on the mission. Then he catches a whiff of perfume and instantly knows he's right on top of the waifu. Our hero rockets through the dungeon atop his giant wolf. Now imagine the insane level of riz it takes to pull off a rescue mission like this. They smash into the 5th floor and boom, it's a full-on mosh pit of ants. Locke doesn't even break a sweat, he just starts carving them up like a total pro. Lucky whips out a tail swipe, straight up cheat code. Just look at the range on that thing, that's a 10 out of 10 right there. Even with Lucky acting like an unstoppable tank, these bugs just won't stop. There are too many of them and the smell of blood is yanking them in like simps flooding a streamer's chat. Locke tightens his grip on the sword, yeah, you can feel it coming, because the MC's suddenly got that dead serious stare in his eyes. He barrels in like a rocket, moving faster than my heart can even keep up the second a new waifu drops. This is peak action, fellas. With luck on my side, I'm finally bold. And I'm loving that kind of man who truly appreciates his monster crew, like glazing his own wolf is the whole vibe. He's storming through that room like Dynasty Warriors on easy mode, and the power creep is hitting so hard, I'm loving every second of it. At last, the floor is clear. Locke's moves are actually stunning, and even Lucky can't help but be impressed. These two are turning into the ultimate duo. Locke's loving every second of this fight. Turns out when you stop acting like a beta and start leveling up your own stats, you don't just survive, you thrive. Fist bump the giant wolf, now that's peak bromance. Lucky shoots out, pointing that Kara is just a step ahead. Wait, are those the legs I'm seeing? Yeah, you know exactly what you're looking at, and trust me, the culture levels are skyrocketing. They spot Kara, she looks absolutely wrecked, slumped in a pile of ants, and for a beat it really feels like we just lost our best candidate. Locke's wearing real heartbreak on his face. Don't you dare slip back into being a simp, bro. Keep that fire in your chat. Depression crashes down on him. He cared about this girl more than anything, and watching her fall apart feels like a full-body gut punch. Then boom, a flashback hits. She's this adorable little alchemist, and she's the only one who ever treated him like a real human, and yeah, that makes her top-tier waifu material. They used to mix potions side by side. Man, just thinking about it hits so hard it could make a grown man break down, and honestly, that's okay. Look at that smile, don't you dare let anything take it from her. If she's really gone, I'm gonna need 10 minutes just to catch my breath. Locke lunges to hand her a recovery potion, beating himself up for arriving too late. Yeah, the drama just hit full blast, boys. He's got her in his arms, sobbing like he'll break. But hold up, is she licking her lips? Hold up, she's awake and she's actually slurping down the potion. She's not dead, she's just got that wild, cultured weirdness. Honestly, I love her. She swears she's in heaven, but nope, she's really tangled up in the arms of a Giga Chad, and honestly, it feels pretty much the same. She turns around and slams out an apology for leaving him behind. Boom, that's why she's the best girl. She's got a real conscience, unlike that trash party. Locke's like, no, that's not the problem right now. I've got something I have to show her. He introduces her to Lucky, blurting that he's the gatekeeper of hell, while Lucky just lounges there like a giant, fluffy, misunderstood doggo who couldn't look less dangerous. Her face in that next panel is pure gold. She's getting crushed by it in real time. And she straight up faints. Lucky's furious, calling it out like gatekeeper of hell. Seriously? he's just a Fenrir, so cut him some slack. Locke orders Lucky to haul her back to town, and somehow Lucky's back becomes the absolute coziest ride in the whole kingdom. It's like Luck's code, same vibe, just because I like you, so lock it in on Sunday with Wolf. And honestly, I can't even. Locke acts like he's the cutest guy in the room. Bro, don't make it weird, but yeah, I'm with you. They spot a secret doorway straight into an ant nest, and Lucky's eyes go wide, turning into literal dinner plates because all he can think about is scooping up those delicious eggs. Look at him go, he's blazing toward those eggs like they're the last limited edition waifu figurines on Earth. They spot the eggs and then one of them starts glowing. Yeah, those rare drop vibes are about to hit. Most of the eggs are smashed to bits. It's heartbreaking, but that one special egg is still perfectly uncracked. Suddenly, eggs crack open and hatch right before their eyes, like a miracle straight out of nature or just new mobs lining up to be fought. Locke braces to draw his swords, then realizes those tiny ants aren't charging at all, they're just vibing in peace. Locke gets called Papa, and bam, he's officially a girl dad to an army of ant monsters while Lucky is in the background cracking up so hard his tail's losing it. The system basically asks if he wants to befriend them, and come on, how do you even say no to those huge bug-eyed cuties? He decides to take them in because he's a total kind-hearted Chad, and hey, free minions never hurt. Holy mother of culture, boom, they turn into tiny humanoid girls and the whole plot just skyrockets 10 times for the boys. They even show up with humanoid forms. This is straight-up absolute cinema. Locke is completely thrown off, but honestly, I'm not complaining. He ships them off to his mini monster garden for maximum safety. It's basically Pokémon, but way more cultured. He finally gets to upgrade his garden and boom, it turns into a full-on base-building simulator with tons of insane options. He upgrades the hut, the river, and the fruit trees, building a literal slice of paradise for his new daughters. Everything's flickering, powering up, and leveling everything in sight. Absolute gamer heaven. The kind of dopamine hit that knocks you straight off your feet. That garden looks so damn cozy, I could totally see myself moving in tomorrow. Now it's massive. Locke stares at his own architecture and can't stop grinning, proud as hell. Those ant girls are already in motion. One grips a butcher knife and I'm like, should we panic? Nah, she's just calmly sorting the materials. Sorry. Papa, am I a good girl? My heart is melting right in my chest, and honestly this part is so heavy it makes me laugh, even for a trashy manga. The Ant Queen gets head pats and she's even got a tiny tiara on. This moment right here is the absolute peak of the whole series. Locke jolts back to reality. He's still trapped in that dungeon and he's gotta claw his way back to the real world. Duty's calling. He bursts back out and Lucky is right there waiting. Only this time the wolf looks totally shaken, like something's still stuck in its bones. Locke's pacing with worry over Kara, but Lucky's furious for a totally different reason. Lucky is sobbing because every egg he was hoping for finally hatched, and now he can't eat a single one, so he's stuck staring at his breakfast while he's starving to death. Locke shot him a rough luck glare like, "Oh, poor little guy," and that was that. He'd only wanted a snack. Locke promises him a delicious treat later, and that's how you handle your summons. Stay cultured, my friends, and I'll see you in the next recap. Alright homies, we're back, and man, Locke is the most based beast tamer alive. He just dragged the cute Kara back to the guild safe and sound while that blonde fraud in his head is probably spiraling into a full-on midlife crisis. Locke tells his wolf to keep it cool outside because things are about to get spicy. And you already know that Wolf is the realest one in this whole story. Inside the guild, Isaac and Kid tried to slip out of getting banned like real smooth talk, but then look at the bunny girl receptionist in the back. Yeah, I see where your eyes keep wandering, you cultured degenerates. Locke strides in like an absolute gigachat and the whole room drops its jaws. Then the bunny girl shows up looking top tier like she's straight up mommy material. These two losers are insisting their testimony is the real deal, but they're sweating like crazy. Meanwhile, Locke just stands there, letting them talk themselves straight into the ground. Some kid tries to pull the good friend move and demands Locke back him up. Then this blonde simp's nerve hits a whole other level. Locke doesn't blink. He straight up asks why that kid slashed Kara and left her to die, and then bam! Absolute Cinema just dropped a nuke on their whole cover story. Kid snaps, starts screaming like a beta, and Isaac has to wrestle him back before he crashes out. Yeah, they're officially cooked and they both know it. Kid demands proof like some NPC who thinks he's untouchable, and Locke just hands it over like, "Alright, now brace yourself because I'm about to end your whole career." The waifus are crammed in the back, stressed to the bone, yeah, but don't panic, girls, the chat's about to take over and get this handled. Just look at Amy's face, she knows she messed up the second she trusted those clowns. Kid tries to flex his hero title to scare everyone off, but even the bunny girl looks like she's done with his non-stop yapping, so don't think you can weasel out after that attempted murder, buddy. Kid snaps into full psycho mode, rocking a face no villain would ever let go of, because he honestly thinks he can scare Locke. Locke yanks the kid's sword mid-move and drives it straight into the dent in his own armor, pure genius, the kind of play that makes your brain go, no way. That sword slides right into the dent like it was made for it, and that nails it. Kid was the one who tried to kill him. And the best part? Kid's face is priceless as he trembles, shaking like a leaf in the wind. If that loser actually goes through with stabbing himself just to frame them, the cope levels are about to hit record highs. He's sweating buckets like he's one bad turn away from dehydrating, and the worst part, he's got 0 cards left to play. Anyway, Locke shouts Kara's name and Emmy freezes like she's staring at a ghost, because the big reveal is finally here. Emmy drops to her knees and breaks down into tears, apologizing like she's finally realizing she's been the worst friend. So now the truth's hitting hard, but can it come in time? The kid is so far gone he starts spitting that Kara died because she was weak. Like, can you believe how unbelievably trash of a person he is? He's smugly going, no body, no crime, right? While he's out there on the edge of a cliff, straight up glazing his own ego. Locke just stares at the dead girl and barks, "Wake up," like he timed it to the millisecond. Locke has to smack her awake because she's off dreaming about dresses again. Yeah, she's kind of a lovable ditz, but honestly we can't help loving that sweet airhead waifu. Kara's alive and thriving and the entire guild is staring at this miracle like it's unreal. Meanwhile, Kid looks 1 second away from a full-blown heart attack. Kara jabs a finger at him and barks, "Murderer," right to his face guttin'. The crowd erupts into murmurs and hurls accusations at Kit, calling him a fraud, and suddenly his hero status drops straight into the gutter. Mommy Bunny strides up, declares she's got everything she needs, and man, I'd let her cuff me right then and there with that look burning holes through my soul. The kid is losing his title and cracking at the same time. He's so furious it's like he got kicked and can't stop shaking with rage. Locke's about to bounce, but Isaac the redhead looks like he's one bad breath away from doing something desperate. Isaac slams into a full bow, practically begging for mercy. Look at this beta behavior, it's honestly downright embarrassing. He's out here groveling to stay an S-rank adventurer, begging them not to kick him out, because he's got 0 real talent and he knows it. Pathetic. Locke just stares down at him, full-on disappointed like, I expected more, and instead these guys are nothing but bottom-tier trash. Latch blurts out the truth. Isaac has known about the attack this whole time, and he's not a coward at all, he's the one helping it happen. They're plotting to take Locke out from day one. This betrayal cuts way deeper than we ever guessed, homies. Isaac kicks off with, "I'll be good from now on." But nah bro, you're not some misunderstood hero, you're a full-on snake. Like Locke snaps that they're not even worthy of S-rank, then Mommy Bunny hits them with the truth bomb. Locke was the only one carrying the whole party. She snaps that without Locke, these losers are barely B-rank trash, and the disrespect is so ruthless I can't help but love every second of it. She even claims Locke could haul a whole crew of E-ranked rookies up to their level, and that bunny girl isn't guessing for a second, she's spitting pure truth. Isaac snaps, fires up, and dares Locke to a match just to prove he's worth something, and yeah, he still hasn't learned a damn thing. He seriously thinks that if he wins, every single crime will just vanish, like he's living in some made-up fantasy. Old Mommy Bunny lays down the rules and Locke's about to team up with the rookies to prove what a real S-rank move looks like, because she's dropping discipline with her best look on too. Locke steps up and accepts the challenge like a total Chad, no backing down, while Isaac just stares, thinking he's got a shot, and honestly that belief is kinda adorable. The kid's not making it into the match, he's flagged as a suspected murderer, and just look at him in the corner, brooding like some rejected emo kid. But Kid thinks he's untouchable because nobody has proof of his old crimes from years back. He's convinced he's the smartest guy in the room. Out of thin air, a hooded gigachat materializes and you can't shake the question, who is this mysterious man? He finally blurts out that he once belonged to an A-rank party, then got ditched years ago, and now that old nightmare is coming back to crush the fraud. Instead, he jabs a finger at the whole guild, screaming that kid ditched his friends to die, like the walls are closing in on them right now. Then we slam into a flashback. Kid was already the ultimate snake, a villain from the very first day. The witness rushes to Locke and throws out a heartfelt apology for staying silent for so long. But hey, better late than never, bro. No, Kid finally gets it. This time he's really done. No more hero title, no more fame, just a cold, locked-in jail cell waiting for him. He quits the party for good, but he's not taking the easy way out. He's about to go full meltdown and cause a massive crash out. Kid snaps completely and starts slashing the guild staff. This guy's officially gone off the deep end. He's yelling like he owns the world, snubbing lowly servants while scrambling to escape pure loser energy front row seats. That blonde simp straight up kidnaps Emmy and holds her hostage. Yeah, not the redhead waifu everyone talks about, but Emmy. He's cornering them, demanding they clear a path or he'll kill her. And in the blink of an eye, he's gone from hero to full-on villain. He's about to end her right then and there, pure nightmare energy, and I'm all fired up for the justice that's about to hit. Locke and the others have no choice. They shove him toward the exit just to keep Emmy safe, and he truly believes he's got this in the bag. He finally reaches the door and bursts into clownish laughter, convinced he's dodged the consequences, like the danger just vanished. Out of nowhere, something slams into him so viciously that the sound effect blasts across the entire page. What the heck just happened? And everyone bolts outside to stare at the wreckage from that crash. No lie, the hype is real. It's or man, the wolf's basically smiling, just sitting there wagging his tail while the kid lies face down in the dirt. But Lucky totally saved the day with one mighty slap. Look at that proud good boy. Lucky burst out sprinting, then caught up fast to humble him on the spot because the kid's finally restrained and our hero's safe. Absolute cinema. We kick things off with total NPC nobodies getting yanked away by the guards because they folded under pressure. And I swear, imagine being the kind of scrub who gets arrested in the first 5 seconds of the story. Our boy Locke is just vibing with his wolf, Lucky, while Loki, the real MVP, lays it all out and promises everything's gonna be Gucci. Then we cut back to the old squad, and the audacity is unreal because these guys are standing there like they didn't just dump our MC. We've got Kara, the pink-haired girl, Mi, that red-haired knight, and then Isaac, the biggest beta energy ever, looking like he's 1 second away from full-on malding. Red-haired mommy Mi actually has some class and drops into a bow to apologize for being a trash teammate. No joke, that posture could get her forgiven by me any day. Then Isaac starts glazing himself, acting like that contest never even happened, like he's the main character of this whole world. This guy really thinks he can just demand Aloha Locke back in the party because they don't have a choice. The level of delusion is straight up insane. Locke clapped back with "I'm good, fam," shut the whole party down and straight up refused, while Kara scrambled to claim Locke was only there with her. Yeah, that's peak down bad for the MC's attention. Locke's done playing along, he snaps at her for leaving him behind, and the moment she gets it, her face goes totally dead like she just ran out of Riz. Isaac and Kara start pointing at each other like a pair of toddlers, because the second they spot those out Locke's buffs, they realize they're already cooked. Mi finally snaps and tells them to shut it, because everyone already knew Locke was the one hauling their pitiful assets through the dungeons. She straight up admits it was all their fault, and meanwhile Isaac's out there going scan asterisk, acting like a salty tool. Out of nowhere, a wild bunny girl bursts onto the scene. Look at those ears. Guys, we're officially in the culture zone now. That thick receptionist Rika starts laying out the request details. And I'll be real, I totally zoned out on the quest stuff because the character design is straight up absolute cinema. Isaac is out here lowballing a B-rank quest like one stray slime isn't about to clap him into the floor. The whole mission is all about snagging emeralds and a few rainbow dragonfly eggs, and yeah, at first it feels like some mind-numbing fetch quest. And yeah, they still need dragon scales and fangs, and they've only got 1 week to pull it off. Isaac's still cracking up, but Locke spots the fine print, prove the power difference. Bro's the only one with a real brain. Rika's grinning like it's a joke, because she already knows these clowns are seconds away from getting smashed. Isaac finally spots the trap and every color drains from his face, because right then he knows he royally messed up. Turns out the guild is straight up messing with them. Everything they need is locked behind the exact nightmares they can't stand: frogs, bugs, and lizards. The guild master is a certified hater, and I'm honestly eating it up. Rika calls out the musclehead security, letting them know the guild doesn't mess around with anyone who breaks the rules. The old party scrambles off like rats in the dark, and Locke is left alone with the bunny girl, clearly vibing with him. She tells Locke she's about to introduce him to an E-class adventurer, and Locke snaps at Lucky to hang back for a moment. While they head out, she leans in and fires off. "So what do you hate the most about a party member?" Locke spits that he hates betrayal and people who ignore orders. And right when you think that's the end, Rika flips the script and reveals she's secretly the deputy director assistant. Talk about a hidden boss coming out of a made-out trap. She's been working as the receptionist for 3 years, but right now she's giving off full-on dummy mommy vibes. Locke catches himself thinking, no way, she's way older than she looks, and honestly I don't care how many years that clock claims, she's still a 10. He presses her about this E-class adventure, and Rika suddenly turns cryptic like she's hiding something huge. Apparently this girl's in a totally wild situation, code for she's carrying some insane backstory. Rika leans in and dares Locke to beat that girl up for real. "Yo, Rika, at least grab the man dinner first." They charge into the training grounds, and the air starts to feel thick with danger. And there she is, boys, this silver-haired elf girl, straight up looking like she just popped out of a top-tier gacha banner. But wait, look at her neck, there's a slave collar on her. This manga's culture just hit critical levels. Meet Shannon the elf, and when Locke sees her, he's completely blown away. Honestly, same bro, same. Rika leans in and tells you the truth. She's a slave adventurer the guild took in, and it wasn't for charity. She's called the Grim Reaper because every one of her 5 past masters met a brutal accident, and honestly that's not luck, it's a full-on curse. Falling off cliffs, demon attacks, poisoning, this girl is basically a walking Final Destination curse. She tells Locke to flat out refuse, she doesn't want another life added to her tally. Locke tries to play the nice guy, but she's not buying it. She yanks her blade out and slashes so fast you can't even finish saying waifu. She presses the sword straight to his throat and growls that weak people don't belong anywhere near her, because this girl's got a razor-sharp edge that cuts deeper than any steel. She's on her knees begging him to finally get it. Standing near her is basically signing his death warrant. "Do you really want to die this badly?" She's crying and still laying into him like it's life or death, and I swear, my heart's breaking for this elf mommy. Locke is just standing there, soaking up every hit like a full-on Chad. She blurts out, "I've given up on life, slavery is the only option I have." She's sick to her bones of watching people drop dead in front of her. Someone please give this girl a real hug and a better master now. Drama's cranked to max, the vibes are dead, and you can practically slice the tension in the air. Locke snatches a wooden practice sword because he's about to prove to her, no doubts, that he's built different. He tells her straight up that he can't just abandon her. Riz is absolutely off the charts right now. She snaps at him to shut up, then explodes forward in a wild lunge. She's stunned to see him hold his ground for real. Locke shoots her a worried look, "You really gonna do this?" And she grins back, fully locked in. She barrels in, and with that, she snaps, "I'm gonna make you feel what energy really means." Look at that speed, she's streaking across the screen in a blur. But Locke keeps dodging her, like he's speedrunning Dark Souls with flawless frame-perfect rolls. He clocks it, she's been swinging her sword tens of thousands of times, pure grind energy, while Locke just shrugs and dodges with plot armor like nothing can touch him. He snaps the strike aside, and her eyes blow wide as she realizes she just slammed into a wall. Predictable Locke-s playing it ice cold, treating it like nothing. She scrambles to bounce back, but that crushing power gap is already screaming through. She shrieks that she won't lose, pure desperation tearing through her voice. So Locke finally clicks, she's got the right foundation, but her technique still needs that Giga Chad spark to hit different. He sweeps her leg out from under her and blasts her flying, complete, absolute destruction. He asks if they're done, but Shannon is still fighting to pull herself up. She fears that if she admits defeat, Locke will die the same gruesome way as everyone else. She's stuck in a nightmare, everyone keeps dying on her, even after they swear they won't. She's screaming, swearing she'll never lose, if it costs her everything she'll do it for him. Locke finally snaps and decides to stop hiding, then unleashes his real power on her. Fenrir calls forth his massive dog, and the whole screen starts trembling like it's alive. Lucky morphs into this colossal moon-howling monster, and suddenly the entire training ground feels like some tiny doghouse. A colossal beam of light erupts straight into the sky, like the universe just pulled the biggest flex of all time. Everyone's getting hit with straight-up Chad energy from the MC, and it's got them completely dazzled. Shannon is totally rocked. Seeing a Fenrir as a familiar is like tossing a nuke into a knife fight. Locke just strokes that massive wolf like it's a golden retriever. Thanks, Lucky. Absolute cinema, boys. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're diving into Beast Tamer, where the main character hunts down top-tier waifus like their limited edition Pokémon. We kick things off with Shannon. Look at those elf ears and that face, and tell me you don't already know she's pure S-tier waifu material. She's got a little brother named Seth, and since this is a manga, you already know that little NPC is about to get absolutely wrecked today. Like my dad bolting for milk, Seth slips into the woods under a creepy blood moon, and by the time he's gone, everyone's basically finished. Welcome to the Forest of Affection. Yeah, it sounds like a place you'd get banned from, but for Shannon, it's where the nightmare finally kicks off. Her parents beg her to stay put while they search, but Shannon's got that main character spark. She refuses to sit still. She storms into the woods, convinced she knows better than all the adults. Classic disaster in the making. She stumbles on a creepy mansion out in the middle of nowhere, like some final boss threw it down and vanished. Even when fear claws at her, Shannon still looks absolutely unreal. And trust me, I know exactly what you're all staring at right now. This place is a hard no because a mage lives here, but Shannon ignores every single rule like they don't even exist. She steps inside and the whole place screams danger. It's the kind of vibe that feels like a horror movie about to snap to life. This place is cleaner than my search history, like, that's the first screaming red flag that something supernatural is crawling around. She snaps into a full scream for Seth, and you can practically hear every ghost in that building wake up. She spots him sprawled on a table like he's seconds from surgery, and yeah, there's no way he's just taking a nap. Trapped, his heart is pounding and Shannon's freaking out. She's frantically scrambling for a way to pull her brother free. Suddenly, a giant eyeball bursts out of the dark, and I swear I'm getting instant Elden Ring flashbacks right now. This is straight-up absolute cinema. Just look at how massive that thing is. It's locking eyes with her like it can see every flaw, and it's definitely judging her whole life. The doors slam shut behind Shannon, and suddenly she's trapped there with a giant floating eye staring her down. Yeah, that's absolutely down bad. The eye snaps into speech and demands she choose who gets saved right now because it's basically forcing her to pick who earns the plot armor. Shannon drops to her knees begging the eye to spare her brother because she's got that real deal loyalty even while fear is screaming through her body. And the eye hurls a vicious dark beam straight into her chest. And nope, it's not that kind of straight into we joke about on this channel. She jolts awake in bed, looks over, and Seth is totally fine, so she convinces herself it was all just some insane fever dream. But then it all starts getting weird, like the good kind of weird we're obsessed with. A fly lands near her and then it just drops dead on the spot. Bro really forgot how to breathe. Then the frogs drop dead, then the family horse dies too. And by this point Shannon's basically a walking biohazard. Her parents don't believe a word she says because they're basically NPCs, and so she bolts out of the village before she snaps and accidentally wipes out everyone. The moment she steps outside, the world smacks her in the face. Low-level thugs snatch her up and shove her into slavery like it's nothing, and yeah, she's totally done for. Her very first master is this doddering old geezer. He looks sweet, but he's ready to teach her everything about the world. 6 months later and he's slammed into a coffin. Yep, the curse still hits its mark. Next master tumbles off a cliff and the one after that gets wiped out by an illness. Shannon's basically a walking elf and anyone who comes near her is cursed. One swallows poison and the next thing you know, a monster tears the other one apart. After that, she's branded as the Grim Reaper, and she's basically thrown in the towel on life. She finally drops into a cell trying to be alone. Then boom, a bunny girl hops in and suddenly some culture shows up. She puts on a tough act to chase everyone off, but the truth is way scarier. She's trying to protect them from her own brutal bad vibes. People are calling her a Reaper bitch, and this guy is literally trembling in his boots because her aura hits him like a death sentence. Then Locke shows up looking like an absolute gigachad, completely unbothered by what anyone thinks of her reputation. She tells him plain as day, stay close and you'll die. But Locke has that unstoppable main character spirit Riz, or he's not moving an inch. He leans in and tells her, I'll show you why I can't die. Then he starts summoning something massive. He slams this legendary Fenrir onto her head just to show off, pure cinema, and look at the size of that wolf. Shannon is totally frozen in shock while the bunny girl just casually vibes in the background, because that twist hits way harder than anyone expected. Locke's out here casually petting a legendary beast like it's a golden retriever, absolute Chad energy. Shannon finally snaps. She realizes she's been burying her feelings for far too long and she's right at the edge. She breaks down in tears and finally admits it. She wants to live, and for once she wants to lean on someone else. The emotional blow hits like a wrecking ball. She crumples and faints right on the spot. The bunny girl snatches her right there, and wow, the way this panel draws everything is insane. Mommy, sorry. Locke tells them to let her catch her breath because it's obvious she's been through the ringer. Lucky the wolf isn't scary at all, he's a total softie, and he keeps freaking out that his bark might have been too much for the waifu. Suddenly, a massive bird crashes from the sky. Its wings can't handle the group's overwhelming aura. That bird straight up collapsed the moment it heard Lucky howl. Like bro, that's straight up top tier power scaling. Now that the bird wants friends, Locke's out here snatching monsters left and right like he's playing Pokémon on easy mode. Good, Lucky's already wondering if that bird tastes amazing until Locke snaps back and reminds him, we don't eat our teammates. Shannon finally jolts awake and she looks way better, but her eyes still scream, wait, what just happened? She drops into a quick bow and blurts out, sorry. Like straight up she's been a drama queen earlier. She asks if she can hop into Locke's party, and come on, who wouldn't want to join the Chad squad? Locke flashes her that hero's grin and pulls her into the team like she's always belonged there. They seal it with a fist bump, and Lucky immediately barges in with his massive paw to join the action. Shannon realizes that Wolf is just a giant fluff machine, then immediately starts petting him, rightfully earning every cozy rub he deserves. But Lucky goes stone serious and tells Locke the truth. Shannon's got a nasty curse latched onto her. It's the kind of curse that sucks the life right out of everyone near her, and if it keeps going, it'll finally claim her as well. Locke fires the question, is there any way to smash it? Because there's no way he's letting his new waifu disappear. Lucky snaps that he can't do it alone. Since he's a wolf, he just doesn't have the delicate touch it demands. So Lucky goes for the borrow, pauses just long enough to lock heads for a second, way harsher than he ever had to be. He straight up bites the MC's head right in his mouth. If my dog ever did that, I'd be calling the cops instantly. A tidal wave of insane knowledge crashes into Locke's skull, and suddenly, boom, he's got the cheat codes to shatter the curse. Just when it finally looks like they're getting a win, the guild chief barges in and kills the whole vibe. He tells Locke, I can't let you shatter that curse, and boom, we're staring at a brutal cliffhanger, boys. We kick things off with Guild Chief Titus acting like a walking buzzkill, shutting down Locke and basically telling him he can't just start raking curses across the staff, because Shannon's technically a guild slave. But look over there at that bunny girl in the back, yeah, the guild definitely knows how to pick their employees. That Titus dude looks like a straight-up NPC, but he's delivering the rules like a threat while Shannon's on the verge of tears. Honestly, it's downright criminal to have an elf that high tier chained up like that. Locke's getting all fired up, but Titus just smirks and tells him he's letting emotion drive the bus. Then he even has the nerve to compare our MC to that loser, Isaac. Titus basically tells Locke, dude, you look wrecked, you need a nap. because he's been overdoing it way too much. Then boom, he pulls the ultimate gigachat move and straight up asks Locke if he wants to buy Shannon off the guild. Our boy is left speechless, and Shannon's strutting around like she just hit the waifu lottery. Titus tells Locke, if you buy me, the guild rules don't stand a chance, and you can break this curse however you want. Locke demands to know what the guild is even for, and Titus just slams him with pure absolute cinema, saying the guild is there to keep adventurers smiling. He's playing the ultimate wingman right now, backing him up like a legend. Titus is practically fawning over Shannon, praising her as a sweet girl who's been through hell and back. He's convinced they'd be the perfect couple, like fate would snap them together as partners. Locke still remembers how his old party tossed him aside like garbage, and now he finally realizes he's found the real deal, the ones who actually care about him. He leans in and asks Shannon what she wants, and she shrinks back, mumbling that she's just a slave and doesn't get the luxury of choosing. Then she locks eyes with him and drops the line, she wants to go with him, bro, the riz is absolutely off the charts. Locke agrees in a heartbeat and the bunny girl drops the bomb. The price is exactly his quest reward, talk about plot armor for his wallet. Now it's go time. Locke clenches his focus, ready to smash that nasty curse. He raises his hand to power up and Shannon just fully trusts him, like that's the vibe. Out of nowhere, a colossal black void eye slams into view. This isn't a simple curse, it's a demon choosing to manifest right in front of you. He lunges for the lock, yanks at it, and tries to drag him down with it. Our boy is in trouble, looking completely cooked to the bone. But he pushes through and demolishes that trash like an absolute boss. Titus is rattled, he blurts that was the curse of Imagine. So yeah, there was this ancient demon back in the day, ruling the world by tearing reality open with summoning magic, and guess what? Future Locke is about to deal with that nightmare. Shannon's finally in the squad for real, and now that the curse is gone, she's looking downright breathtaking. They slip back into Locke's secret pocket dimension tucked inside his bracelet, and when Shannon lays eyes on the view, man, her reaction is straight-up comedy gold. She's never laid eyes on anything like this. Meanwhile, Locke is just casually flexing his legendary items like they're no big deal. Even that lucky wolf is out here acting like a full-on bro, though you know he's really just hunting for his next meal. They spot this rare sky bird circling overhead and Shannon grabs Locke like, seriously? You're a freak of nature for befriending all these rare creatures. Then she straight up calls him abnormal. Lucky suddenly bursts into tears because he's starving, classic dog move. He tells Locke, while you were gone, the ants built a whole dungeon under your house. They step outside and boom, there's a giant hole in the ground that was absolutely not there a minute ago. Suddenly, a tiny lowly and a girl spring out of nowhere and yell Locke Papa, while Shannon stares at him like he's a total degenerate. But Lucky does zero to help. He straight up tells Shannon Locke S into that kind of stuff and that dude's a total menace. Locke is freaking out, scrambling to make them understand it's nothing but a huge misunderstanding. Shannon just can't figure out that ant, but Patra, she's different, special in a way you feel instantly, like a born leader with serious negotiation skills. She literally slaps a translation skill straight onto Shannon just by touching her. Anne's way more useful than most MCs in this whole genre. Now Shannon finally understands the wolf and the ants, and before you know it, she's instantly best friends with that little one. Locke looks at her and declares, Patra, and that name instantly lights her up like she's ready to explode with excitement. Then boom, a whole squad of identical ant girls bursts onto the scene, all at once. Locke can't tell them apart at all, because they're literally identical. He drops an absurd amount of NPC names, Orange A, B, C, D, and E like it's nobody's business. They break for one stunned second, then boom, right back at it, launching a full-on festival like nothing happened. Built different, no question. Patra's down in the underground dungeon, flexing hard, building pro-level cold storage for meat and carving out a whole room for demon rocks. And yeah, these ants run supply chains so smoothly they make most government agencies look clueless. Locke's jaw drops and he wastes no time, deciding it's finally go time to cook up that meat. They roll up to a camp to grab supplies, but Locke suddenly facepalms. He forgot his cookware like a total beta. He's ready to cook fried chicken with cabbage, but the merchant slams the truth down, he's out of stock. Right when Locke's wallowing over the fact he can't get any cabbage, the familiar trash shows up out of nowhere. It's Isaac and his harem of midwives. He's just standing there like he's the main character, totally clueless, because our boylock is about to absolutely cook him. Today, we're jumping into a story where our MC is a straight-up Chad, but he's surrounded by some of the most insane NPCs I've ever seen. Then we kick off in the middle of a packed market, where Isaac, that bandana-wearing clown, tries to flex on Locke. This beta has the audacity to tell Locke, kneel and beg and I might let you back into the party. And Delulu's attitude is absolutely off the charts right now. Right when I'm about to reach through this screen and smack him, bam, his wife storms in and Shannon just steps up like, "Don't touch my man," full force. She's got top-tier elf riz and she won't let Isaac's trash talk slide. She straight up turns on him like, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Locke finally snaps and tells that loser to stop bombarding them, because he's officially done with their weak, mid-tier party. Isaac snaps the moment rejection hits, his fragile ego can't take it, and next thing you know he's swinging at a girl. Yeah, this man is officially done for. Balak isn't a simp, he's a total gigachat and he takes that punch like it's nothing. Absolute cinema, boys. Locke hits him with that "I'll end your whole career" stare, and you can see Isaac start sweating hard even through his headband. Isaac refuses to take the L, so instead he starts praising himself at his own party, sneering that Shannon is an E-class loser just because she isn't in his precious elite squad. Then some other girl jumps in and starts yelling that Locke's a total piece of garbage, like the NPC energy in this party is about to hit critical levels. Shannon's done playing along, she's down bad for Locke, but when someone treats him like some disposable object, she erupts and screams that you don't get to use him like that. Protective waifu energy. Isaac fires off that "weak dogs bark the loudest" line, but it's honestly hilarious, because he's the same guy who just had his punch shut down and parried by a support class. Then we finally catch up with the rest of the circus. And that's when we spot Kara, this girl who looks like she dumped every last skill point into pure hater energy. Kara clocks Shannon's outfit and starts roasting her. Because seriously, Shannon's out here serving full adventurer chick vibes while Kara's stuck looking like she's just background noise. She fires up even harder and drags Shannon's clothes as lame, and you can practically feel the jealousy pouring off her. It's honestly hilarious. Locke tells her to stay out of it, since clothes don't equal strength, and Kara gives him a most punchable F-face that I've never seen matched. She starts a full-on literal tantrum because Locke didn't pick her for the top-tier party. Stay mad, sweetheart. Finally, we meet Amy, the only girl with real class in the whole mess, because while everyone else owns the trash, she's the one with enough sense to actually apologize for her teammates. She actually bows to Locke like, wow, respect on full display. Now I'm thinking I should have taken back what I said about that party being mid, because Emmy might be the real deal. She's demanding one final contest to test their strength, just one last showdown before they split for good. And honestly, that's pretty damn respectable. Isaac's still back there throwing salt like a brat, while Locke just wants to bolt from all that toxic mess and finally live his best life. Locke knows they can't afford to lose to these clowns, so he's dialing in focus, because yeah, the lock is on. Under a gorgeous moon, they swing back to their base, because you just know the absolute carry Locke is about to go off and pull off something insane. We jump straight into the kitchen. Locke's got on an apron like he's about to cook up chaos, and honestly, men who can cook might as well have infinite riz, prove me wrong. Then boom, Lucky the giant finery sneezes and cornflowers go flying everywhere. And yeah, even the legendary forest beast gets clumsy with it like a total doggo. The whole squad is roaring with laughter as Locke wraps up the meal. And those tiny bee girls, seriously, they're way too precious for this world. Get ready for Locke's Deluxe Edition fried chicken. One bite and you'll be practically bricked up for a snack. Everyone goes in for the bite and it turns into a straight-up flavor explosion, while Shannon looks like she's staring at God himself through a piece of poultry. Locke orders everyone to eat slow, it's blazing hot, but when the food's this intense, slow might as well be a myth. Look at Shannon's face, right there, you can see it. The moment she realizes her man is basically a master chef, and you can tell her feelings are flipping from maybe to I'm all in. Alright, it's strategy time. Everyone's heading straight for the Fresh Verger dungeon, and that quick trip usually turns into a full week of survival. But Locke isn't built like the others. He's cutting a straight-line shortcut through the swamp and forest to reach it in half a day. Meanwhile, Isaac and his NPCs rattle down the long road in a carriage like they've got it easy, laughing off the danger like they already bagged the win. Locke realizes this shortcut won't be a cakewalk, but he's holding a secret weapon the other side totally misjudged. Belly's packed with that top-tier chicken, the squad's raring to go. Now it's time to crash this cruise party and show those losers what a real celebration looks like. Shannon finally gets to climb onto Lucky's back, and the smile on her face screams pure joy. Seriously, it's like riding a walking, giant fluffball. Lucky is absolutely tearing through the woods at full speed. No cars, no traffic, just pure maximum velocity. Those local monsters are trembling in their boots because Lucky's aura is so insane they won't even get close. Suddenly, Locke catches a strange sound spilling out from the bushes. It sounds like someone is crying. Shannon thinks a monster is attacking, but the truth is way more random than that. They roll up to a clearing and spot a tiny gargoyle just sitting there. This dude's just sitting there, full-on ugly, crying like he got hit with the saddest anime ending. Yeah, talk about setting the mood. Locke is completely freaked out. This gargoyle isn't turning folks to stone, it's weeping and crying like it's cursed, and yeah, this whole world feels utterly trippy. Lucky's had it. He snatches his power and starts charging a monster attack, and you're like, bro, chill out, it's literally a baby gargoyle. Shannon finally clocks it. Lucky isn't just tossing around wind magic, he's unleashing a delete the forest level power. That magic circle just popped up, and it's huge. Lucky is seconds away from laying a nuke on this sobbing statue. Locke grins for a split second, then the truth slams him. If Lucky fires that shot, the whole capital city straight ahead gets instantly vaporized. The spell keeps ballooning and Locke's freaking out. Lucky for him, we warned about collateral damage. Locke yells at him to stop. Too late, the spell's already crossed the point of no return, and if it lands, the whole city is cooked. Lucky's face screams, I messed up, and the spell won't let him back out. So Locke realizes the only way to save everyone is to pull off something completely insane. Locke throws himself off the edge and whips out his own magic to slam the blast off course. Then the crushing pressure starts splitting the ground wide open. He's forcing that wild energy into one tight point, then snapping it upward so it slips past. This is straight up top-tier mage stuff. The energy is spilling everywhere and the visuals are straight up 10/10. This is pure, absolute cinema. Locke roars as he shoves the beam of light back from the city, and the mana he's burning right now is absolutely off the charts. He's clamping down on a disaster-class spell with nothing but his bare hands, and if that isn't pure chat energy, I don't know what is. He pleads with his magic power, just one more second, please, and you can practically feel the strain tearing through him. The beam finally splits, then blasts into the sky, narrowly missing the capital and probably terrifying every NPC within a mile radius. The dust finally begins to fall, and in its wake, a huge crater gapes where the forest used to stand. Locke's wheezing and gasping, but he pulls it off. He saved the city from his own dog. Man, that's one wild day at the office. Lucky is huddled over there, pulling his eyes shut because pure embarrassment is eating him alive. He already knows he's being a total bad boy. Look at him, this giant legendary wolf acting like a little puppy that just tore up your shoe, and somehow, you can't even stay mad. He peeks through his paws, searching for Locke, alive. Lucky you didn't get your master killed this time. Shannon barrels over to check on them, and thank goodness, everyone's still in one piece even if the landscape looks absolutely wrecked. She spots Locke's arm charred and burnt to a crisp from the man of feedback, and yeah, our boy basically bet his life on it. But Locke just yanks out a healing potion and downs it like an absolute legend. Who needs a hospital when you've got top-tier alchemy? The potion hits like lightning and Shannon's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Lucky keeps sobbing and apologizing, convinced he's a total failure. Locke swoops in and smothers him with the biggest headpats ever, and you can tell he gets it. Lucky was only trying to protect them. It's so wholesome it hurts, seriously. Lucky's crying happy tears because his master isn't mad anymore, and Locke tells him, we just gotta fix your disaster class, your control. Lucky lets out a massive howl like, alright, train me. and sets his sights on becoming the ultimate good boy. And we crash land on the crying gargoyle still slumped in place, completely baffled like, what the hell just happened? Same little guy, same. We kick things off with Locke sprinting into the middle of nowhere and crashing into a gargoyle mid-meltdown like bro is straight up losing it. And honestly, seeing a monster cry like a total simp is way too funny. This poor guy straight up admits he got fired from the Demon Lord's army, and honestly, that's got to be the most legendary "you're done" moment ever. Picture this, you're so mid, you're literally built out of leftover trash, and for one whole century your only mission is playing janitor in the castle. But the new bosses didn't want some broom-only monster, so they tried to pack him up. And now he's just roaming the woods like a mindless NPC. Bro's completely down bad, humans hate demons, so he's got no place to go and nobody who can love him, and yeah, it's genuinely tragic. Look at our girl Shannon, she's falling apart over some rock man crying, and the way her heart breaks shows she's got the kind of soul you can't help but love, and yeah, the assets aren't too bad either. Locke's baffled gargoyles are usually absolute chads in the Demon Lord's elite squad, not some sad bottom-tier janitors. Since the gargoyle has basically nowhere to live, our MC goes full legend mode and invites him to join the squad, and the gargoyle starts wailing like he just hit the jackpot. Locke tells him that cleaning for 100 years is a legendary flex, and you can literally see the light roar back into this monster's eyes. A system message flashes out, sealed gargoyle says it wants to be your friend, and I already know what you're thinking. That sealed tag feels like straight-up plot armor for something huge later. They dig into what kind of hidden power is locked inside him, but the gargoyle is just as lost as some random background extra. The system goes berserk and turns him into a sacred beast. Then boom, Locke gets a notification saying he can expand his garden like he's dropped into a mobile base builder game. Locke slams the upgrade button and blows up the cabin's size, because even a man of culture needs more room for his expanding harem. As they march through the woods, they suddenly trip over a giant cabbage patch just sitting there in the middle of nowhere. Like, seriously, that's not suspicious at all. Night's creeping in, so they pitch camp right there, because Locke knows you never walk away from free loot in the wild. Next morning, they blast off toward that village the gargoyle pointed to, hunting for more wafers, or whatever trouble shows up first. They roll up to Choshino village and trust me, this place looks like it survived hell and still won't let go. They stumble on an old man sleeping his life away, and Shannon tries to shake him awake with pure top-tier waifu energy. The old man jolts awake, spots Shannon, and swears he must have died for real, because that girl looks like a walking angel. That old geezer tries to swipe a kiss, but the giant dog snatches it away and hurls him face first into the dirt like, boom, that's cinema. At first, the old man assumes they're bandits, but Locke steps in and makes it crystal clear, they're just adventurers passing through. The moment he clocks that he's not getting robbed, he snaps at them to go straight to the village chief and get the real story about what's going on in the area. The village looks calm on the surface, but the air is buzzing like something's about to snap and explode. Everyone here looks half-starved and they keep huddling in whispers like, have you seen them? A new Chad, and we've never laid eyes on him before. They finally meet Chief Onigami and Locke throws the squad into the spotlight, Shannon included, plus the absolute unit himself, Lucky. Earlier, Warren's old man starts blowing smoke about his skills, and the chief cuts in fast like, shut up, you're making a fool of yourself. The chief throws out an apology for the mess, but it's clear, Locke is just hunting for a way to flip this whole disaster into a win. Turns out goblins stormed the place, swiped every single bite of food and left the village starving, like completely cooked. A few of the young guys tried to strike back, but they got wiped out on the spot. Now the whole village is scrambling, begging for a hero. These goblins aren't some mindless fodder, they're sharp as hell, and the village is so broke it can't even pay the guild for protection. Locke finally gets it. He can't keep playing the simp and bailing everyone out for free, or he'll end up just as broke as all those NPCs. He demands a map and the exact spot of the goblin nest, like he's already cooking up some savage, big-brain plan. Locke studies the map like a master, hunting the perfect route to grab the win and pull off the save. He tells them about the cabbage patch they found, and suddenly everyone realizes they won't starve to death before next Tuesday. The whole village is buzzing with excitement, but Locke slams the brakes and tells them, If you don't hunt down the real root of this, they'll smash back in and raid you again. Locke just drops a bombshell. He's ready to build up the village and keep them safe. But then he demands a hefty 20% cut of the future revenue because yeah, this guy is a full-on business mogul. The chief is drenched in sweat. 20% is a massive pile of gold, and he's not sure he can pull off that executive call. Locke spots everyone hesitating, slashes the price to 10% and tells the whole village, "If you want it, you better roll up your sleeves and work." He says it's only 10% of the profits, and in return, he'll take care of the goblins himself and make sure every single person eats. The villagers start whispering in panic, because they're trapped between a rock and a hard place and their trade routes are completely shut down. The chief needs a breather. He has to rally the whole village and make sure they've got the grit to actually survive. Luck isn't even sweating. He's dead sure he's offering a deal they can't turn down unless they're perfectly happy staying losers forever. Right after that quick breather, the chief storms back with the answer, while Locke just waits there, calm and terrifyingly in control. He admits the village is split in two, all because some folks can't stop side-eyeing a guy who actually thinks things through. Locke tells them not to stress. He'll take the danger on his own skin and all they have to do is stay afloat and not end up broke. Then Warren, the old man from earlier, steps right in and declares he doesn't believe a single word Locke's spitting. Warren's just struggling through the pain, whining that if he hadn't been injured, he'd go solo lints right now, pure classic NPC energy. Locke spots the injured guys and thinks, all right, it's showtime, because it's finally time to let him see Riz shine. He yanks out a custom healing potion, hands it to Warren, and Warren flinches like it's poison straight out of a nightmare. To prove it's legit, Shannon downs a big gulp first, and I swear the way she drinks that potion makes it look like a whole ad campaign. She lights up instantly, blurts that it tastes straight up amazing, and swears it makes her feel weightless. Seriously, it's the kind of pitch every marketing lock would beg for. Even Lucky the dog is eyeing it, and when that giant holy beast starts begging for a sip, you know it's insanely good. Lucky's feeling amazing after that drink. He's straight up glowing, bragging that it's 100% safe and yeah, probably ridiculously delicious too. Warren finally snaps and chugs the potion, still putting on a tough guy act even though curiosity is already clawing at him. Then boom, his brain gets absolutely wrecked by the insane flavor of this elite brew. He erupts into screams about how delicious it is, and in 1 second flat, his tough guy act crumbles completely. He claims it tastes like fresh squeezed apple juice, nothing like those rotten water potions he's been stuck with. Bro starts getting poetic, says that every bite tastes like his first love and the glazing is going off the charts right now. Then boom, his injuries disappear like they never existed and he starts bouncing around like he's 20 again, like a miracle just popped out of a bottle. Locke promises that if the injured villagers will lend him a hand, he'll treat the rest of them the exact same way. Warren's fully converted now. He grabs Locke's hand, shakes it hard, and swears the village will cooperate 100%. The chief scans the room, then booms, "Who else wants a crack at these hands, or are you finally ready to sign the deal?" The deal's locked in, the squad's going feral with hype, and they've only got 6 days to wipe out those goblins before the deadline hits. Hold up, boys, because this is about to get absolutely wild. Look at these NPCs, one bowl of soup and their minds just get absolutely blown. The whole squad is losing their minds because the flavor is pure cinema, and even that big wolf is absolutely down bad for a bite. Locke's out here praising his own cooking like it's royalty, confidently telling everyone it beats horse feed, pure Chad energy. He even tucked healing potions into the mix to mend those old man joints. Bro's out here playing like a walking cheat code. Alright, Lord Locke orders resident elf mom Shannon to watch the antlalies while he and the others sprint off to grab more loot. Shen's standing there super shy and she's honestly freaking out. Does she really have enough riz to pull this off all on her own? Locke's out here plotting a brand new road to pump life back into the economy, basically playing SimCity, with magic instead of mods. Bro slams a massive buff spell, and the absolute nerve of that mana flex has everyone lighting up like glow sticks. The old timers snap into action out of nowhere, handstands, sprinting and charging forward like they've just unlocked infinite stamina hacks. Shannon is staring at him like, "Mommy, sorry mommy," because the size of his support magic is straight up ridiculous. Construction arc time, every squad member's buzzing, pumped to hit the grind hard. Gargoyles and wolves are doing all the brutal work, while the ant girls just trot around being adorable NPCs. Locke strides around like those massive pillars weigh nothing, while Bro's plot armor turns out to be nothing more than his hardcore gym routine. The sun's dropping fast, the road looks spotless, and honestly that wolf is the real MVP because he cleared the whole path. Just look at the squad vibe, everyone's grinning, and the waifu count keeps climbing, steady and unstoppable. Night drops over the little garden and everything looks calm for a second, but we both know that peace is never there for long. Shannon strolls in serving pure, oh no, energy with a cup of tea, and yeah, she's so down bad for our MC it's kind of embarrassing. She flat out refuses to hit the sheets until her master does. Now that's loyal waifu energy and we're all here for it. Locke tells her she's not a slave, and in the blink of an eye she spirals into full-on panic, her heart pounding like it's about to break triple digits. The way she locks eyes with him, that's not just a look, that's a person standing on the edge, daring fate to come for everything. Under the stars, everything felt soft and sweet. Then they met, started vibing instantly, and the chemistry was absolutely out of this world. Like Locke is back at it, plotting to dump the market with cabbages, because the capital's so starved it's almost begging for food. Shannon's just nodding along, tell her to follow this guy into a volcano and she'll do it, no questions, pure unshakable loyalty. Flashback, at that beta party where they kicked him out, Locke realized he had to go all in and win huge just to shove it back in their faces. That poor girl finally caved in and dropped asleep right at the table, so pure it almost hurts. Locke shoots her that I'm about to pull a game-changing move grin. Yeah, he's 100% a man of culture. He stretches his hand toward the legendary head pat, boom, the exact kind of fan service every guy dreams about. Absolute cinema, he's thanking her and she's floating in dreamland, with this whole mood so intense it feels unreal. That house is dead quiet under the dome, but our MC can't sit still for a second, he's a non-stop grinder. Check out the monster squad passed out cold, while the gargoyle demands his beauty sleep like it's sacred. Locke slinks out like a ninja, eyes locked on a shadow outside, and right then it's time for some late-night side quests. Lucky the wolf was right there, waiting for him, like it could feel his master's restless energy buzzing through its bones. They're hunting rainbow dragonflies because night makes them easier to snag. Work smart, not harder. Locke's not even scared of goblins. He's got a giant wolf at his side and enough plot armor to laugh off a nuke. Lucky stared at him like, bro, are you serious right now? Then, somehow, he still jumped in, ready for the ride no matter what. Full moon, up, the vibes locked in, and they're bolting into the woods like it's time for some midnight loot. Look at them go, snatching dragonflies like it's a Pokémon battle, and somehow that's peak adventure energy. Morning barely starts and there's already someone in the kitchen, like the story just kicked open the door. Locke jolts awake, convinced his elf waifu is cooking breakfast for him. Then reality hits like a brick wall. He bounds downstairs grinning wide, ready to lend a hand, pretty sure a sweet little morning moment is about to happen. Whoa, surprise, the gargoyle's here, grinning like a maniac, and he's way too excited to see his master this early. I'm stunned, wait, that gargoyle's rocking a heart-shaped apron. This is peak culture straight up. Locke is totally wrecked, he's spiraling into a full mental breakdown because his waifu breakfast turned out to be a straight-up lie. Shannon finally barges in and Locke scrambles to play it cool like he wasn't just losing his mind, screaming at a stone monster wearing an apron. She was out there practicing her swings like her life depended on it. This warrior mommy doesn't slack, and we've gotta respect that grind. Gargoyle Khan's just chilling in the back, and while Locke spirals through the worst existential crisis of his life, it somehow turns into comedy gold. Shannon realizes he ditched out without her, and she gives him that pouty I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed look. He swears he'll take her next time, and just like that, boom, everything's Gucci and they're feasting on a monster-cooked breakfast. That cabbage shipment is ready to launch. This crew's about to strike it rich and finally smash the village's poverty. That wagon slams onto the brand new road and the ride turns buttery smooth, proving one thing: Locke really did build a highway in just 2 days. He's trying to teach the villagers how to hunt dragonflies. Bro straight up figured out a fishing lesson and is handing it to them like it's the real deal. The road is done and the entire village goes wild. like they just hit the lottery, because honestly they basically did. Those ant girls are getting headpats for all their hard work, and Locke, he's the ultimate monster dad. And at last, the villagers are finally seeing the truth. Monsters aren't the monsters you thought, because they're helping you build the whole infrastructure. The village head is bowing like a total simp because Locke only takes a 10% cut. What an absolute gigachad. He stays humble, then tells them to send the payments through the guild, like the ultimate pro. We get this lightning-fast montage of them snatching up even more loot, and Locke is basically speedrunning the whole local economy. One more huge feast with the squad. Life's perfect when you've got a giant wolf by your side and a gargoyle in an apron. But then the narrator throws down that he didn't know yet line, and you can feel it the moment everything starts getting cooked. That old party's back, and they look absolutely furious, like they've got betrayal on the checklist at the beta test level. Yo homies, we're back with another banger. Locke is living the dream, while his old party's busy drowning their sorrows in straight-up salt. We kick off the day with the whole squad hitting morning training, because you don't become a real Chad without earning it. Hold up, wait a sec, who's this little dude clinging to Locke's shoulder? Bro just called him Papa, and now I'm like, damn, this kid already caught full-on fatherly riz. Locke is absolutely freaking out, staring like he just spotted a giant drop in his bank account after a full-blown Steam sale. Turns out this bird used to be a giant sky beast, until it took one bite of a rare snack and shrank down into something you can pocket. And hey, this thing looks like a cute little feathered plushie, but don't buy the cuteness, because it's probably rocking more plot armor than the actual MCs. Suddenly the bird slumps, realizing it's stuck in the mid-tier now, then Locke catches a whiff of something so rancid it almost knocks him back. Good news for you, this legendary Fenrir is actually here, reeking like a dumpster fire in the middle of July. Locke leans in and asks when he last hit the showers, and this absolute menace just shrugs and says, yesterday, like that's totally normal. Then he scrambles back to, like, the day before. Yeah, we all know you're capping, so just own it already, you stinky boy. Lucky tries to brag that he licks himself clean. Yeah, nasty, but Locke shuts that down fast. Alright, mini game time. Whoever snags this smelly gigachad gets to dunk him in a bath, and the whole squad is down bad for that challenge. Lucky's acting untouchable, all smug and high and mighty, thinking those NPCs can't lay a finger on him. Locke slams the team with a huge buff, and after a clean parley win, they start shining so bright it honestly feels like my future just got upgraded. Lucky is still preening like he's untouchable, convinced he's too damn fast to ever get caught. First up, it's Patra, the queen of the ants, and let me tell you, that outfit makes her look like straight-up trouble in the best way. She tries to rush him, but Lucky's out here hit-stepping like he's about to drop a Madden-level highlight reel. He thinks he's safe, then the oldest trick in the book is about to roast him alive. Boom, out of thin air, a whole swarm of Minipatries floods the scene, and the next second hits like a full-on ambush. They bundle him up in silk like some insane Christmas gift, and for one heartbeat it looks like the dog's finally done. The whole squad is partying like they just crushed the Super Bowl, and Locke's got this real, proud smile on his face because his daughter finally nailed it. Locke starts talking major trash, telling Lucky to quit fighting, accept his fate, and grab the soap. But Lucky's a legendary beast for a reason. He flexes once, and that silk rips like it's made of cheap headphones. Patra takes the L, then finally clocks it. Lucky isn't lucky, he's just built different. Next up, Gargle-kun, dude's jacked like he lives at the gym, yet he somehow always dodges leg day like it's a curse. He's running his mouth like he's got 100 years of experience, acting like he's the main character and everybody else is just background noise. He barrels in with pure menace, hell-bent on grabbing the bag. And he gets yanked away, wham, slammed into the next dimension, no job, no status, just gone. Now we're finally in the good stuff. Shannon steps up, and wow, that elf's got the kind of riz that hits like lightning. This is a showdown between the elites, and Lucky knows one thing for sure. He can't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. Shannon's charging in like a blur, driving that sword forward with zero hesitation. It's pure cinematic chaos. Lucky's laughing it off, but you can practically see the sweat start to creep in. Shannon snaps into overdrive, unleashing a non-stop flurry of attacks, and with a form that's a perfect 10-10, it's obvious we're all here for the plot. Lucky keeps slipping out of danger like he's dodging bullets in the Matrix, but he'll still admit she's got some legit moves. Suddenly, her aim snaps to perfection, so close she nearly clips his ear, and the big dog finally realizes she's not just some NPC. She shoves him hard into the rocks, and for a second it looks like the waifu just might actually win. She's got that sword pressed right to his throat, demanding he get in the bath, and honestly, if she started bossing me around like that, I wouldn't even complain. But psych, Lucky closes in from behind in a flash. If this were a real fight, her head would have already flown off because she gets absolutely outplayed. And somehow, Shannon shrugs off the loss like a champ, because under Locke's guidance, she's getting sharper by the day. At last, Lakva's Lucky steps into the spotlight, and believe me, the stakes have never been higher. Locke yanks his daggers out, and the way he's staring makes it look like he's finally about to do something awesome for once. Oh, sparkles explode in the air, and you just know a cringe MC moment is about to kick in. Lucky starts sniffing the air like crazy because it reeks of flowers, and the confusion hits him like a wave. That bird is back, perched on Lucky's head like it pays rent and calls the shots. That tiny little guy showed up with a sleeping flower, and Lucky's starting to feel like he just survived an all-nighter with zero sleep. He's finally going down. Big Bad Wolf is officially out cold. Locke wins because he's a tactical genius or because he's a straight-up dirty cheater, but either way, he still comes out on top. Now the whole squad is geared up to scrub that dog until he's practically glowing like he just hit the jackpot of cleanliness. While all the fun is happening elsewhere, we check in on the trash squad. Isaac is slamming the walls of their carriage, seething like a salty loser. The red-haired mommy and the blonde girl are already sick of his weak, beta vibe. Isaac rants about Locke betraying them, pure outrageous audacity, like the whole century's gone off the rails. Amy cuts him off instantly, reminding him that it was them who kicked Locke out in the first place because they thought he was worthless. We suddenly flash back to Locke back when he played Pack Mule, hauling all their junk on his back while they strutted in and took the credit. But Isaac is grinding like crazy, desperate to prove he's an S-rank hero when we all know he's mid at best. Emmy's done. She straight up tells him she's not touching the brutal parts of the quest. They're bickering like a divorced couple trapped in the same car on a road trip, and the vibes are downright rancid. The blonde girl jumps into the roasting, pouncing on Isaac and demanding why he's acting so high and mighty when he's clearly the one failing. Emmy hits us with a gut punch. Once this mission ends, the party's done and she's out, chasing something bigger, maybe even the real Chad she's been hunting for. But Isaac just drops his eyes, crushed by his own ego, and honestly you can't help but love watching it happen. They storm the dungeon entrance, and the scenery itself feels like it's laughing straight in their faces. Isaac tries to play it smooth, telling the driver to keep the change. But the driver turns out to be a total gigachat and he bluntly tells him, nah, that's not enough, because they've had him hauling for way too long. Isaac has to cough up even more money, and at this point he's basically broke, dead serious, he's officially cooked. They're lined up before the dungeon of verdant leaves, looking for all the world like lambs marching straight toward the slaughter. They've only got 4 days left, and you can practically see doubt chewing them up from the inside. They step into that dark like it's a dare, and I'm telling you, I'll bet you $10 they won't make it through without crying for Locke. While those losers are getting crushed, we snap back to the wholesome vibes. Locke and the girls are all piled up in a cozy cloud of that clean, fluffy luck, savoring every sweet bite of their win. This is life, homies. What's up, homies? Welcome back. Today we're cutting through the chads and exposing the frauds. We're jumping into the dungeon of verdant leaves with a mid-tier crew who swear they're built different, but they're about to get absolutely cooked. And we open with the fraud squad rolling in under Isaac, yeah, the guy who definitely spends more on hair gel than on real gear. Look at these waifus, Mi and Kara, already sweating because they got stuck with a leader with zero riz and even less power. Then they stumble into some orangus, basically overgrown crocs, and the girls are spiraling straight into a midlife crisis. Isaac's out here bitching he can't find a single rare spawn, while bro's straight up roaming a dungeon he's nowhere near leveled for, hunting shiny Pokémon like a total clown. The guy's totally baffled, no eggs, nothing. I'll toss you $10 if you can guess why it's all empty. Yeah, spoiler alert, some real main character was here like 5 minutes ago. Now he's out here flattering himself, convinced the guild is out to sabotage him just because he's too powerful. And honestly, The nerve on this guy to believe he's the only one who matters and poses a threat to anyone at all. Suddenly, a wild gun pops up. Isaac reacts like he just stumbled into the final boss, even though it's nothing but a green NPC holding a stick. Like, he whips out this giant sword to play the Gigachad, and one shot slices a dumb goblin in half. Cool flex. Bro, now try that move on something that isn't built with negative IQ. Uh-oh, this party's about to explode with bodies, and then a gobbling knight barges in. Isaac's face basically screams, "Wait, I'm not him!" Because yeah, this is what you get when you skip the tutorial. Look at this goblin knight, he's straight up more of a Chad than our so-called hero, rocking the armor and the massive sword, and the vibe is so loud it's basically screaming, "I'm about to end this man's career." The squad is boxed in, now they're just sitting ducks for the green skins. If I were the girls, I'd be hunting for the nearest exit and praying for a stronger leader right now. Isaac goes for a jump attack like he's in an Elden Ring montage, but the Goblin Knight casually shuts him down. No sweat, straight up parrying him like it's nothing, and honestly, you love to see it. The clash is brutal, but Isaac's drenched in sweat. He's finally getting it. Without the real MC's divine protection, he's nothing more than a C-rank scrub rocking a fancy headband. Look at him, he's fighting for breath, and the narrator is straight up calling them out, saying they're nothing without Locke. Imagine being so pathetic that even the words on the screen are clowning you. His hands are shaking and he's falling apart, crying in silence because it finally hits him. He's just the side character in someone else's story. This is straight-up cinema. He's getting cooked by some small fry and his ego is getting wrecked harder than his health bar. The salt is real. Luckily for his beta soul, the mage waifu Kara snaps forward and hurls a flame lance. Bam, Momi, sorry mommy, either way she's carrying the whole team right this second. The Goblin Knight's done for officially, and yet Isaac's in the corner looking straight up traumatized. And of course he starts claiming he had it under control the whole time. Bro, I'm not losing to some small fry energy. We literally just watched you shaking with fear, so stop the cap. They're surrounded again and it feels like a zombie movie, except somehow there are way more ears and way less hygiene, and these poor dudes are grinding through a quest they're absolutely not prepared for. The girls are grinding hard, side by side, while Isaac just stands there like he's got his head stuck in a toilet. If useless had a face, it'd be his. Finally, they clear the area and man, do they look wrecked, gasping like they just sprinted a marathon in iron shoes. Meanwhile, Kara's still out here looking like a full-on snack even after getting into it. Late at night, they assume the boss is dead and start a quick glow-up. Kara looks absolutely majestic, so don't get distracted, boys, because we've still got more plot to tear through. Isaac wants to keep charging at wyverns, like, bro, you barely even saw that goblin with a dental disaster and now you're itching to fight dragons? This guy's on a one-man mission to get everybody deleted. They stumble on the wyvern nest and it's bursting at the seams. This whole quest is a straight-up suicide run, and just look at those scaly monsters crouched there, ready to wreck somebody's day the second they step in. They're crouched in the bushes acting like total NPCs, scrambling for a plan. Isaac's solution is, I'll charge in and start yelling and you guys handle the rest. Real big brain strategy, huh? Kara stares at him like, are you kidding me? But she's a loyal waifu, so she nods and falls in line with the plan anyway. Still, she deserves a better team, I'm just saying. He charges in like a full-on Leroy Jenkins. Here I come. And trust me, if you don't watch it, you're marching straight to the graveyard, buddy. Wyverns slam down from above and Isaac's face already screams, I should have never made it to this moment. Kara blasts off a raging barrage of fire arrows, and yeah, that's the kind of chaos I want to see. It's a full-on fire show, and honestly, she's the only thing keeping them from getting wiped out. Wyverns are smashing down left and right, and Isaac is desperately swinging his sword at the ones already on their last breath. Absolute peak vulture mode. Isaac lands a lucky slash. Wow, nice one. You finally managed to do something. Want a sticker or a juice box? But wait, there's one more twist. It creeps up behind the girls, and that's exactly why you need a real tank who can pull aggro and shut your simp brain off. The girls just get brutally clobbered by a tail, and Isaac is out here dropping the ball on his one job. Watching it is straight up painful, like damn, someone's really failing them hard. Imi, the healer girl, finally snaps. She tears into him, firing off, Locke would have kept us safe. and you know it's truly over the moment she starts comparing him to one of her ex-party members. Isaac starts molding and Locke stays nowhere near it, so yeah, you're literally proving her point, he's dodging blame like a true beta. Amy's done pretending, she storms out of the party, yanks Ren into her way out and basically says, "I'm out. You're a retard." Yeah, that's her exact wording, and I'm not even gonna lie, I get the sentiment. Kara won't stick around either, both of them ditch him right there in the middle of the dungeon. This is the ultimate get-wrecked moment and bros officially maidenless. They're literally striding off to track down Locke because he's the better man, meanwhile Isaac just stands there trembling with rage, that thug shake hitting hard, pure salt boiling in his veins. And there's Locke totally soaking up the good life, while Isaac is spiraling into a full-on mental meltdown. Isaac hits a brutal flashback, his dad calling him a disappointment, and damn, even from day one the guy already saw through his fraud. Ouch, buddy. Wyvern's close in around him and his mind just keeps screaming Locke. He's totally fixated, this is peak down bad behavior. He goes full crash out mode. He decides if he's failing, then everyone's going down with him, and now he's got that school threat look burning in his eyes. He charges up for the final move, then he screams, "I'll defeat you," and he's yelling at the ground like it's Locke's face. At this point, there's no saving him. He slams down a grand cross, bam. A colossal burst of light erupts everywhere, and yeah, it looks sick as hell, but you can tell it's a last-ditch panic play. Look at that smug face, he's acting like he's the main character now. Meanwhile, the girls just stand back at a distance, probably scratching their heads like, why is he doing the most? Boom, just like that the whole mountain gets wiped clean into vapor, and honestly, for a guy who's probably barely scraping by, that's an insane amount of property damage. Locke and his elf waifu Shannon spot the cross from back in the village. Shannon's looking straight up top tier in this shot, while she stares at it, wondering if Isaac is behind it. Locke decides to investigate with Shannon and his massive wolf Lucky, and trust me, Locke's party is stacked. A hot elf plus a giant good boy, that's an instant win. They roll up to the scene, and the mountain is flat as a board. Isaac really wrecked the whole place. It looks straight up like a nuclear test site. The fraud squad staggers out of the smoke like they got run through a blender, coughing, wheezing, and looking like absolute losers. Isaac's acting like a badass, bragging he vaporized everything. Then you look at him and he's barely upright, just a walking elf. Shannon's not buying a single word. She tears into them, flat out saying there's no way they pulled this off solo. And since she's got the taste, she clocks a fraud the moment it shows up. Isaac pitches cheating hard, grabs supplies from the capital and lie about the quest, then throws shade like he's got any honor at all, but this guy's a simp, a fraud, and a straight-up cheater. Locke, because he can't help himself, decides to head into the cave anyway just to prove he's not about that lazy life. If Isaac calls them losers and storms out, that's pure irony. This dude just cheated, got wiped, and now he's smugly labeling the MC a loser. Absolute cinema. Locke stumbles on the dead goblin knight, then starts piecing together the truth of what went down, while Isaac's off in the middle of a full-blown tantrum. Shannon clocks it instantly. The Goblin Knight is the mastermind behind the mob Isaac battled, and now they're basically digging into why Isaac failed like detectives. They peer into the cave and it's an absolute wreck. Then bam, a tiny glimmer of hope catches their eye. Shannon digs up a pile of busted scales, totally worthless like Isaac's career, yet Locke doesn't even flinch. And then, boom, Lucky stumbles on a whole pile of wyvern eggs, a massive win, while Isaac is out there blowing everything up and Locke's basically striking gold. Locke snatches the eggs and heads back to his mini monster garden, while bro's out here literally building a dragon farm like he's on some next-level Chad energy. Back in the village, the locals are buzzing non-stop, treating Locke like a god. And honestly, it's not even an exaggeration compared to that other guy. Locke tells everyone the dungeon's name was totally a mix-up on some ancient map, so yeah, he's out here figuring out geography like it's a puzzle, while Isaac is probably still stuck in a bar somewhere, molding away. They spend a while building up the village, and yeah, Locke's out there helping with the cabbages, proving again he can fight dragons and still pull his weight in the fields. That's wife material if I've ever seen it. Then Locke casually hauls in and builds a massive stone fortress for the whole village, like he just turned a farm into a stronghold and is playing a completely different game. The villagers are straight up losing it. Yahoo, they're safer than a vault now. Locke is the ultimate protector. Now it's time for a tear-soaked goodbye. Every soul in the village is bowing low, and that's how you know you've hit the absolute top as the MC. They even renamed the whole place to Shishino Cabbage Village. Yeah, it's a wild name, but if a Chad builds you a castle, you call it what he demands. Everyone's waving goodbye as the squad rolls out. Look at those smiles. Man, we really need this wholesome stuff after all that Isaac toxicity. Locke whips his gaze back with pure determination, like he's daring fate to show up. He's ready for whatever hits next, and that jawline, absolute gigachat energy. Those final T's are rolling up to Kronto to settle the score with Isaac. Yeah, boys, it's about to explode, and the final conclusion is right around the corner. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Welcome back to the royal capital where the energy's buzzing and the story's about to go nuclear. Locke rolls in with his elf waifu, and yeah, she's serving looks harder than ever. While they're weaving through the market, this merchant dude catches sight of them and starts flagging them over like he just spotted his favorite streamer going live. Turns out Locke's a full-on business genius. He's got these NPCs slinging cabbage soup and rolls non-stop, and suddenly this isn't just a fantasy adventure anymore, it's a damn cooking simulator, and he's raking in the money. The merchant is practically buzzing, everything he touches locks into gold, and his stuff vanishes at full price without him lifting a finger. He shoves a huge bag of gold into the guy's hands, and Locke just shrugs like it's nothing. Then tells him to spend the extra cash on a magic cow, because while everyone else is stuck in some generic RPG grind, my man's out here basically playing SimCity with the fate of the world. Look at that grin on our elf girl, Shannon. She's totally gone for a guy who can actually handle the budget. And if you can find her one, you're gonna feel like you just fixed the whole economy. Locke pretty much says it all, everything's set for the big reveal, and you can see that look in his eyes like he's about to obliterate some poor man's entire career. They rush to the Adventurers Guild, and that creepy, ominous energy hits your skin like a warning. This is it, the final showdown, and Locke is locked in. Inside, it's the biggest hater squad ever assembled. Isaac and his party stand there like they're seconds away from dropping the worst mid-rap album of the year, while in the back the bunny girl receptionist quietly steals the spotlight. And yeah, the culture in this guild is absolutely unhinged. Isaac, the absolute beta, starts throwing shade right away. Yo, you're late, bro, you're irrelevant, now sit down. Locke doesn't even bother speaking, he just strides up and dumps his loot on the counter like it's nothing, and Isaac immediately freaks out, assuming Locke's about to forfeit since he couldn't finish the quest. Imagine being that delusional. The red-haired clown wants to settle this right now. He's so sure he's already won that he's just out here stroking his own ego like it's a trophy. That bunny girl steps up to size up the goods. Just look at those ears, pure cinema. And in the corner, Isaac can't help himself, grilling Locke for being a show-off because Isaac already knows he's about to get absolutely cooked. Every guild member is staring right now. This is the second where the NPCs finally clock who the real main character is. Yep, Isaac is basically ordering the Locke box to drop everything, bow down, and apologize like that's his right, and honestly, the nerve on this guy is unreal. He's acting like he's the main character. The bunny girl cracks open the results, and Isaac's party just scored 10 wings, 3 eggs, and 15 emeralds. Honestly, that's not bad at all for a bunch of frogs. Then she drops the bombshell. The winner is Locke, and Isaac's face literally starts glitching as disbelief hits him like a slap because the script just flipped right in his face. She rattles off Locke's haul: 60 wings, 45 emeralds, 30 wyvern scales, and 10 nails, and my guy didn't just win, he committed a full-on statistical slaughter. Isaac goes full salt mode, yanks Locke by the collar, and starts yelling that he's been cheated and the guild's rigged. Like, chill, bro, you're just trash. Locke stays ice calm and shoots Isaac a sharp question: how'd you get those materials without buying a thing from the market? The trap's officially set, boys. Locke grips the material with the village symbol, and Isaac's soul rips right out of his body, caught red-handed in 4K, no way out. Flashback: Locke already knew Isaac would swallow the whole market to stop him, so he had Shannon toss a few hints right at the entrance. And then Locke turned the whole thing into a one-man performance, playing that guy like a fiddle. The truth hits the floor. Locke had the supplies already, and he sold them to the vendor Isaac bought from, then basically forced Isaac to pay him just to crash the competition. That's straight up peak gigachad energy. Locke lays into him for being greedy and wasting all his money for nothing, and Asizik is trembling, stammering how Locke managed to reach the dungeon that fast. Next, Locke breaks down the idea of a shortcut, and yeah, he basically says even checking a map is too much effort for an S-rank crew of NPCs. Even the girls in Isaac's party have started turning on him, and now it's Kara, the blonde with twin tails, who finally admits she knew about that shortcut too, like the betrayal is pure sweet victory. Isaac snapping, "Are you serious? Why didn't you say something? Wait, nah, you're just a toxic teammate, bro." No, Kara totally calls him out like, "Are you serious? Why would we risk our lives for your ego?" She's spitting pure facts. Isaac still hounding Locke, calling him a loser. "Bro, seriously, check the mirror because you're the one who's absolutely cooked." But now the girls are done for real, they finally see it. Isaac was the only one who cared enough to obsess over this petty fight, and the whole party is crumbling right in front of them. Locke adds one more thing. He thanks Isaac for wiping out every goblin in the area, and Isaac's so furious he's seconds away from popping a blood vessel. Locke spells it out. Isaac did all the grind for free, so Locke doesn't have to go hiring adventurers, and in the corner, that bunny girl's expression is basically all of us right now, eating every second of this chaos. While Isaac was busy acting like a total meathead, Locke and Shannon slipped through the shadows and scavenged materials like pros. Work smart, homies. As Isaac finally snaps, he lunges in to throw a punch only to completely lose his grip on what's even happening. But wait, right when it looks like the fight's about to explode, a guild master drops in like a nightmare and blocks the punch with zero effort. Then he slams the truth down. Their accomplice kid already spilled everything, so yeah, it's over. The guild master bluntly declares that Isaac's career is over, right when the villain realizes he's not the main character, just a background extra in some recap video. Isaac crumples to his knees and the crushing defeat hits like a final bell. No plot armor is saving you now, kid. And just like that, the fake S-rank party's reign collapses for good. Locke stands tall while the whole bunch gets swept away. The entire squad gets dragged in for questioning. Justice is swinging in hard, and it hits way better than Shannon's cabbage rolls. Kara and Emmy got shoved down to C-rank for that whole abandoning a teammate mess. Yeah, the penalty hit them hard. But honestly, they still look ridiculously good in those outfits, so I'll let it slide. Kara tries to charm Locke into forming a fresh party, but Locke shoots back with a polite, instant no right to her face. She's stunned because she thought her assets would sway him. Not today, sister. The kid barrels straight toward Dungeon's crimes, and meanwhile the girls swallow their pride, make up, and hit reset. New start, no regrets. Character development? In this trashy manga, trust me, it's way more real than you expect. Isaac's been shoved into the mines, acting like some lowly NPC, S-rank to Minecraft in a heartbeat, while Locke just lounges under a tree like he owns the whole world. His Fenrir bro shows up to check on him. Seriously, imagine having a giant, fluffy chaos ball as your best friend, and it's literally peak goals. Locke suddenly turns soft, his mind drifts to the past, to his old friends, and yeah, even a chat can hit you right in the feels. He finally gets it. They were together the whole time, yet they never truly saw each other, and Locke, man, this is the kind of deep that hits your soul. Then he glances at his new family, monsters, sweet girls, everything, and the truth hits him. He's exactly where he belongs now. Now he stands up, shoves the regrets out of his chest, and charges forward, because his real friends are finally by his side. He's about to throw his strength behind the people who truly matter, and that kind of growth is exactly what we live for. The Fenrir is all in for the cause. Look at that noble beast, that's the real deal. They bang a bro fist or that bro paw and boom, it's straight up cinematic perfection because their bond is unbreakable. Shannon waves them over for lunch. Cabbage rolls are back in action. Locke's still living the high life, but even he's gotta spice up that diet. But hold up, the atmosphere flips in an instant and you feel something sinister creeping through the shadows, and yeah, when the screen cuts to black you know it's game over serious. A chilling surge of energy is barreling straight toward the capital, and trust me boys, this ride won't last long. Out of the dark, a mysterious skull crawls into the light. So is it a lick, a demon king, or something worse? Either way, Locke's run is officially finished, and you're not ready for what hits next because the chaos is about to explode. Yo, my cultured kings, hold up and step into the chaos because these ogres are wrecking the town and roasting the local NPCs like it's nothing. And right now those low-level adventurers look straight up doomed for a full wipeout. Just look at these absolute units. These adventurers are straight up trembling because they know they don't stand a chance against muscles like this. Pure chaos erupts as the ogres slam through the front lines like it's whack-a-mole, and everyone watching knows this isn't a battle, it's a full-on massacre of the poor extras. The defense line crumples, panic detonates, and the whole place reeks of disaster. Everybody's begging for a miracle, because at this pace the kingdom's about to get devoured like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The higher-ups are joying about glory in the dead of night, but come on, who cares about politics when a giant fist is gearing up to flatten your face? These dudes are obsessed with their reputation, not their HP bars. This ogre is seconds away from squashing them into a pancake, and yeah, those two already look like they've accepted the end. The nerve of this monster looming over them like a final boss and daring them to fight back. But hold up, out of nowhere, Locke swings in on his massive white wolf like an absolute gigachad, not even a drop of sweat, while the rest of these simps are already sobbing for their mommies. That wolf is straight up unhinged, just tearing through ogres like they're nothing, like it's not even a fight. Imagine being some big-shot monster and getting turned into chew in 3 seconds. Locke finally clicks into focus, and you can see the ogre's fear spike as it realizes, too late, that it's face-to-face with the main character. Even the NPCs stare at him like he's a god just dropped from the heavens. That wolf is moving at an unreal speed, straight up a cheat code, no questions asked. Just look at that motion, it's pure, uncut cinema. Locke shrugs it off like it's nothing, acting all chill while he's clearly pulling legendary moves, saying he's just mid-quest. Meanwhile, the other adventurers can't stop fawning, offering help non-stop just to keep on his good side. It's time to unleash the counterattack, and our boy strides forward with a grin, charging like he owns the battlefield. Main character energy so strong that everyone nearby suddenly believes they've got a real chance. And then boom, watch Emmy hurl that flame lance like she is the goddess of fire, because I can already see what you're staring at. Her magic isn't the only thing in this frame that's top tier. Locke shoots her a quick thank you, and yeah, the chemistry's already on fire. So don't drop your guard, Locke, or you'll miss way more than just the loot. Now Patra steps up and seizes command with that tiny but unstoppable energy. She's basically the general running this ant army, and I'm totally ready for some humanoid ant action. The whole squad is snapping into formation, and even Gargoyle Khan steps in like he owns the battlefield. This feels like a crossover where everybody shows up and actually pulls their weight. Locke unleashes some support magic and boosts the entire team, and the next second everyone's strutting like a total Chad. Look at him glowing like that. That's pure top-tier support power. The entire party barrels in, and the ogres instantly get wrecked, turning from hunters to the hunted in the blink of an eye. The wolf is literally tearing heads off. Talk about a brutal way to die, and yeah, that's the kind of high-octane violence we live for. Another ogre gets cut into ribbons before it can even squeal, while our boy's pet is doing more fighting than a whole army of knights put together. Locke just stands there like it's nothing, calling A-rank monsters weak like they're nothing but a warm-up, straight-up disrespect, and I honestly love every second of it. Patra's flexing major leadership power while the little ants swarm in formation, and it's honestly heartwarming to watch them cooperate and bring those giants down. Shannon and Patter team up like a weapon, slicing through the ogres like it's nothing, straight up easy mode. Gargoyle Khan is doing everything he can to hold the line, but you can practically see the stress crawling all over him. Don't worry, little guy, the big bros are stepping in and got you covered. He fires off a wind bullet, but it lands with a pathetic asterisk thud, 0 damage, total failure. He stares at his hands like, yep, I'm done for. Locke and the wolf are basically laughing in his face because his powers are still sealed, and man turning a former monster into a mascot is brutal. And just like that, the battlefield goes quiet and the whole place erupts in cheers, while Locke stands there like it's any other Tuesday, the absolute legend getting honored as if he just saved the world. But Locke isn't daydreaming, he's using that brain of his, trying to figure out why a whole crew of ogres just materialized at the kingdom's gates. Something's seriously off, and it's not because of the elf girl's lunch either. The saintess finally arrives to heal the wounded, all sweet and innocent. Yeah, sure, but we both know she's probably only here to grab that cloud. She straight up tells them to buy her new clothes instead of even saying thanks. What a total gold digger, but damn, with looks like that, she's probably getting away with it. And finally, once everything's done, the Order of the Knights shows up. Classic move from those PCs, always arriving late just to swoop in and steal the credit. Marcus, the leader, gives off that stuck-up noble vibe from the second you see him, like he's born better than everyone else, and judging by his face, you just know he's about to be a nightmare for everyone's plans. He snaps into action, barking orders to check the bodies, then smirks. Translation: "We're taking your loot and your glory, so stay mad." The adventurers are rightfully seething, but Marcus won't even blink. He's got that "I'm the law" swagger, and you just know the second he pushes too hard, he's getting humbled fast. Back at the guild, Titus is raging out. He slams into the tables and explodes with yelling because Marcus is straight up robbing them in plain sight. Marcus just slumps there playing bureaucrat, claiming it's all for investigation, and honestly bro is the textbook definition of a mid-tier villain. He flat out tells them the money they got is a joke, because it wasn't even a real quest, and the nerve on this guy is absolutely unreal. Titus yanks him by the collar, and for one terrifying second I swear it looked like we'd get a full brawl. Then Marcus snaps out the Order of the Knights card and plays tough like a straight-up coward. And just like that, this thick bunny girl secretary barrels in to calm everything down. Honestly, I'm not saying she can't clap for me anytime she wants. Locke just stands there on the sidelines, realizing this kingdom is being run by full-on clowns. And man, the world is brutal for someone with taste. Titus kicks off a warning: keep this up and the country's going to lose every single adventurer. He's laying down pure facts, but the people in charge are too busy worshipping their own stink to listen. He dives into every magical trinket and pile of loot adventurers haul back because yeah, those treasures basically run the whole economy, and the knights, they're just fancy security guards with shiny armor. Turns out Titus and Marcus have history for real, way back, and that's why the hate between them runs so deep, like old rivals who never stopped bleeding out their grudges. And yeah, I'm totally here for every last second of that drama. Titus corners Locke for a personal favor, and you already know what that means. Quest time. Our boy S about to get paid. Let's just hope it's something better than straight-up gratitude. He's calling on Locke to hunt down some stolen magic stones that have been vanishing lately. This is a full-on mystery case, so boys, grab your detective hats. Locke finally agrees, then boom, this huge GRRR hits the air, and nope, it's not a monster at all. It's the elf girl's stomach roaring like it wants a sacrifice. She's blushing so hard she turns tomato red, and it's honestly the cutest sight all day, like even the shopkeepers staring, going, damn, she's starving. They duck into the local food stalls and dive right into juicy skewered pork, and the looks on their faces say it all. Nothing hits quite like a hearty meal after a brutal day of ogre slaying. Locke is straight up losing it, geeking over how that fatty meat just melts in your mouth. I'll spot you $10 if you don't get hungry just staring at this page. That elf girl finally breaks into a heart-melting smile and thanks Locke like he just saved her soul. So if he still doesn't marry her by the end of this series, I'm calling the police. Next stop, weapon shop. You can't roll into a mystery mission without new gear, even if you're already basically a walking cheat code. The shop is packed to the brim with every sword and suit of armor imaginable. Basically a fantasy battle playground for anyone who lives for high-stakes violence. Mateo runs the shop like a total unit, rocking some absolutely savage tattoos, and he's got that vibe like he could forge a sword with his bare hands. He starts throwing fire at Locke's old party, calling them fools for wasting his support magic. And honestly, it's wild to see someone finally clock our boy's real potential. They trade stories about divine blessings and S-rank gear, and you can tell Locke has deep roots here. This isn't some random Tamer, he's shaping up to become a legend. Locke's on a mission to get the Ant Kids new weapons, and it's weirdly wholesome. This is their very first gear, and you can see it in their faces. They're buzzing with pure excitement. Mateo clocks Patra and realizes she's the queen of the orange ants, and that Gargoyle Khan is an elite demon. So yeah, he's completely rattled because if a kid-sized queen strolled into my shop, I'd be freaking out too. He tells them to grab whatever sparks their curiosity. And then bam, the shopping montage kicks in because you just know these kids are about to hunt down the most dangerous stuff imaginable. Look at them go, one dude swings a mace, the next is already drawing a bow, and it's pure glorious chaos everywhere. Those adorable little menaces are wreaking havoc. Locke shrugs off the idea of taking anything for himself. His current gear is already enough, and he's basically walking around like the definition of pure Chad energy. Patra's not even sure she can cast magic, but she's determined to help everyone like Papa Locke did, and I swear, my heart is melting right now, guys. Locke ruffles her hair with a warm head pat and swears they'll train together. Just wholesome, feel-good Tamer energy that seriously keeps me going. Everything's going perfect until this random blonde knight struts in like he owns the whole damn place, and the second you see his hair, you already know he's a total loser. That absolute trash human straight up booted Patra pure audacity, because he literally kicked a child out of the way. Locke rockets to her side as the knight just looms there, sickening and disgusted. Bro, you just dropped a death sentence and you don't even realize it yet. He's out here labeling them monsters and calling them an eyesore like he's some kind of all-powerful king. Meanwhile, I'm so furious right now someone needs to knock him off that pedestal. The knight bursts into laughter, but Locke hits him with the deadliest stare in history, straight up calling him an uncultured tamer. Yeah, but everybody knows whose teeth are getting kicked in next chapter. Look at this bowl-cut NPC strutting around like he's the main character. Meanwhile, Locke is just trying to live his best life. And this missile guy really thinks he's a gigachad, but he's out here kicking little girls in a shop, and that's just not it. Locke bolts over to check on Patra because he's the real deal, not like that bowl-cut clown who's probably never even had a girl notice him. Yeah, bro's genuinely worried, but just you wait for what Patra does next. Patra is built different. She just pops in with a ta-da like she didn't take a boot to the face, and honestly she's so pure it's unreal. I'm already down bad for her because she's just impossibly cute, and the way she steps in to protect, yeah, it's over. Turns out that little ant girl was just drilling him with that kick as a surprise attack training move. Absolute cinema level cope, and Locke is only breathing easy because he gets to skip the whole catch a case nightmare today. The missile's getting totally ignored and he's snapping, losing it piece by piece because his ego's as fragile as his hairline. Imagine being so out of it that the main cast treats you like a mindless background texture. The whole squad is staring at this guy like he's a total ruffian, or worse, a creepy pervert, because he just kicked a kid, and even the demon bro and our mommy elf can't wrap their heads around why this clown won't shut up. Bro starts stroking his own ego, claiming he's some high-class noble and the next leader of the knights, then he even brands himself Missile. But all he's really aiming for is a one-way ticket straight to getting cooked. Alright, Locke's had it. He finally snaps at the betas for all that yapping and orders them to apologize to Patra right now, and the way the MC stands up and shows some backbone, that's the good stuff, boys. The missile then makes a fatal mistake, trying to boss our thick elf around like she's just some common NPC, and you can practically see the lack of riz in his eyes as he desperately tries to flex his noble status. That panel's silence is so loud it's screaming. Mommy elf just clocked it. This man really picked death like it's a menu option, and now she's staring at him like he's trash that needs to be hauled off. This absolute fool really called her an old hag. Yeah, he's done. He's fully cooked, and even the demon in the back knows it. There's no saving his soul now. She's not even mad about the age comment. She's furious because some peasant just started calling Locke a beast guy, and the way she snapped at that shows off real loyalty, top tier. She's completely down bad for the MC, and honestly, we love it. The sword is out, and that sharp sheeing sound means someone's about to get erased. She's ready to teach this pest some manners, and yeah, mommy could teach me anything she wants. Suddenly, a giant gigachat drops in behind the bowl-cut brat, and you can feel the whole vibe snap into something way worse. This big man looks like he'd eat 3 missiles for breakfast. Missile thinks his savior finally showed up, but the captain looks ready to serve the biggest world-class humbling, and even the whole squad just stands there, staring as the drama blows wide open. He got slapped so brutally his sentence came out with a typo, I'm sorry, and it still somehow sounds like peak comedy. That's the definition of fucked around and found out, and I am absolutely here for it. The captain went all in, bowing and apologizing for his subordinates' smooth moves, while Patra from the back row muttered that the kick was weak, and that was the ultimate emotional damage. The captain fully realizes Locke's an S-rank beast Tamer, and he's not about to let his men start trouble with walking nukes, so he moves smart while Locke just stands there looking icy with his arms crossed. Missile's still on his knees, sobbing like his heart's breaking, while the big boys huddle and trade talk about stolen combustible stones, pure classic RPG side quest energy, except the wafus are way too good. The shopkeeper sounds like he's the real unit, laying out how the stones are slipping away every single week. Now it's a full-on mystery and Locke's about to crank those main character brain cells into action. The captain drops the bombshell. The stones are even getting snatched from the knight's own storehouse. Whoever this thief is, they've clearly brought serious plot armor to the battlefield. The knights storm out and suddenly the quest lands squarely on Locke's shoulders. He looks a little lost, but he's got a squad of elites backing him up, so yeah, this feels like a free win. Our elf mommy's still looking absolutely flawless as she watches the knights march off, shocked that the captain turned out to be a decent guy, and not that total tool his subordinate was. She's weighing whether that captain is truly a good person, but come on, in stories like this, the nice ones are always hiding something unhinged. And seriously, look at her hair. That character design is straight up insane, like in 1010. Locke dives into the crime scene like the pro he is, hunting down the exact spot where those stones were yanked out, right as he starts pushing questions that light a fire under Detective Riz. They slip into the weapon-packed storage room, only to realize the thief's not there for the guns at all, he just wanted the spicy rocks. Which is such a bizarre flex, but hey, you do you. The camera snaps in on a heavy door and a battered chest, and the art goes full detail mode, like it's screaming, this room was built to be locked down. Locke notices two entrances and instantly figures out how the thief could sneak in unseen, bros actually using his brain instead of just swinging first, and honestly, we love a smart MC. He can't figure it out. Why did the thief skip the expensive swords and grab only the stones? Either he's got a soft spot for rocks, or they're cooking up something that's about to blow. The shopkeeper swings open a chest locked tighter than my wallet after that Steam sale, and if those stones weren't even nudged, then the thief isn't stealing random stuff, he's hunting exact targets. Alright, bring in the heavy hitters. Locke is about to summon one of his familiars to track down the culprit, so get ready, fluff boys. He calls out Lucky, the massive Fenrir, and the poor wolf gets totally crushed in that tiny room like trying to shove a truck into a closet. Pure cinema. Lucky stares at Locke like, bro, why am I even here? The look on his face screams mood. Meanwhile, Locke just plays it cool, apologizing with the calm, polite swagger of a true king. The shopkeeper is freaking out because a literal legend is standing in his workshop, and Lucky is just being a polite little dog, nice to meet you, while he takes up about 90% of the room. Lucky scrambles to track the scent, but the workshop is chaos. Too many smells drown him out, and it crushes him to feel useless. Then he sees that giant wolf whimper, and it's downright heartbreaking. The shopkeeper's eyes well up as Locke snaps the summoning bracelet into action, like he can't believe his own luck. Turns out Locke used to be a total klutz back in the day, the perfect, started from the bottom, comeback story. Locke's getting absolutely roasted for the klutzy mess his past self was, while Patra and that elf mommy totally sit there, soaking up every humiliating story because in this room nobody escapes the truth. The shopkeeper's cackling to the point of tears while Locke's cheeks burn with pure embarrassment. Yeah, it's wholesome as hell, even as our MC's ego takes a hit. To make up for that bowl-cut kid's stunt, the shopkeeper's ready to hook Glock and Patra up with a special gift, free loot, and yeah, that's when the real chaos starts. That's a mithril breastplate, look at that shine. The defense stats have to be wild, and once Patra gets it, she's gonna turn into an unstoppable little tank. Locke tries to play the good guy and refuse the gift because it's wildly expensive. But nah, just grab the legendary gear, say thank you, and stop acting like morality comes before the win. We hit a gut-punch backstory. A sick, noble kid who couldn't even wear the armor, and right then you realize the shopkeeper is a straight-up Chad, handing you a masterpiece for free instead of trying to sell it. He wants that armor to be worn, not left to rot in a corner. Honestly, peak character development for some shopkeeper NPC. I'm legit about to tear up, man. Locke finally lets it go and they both nod, agreed. In a few days they'll come back for the tweaks. Quest is updated, gear is locked in, and now back to the fight. The very next day, the ant girl army barrels into the forest, staring down a wall of wild boars. These tiny fighters are minutes from a full-on rampage, and trust me, I'm here for every second of the chaos. One of the ants straight up decapitates a B-rank monster, no light, no hesitation. Locke's freaking out because these kids are basically turning into killing machines. They charge in with bows, spears, and clubs, no hesitation, no fear, and it's honestly like watching a bunch of kindergartners wreck shop in Dynasty Warriors, pure cinema. Locke can't believe how lightning fast they picked up those weapons. Those high-tier adaptation skills are unreal, and suddenly they're the ultimate support squad. He realizes dropping those weapons was a total game changer. Now they're bouncing around, carving through everything in sight, while Ock just stands there, grinning like a proud dad. Subjugation complete, monster bodies piled up into a mountain, and the girls are going wild with celebration. Locke rushes around checking if anyone got hurt, and surprise, everyone's just vibing, totally fine. One of the ants starts shaking her head, yelling, "Locke Papa." And I'm telling you, my heart's melting. Boys, this is way too wholesome to call it a trashy recap. Locke finally figures it out. She lifts her gaze with those wide, sparkling eyes and waits, breath held, for the reward. Now it's head pat time. Locke's out here serving legendary good girl pats, and the ant girl is literally glowing like a spotlight. Then the whole squad surges in for their turn, and it turns into full-on chaos. They're all sprawled in the grass, smiling like nothing ever happened. This is the peak man of culture moment we live for, pure happiness right after a massacre. Hold up, this is a full-on cliffhanger. A sacred beast, a wyvern, is about to burst into the world, and our boy is seconds away from landing a dragon familiar. Stick around because things are about to go absolutely feral. Today we're jumping right back into the life of the luckiest man alive, because these mystery eggs are finally starting to crack, and when they do, boom, everything changes. Look at these tiny baby wyverns popping out, already more useful than half the NPCs in town, and Locke is standing there like a proud dad, just soaking it all in. The whole squad is absolutely buzzing, because the family just dropped a massive expansion pack and the vibes are perfect. Our boy just snagged a holy wyvern as his familiar. Talk about a game-changing power boost for the whole party. And yeah, he's riding pure, ridiculous luck. Now Locke is out in his own dimension, playing Sim City like a menace, snapping up upgrades with banana tree vibes and grinding mines for resources, because the man knows you can't build anything without getting your stash up. The whole landscape twists and jolts, and boom, a steaming hot spring and a mine materialize out of thin air. Pure, undeniable cinema. Now that he's got a personal mind, he's plotting to forge his own legendary gear, straight up speedrunning the endgame like it's a game. With the upgrades finally locked in, Locke and his elf buddy, waifu Shannon, rip into gear and sprint back to the guild, because it's time to grab the loot and finish their last quest. They're riding back on Lucky, that giant wolf, and right away Locke's already plotting dinner. Thick, juicy boar steaks. But right out of nowhere, Lucky slams on the brakes and feels it. Something sketchy is hanging in the air. They freeze, staring at this creepy graveyard, and right above it, a floating ball of fire hangs in the air like a giant run sign. Lucky doesn't care a bit about ghosts. He just barrels the thing straight into the spooky zone, no fear, no hesitation. They roll up to the graves, then the fire dies out of nowhere, vanishing like a ghost flicking out a match, and everyone's left staring in total confusion. First, clock Shannon clinging to Locke's arm like her life depends on it. She's terrified, and she's absolutely desperate for protection right now. She blurts out that ghosts scare her to death, and that painfully honest blush lands like a critical hit straight to my heart. Locke slaps in the legendary head pat on Riz to snap her out of it, calm as day, swearing she's safe with him, and yeah, that man is an absolute Chad. Then boom, they spot the one grave tied to the great sage Tamer, and you can practically feel the plot armor screaming that this is about to unlock major lore. Turns out this Demorty chick was a straight-up legend. She basically built the whole country from scratch, brick by brick. They say she was stunningly beautiful and genuinely kind. and just staring at that silhouette, you can feel how strong that culture really was back then. This absolute shade somehow strolled into the demon lord's castle alone, stared them down, and forced a peace treaty to be signed. Pure, reckless audacity. Locke can't help it, he side-eyes the whole thing, convinced it's just an overblown fairy tale while the girls get shoved into tired stereotypes. The sun's already sliding down the horizon, so they bolt right now, before the real monsters crash the party. They finally stumble back to the guild, and right there, some bowl-cut NPC is hurling a full-blown tantrum at the counter like it personally betrayed him. This obnoxious noble keeps harassing the bunny girl receptionist because he's a total beta who can't handle hearing no. He tries to dump his trash quest on Locke like she's his personal errand boy. Pure disrespect, no doubt. Locke goes on a mission to scrub the sewers for 30 gold coins, and even he can't believe they're trying to lowball him this hard. Then this clown actually has the nerve to call the bunny girl useless and ugly, bros basically begging to get cooked. And yeah, he royally messed up now because that bunny girl is buzzing with deadly menace, and she's about to wipe out his entire career. She flashes that terrifying customer service smile, pure "I'll bury you," and the noble starts trembling like crazy. He bolts out of there faster than a simp after rejection, and the bunny girl immediately snaps back into her sweet, lovable self. She's boiling with rage on the inside while Locke scans the quest, and then the truth hits him. He's going straight into the literal trenches. So the whole squad dives into the sewers, and trust me, the stench is absolute cinema in the worst possible way. Locke blasts his magic out into the world and nails the combustible stones they've been hunting. Turns out he's the only one who's actually doing the work. Shannon decides to head into another area to be helpful right when the fan service, the plot, decides to kick in. She tries to show off her balance by twirling on the slippery floor like a ballerina, but the moment she goes for it, she's cooked and she immediately starts to fall. Locke glides like he's a living god, snags her princess-style midair, and I'm telling you, this is peak romance, boys. Shannon gazed up at him like he'd just handed her her whole future, and now she's completely wrecked with love. Locke gives her a sharp little lecture about how overconfidence will bite, but he keeps her pulled close, because the it's practically off the charts. Stare at her face, she's melting because his face is right there, so close she can't even think straight anymore. That heartbeat is thundering like crazy, and the sexual tension in this sewer is so intense it practically blows the methane levels off the charts. They finally turn back because the air stinks like straight-up garbage, but Shannon is clearly spiraling over her savior. Then Locke pulls the ultimate move. He straight up asks Shannon to join him in the hot springs, and my guy is a certified gigachat while Shannon absolutely melts. It's Relexia. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? We're back with another one, and today our boy is out here snatching baby dragons like Pokemon. The MC is showing off his beast Tamer, while he jokes with a gargoyle-looking bro who's been dead tired since the Sengoku era. This winged gigachat claims he can haul the entire squad on his back. Yeah, an absolute unit through and through. Then look at Shannon, she's already down bad, daydreaming about a hot springs trip with our boy and mommy's sorry mommy. She's forcing a normal vibe, but we all see it. She's itching to go all in and bet everything on the MC's plot armor. They launch into the sky, and honestly, I wouldn't even fight it if that gargoyle wanted to carry me too, just to be that close to those assets. Shannon's out here living her best life while that gargoyle does all the heavy lifting, like, the friend zone's the final boss and she still hasn't even fought it. At night, the city turns into pure cinema. Just look at all those lights blasting the streets like a legendary gotcha pole come to life. They're zooming over the kingdom like they own the place. And honestly, that flying mount must be a dream when it doesn't come with some $50 DLC price tag. MC is just vibing at the view, totally unaware, while the waifu keeps staring at him like, yep, let's make a family, eyes locked on him. Gargoyle Bro is losing it with emotion, because after 1,000 years of just standing there, he finally gets to matter for real. Some people are whispering about a seal and taking off together in the future. Yeah, it sounds like non-stop yapping, but trust me, we're here for the real plot twists. MC is daydreaming like crazy about a familiar strong enough to haul his huge ego and his dog at the same time. Then they toss out the name of a griffin like it's the legendary raid boss they're seconds away from recruiting. At last, we hit the good part. bubbles start boiling in that water and you already know what's coming, boys. It's peak hot spring season and the culture is about to explode straight off the charts. Oh lord, look at Shannon's insane mountain peaks. The artist nailed it so perfectly it almost feels illegal. Those tiny ant girls are just vibing in the water while the rest of us are standing here completely freaked out, staring at the background like something's way off. And Shannon tries to play it cool, but that bikini is clinging on like it's about to quit. Because yeah, she's totally the best girl of the whole season. Even the gargoyle can't resist. He's slipping into the water and melting into a puddle of pure, blissful relaxation. I'll spot you $10 if you stare at this page and still refuse to admit she's a top-tier waifu. Just look at that curve. Even Lucky the big bad wolf is out here soaking up life, and Doggo, he's way more relaxed, like he just inherited a trust fund. Shannon and the kid are running around having fun, while the MC just sits there looking helpless. Brogo steps in and talks to her. Lucky gets all mushy about being hauled out of that dungeon. Yeah, I get it, bro, you're a total good boy. MC slaps the big guy on the shoulder, because even a beast tamer has to show love to his main tank. That wolf is basically glowing with pure joy, or at least it looks that way, like the steam rising off the water is playing tricks on us. Then out of nowhere, someone belly flops in like a cannonball and smashes the whole vibe. Yeah, it's probably one of those chibis stirring up pure chaos. The very next day, little ant girl Patra struts in wearing a brand new outfit, and she looks so ready for her own spin-off series it's unreal. The blacksmith Chad hammered out tiny armor for the ant squad, because even NPCs need a solid defense buff to survive. This dude's a total legend. He crafts gear for kids just because he genuinely loves it, and the whole time he gives off pure big brother dad energy. The girls are buzzing with excitement, but the blacksmith walks out with 0 coins, because this guy's just wildly, ridiculously wholesome. The MC just won't let it go. He shoves a pouch of gold into his hands like, here, take it. And yeah, it's probably way more than that guy earns in an entire year. He says he quit his S-rank party, and I'm telling you, those guys are straight up done if they think anyone can replace him. Suddenly, everything spirals out of control, and someone starts screaming like they just got completely wrecked in a gacha game. Turns out someone snatched some dangerously explosive stones, and yeah, the town's security is basically garbage. Lucky catches that scent, and now it's game time. Bring out the big dog and get him on the trail, kid. MC orders the waifus to hang back, warning it's about to go lethal, because the last thing he wants is a single scratch on them. They're bolting through the streets like it's the Olympic finals, and trust me, no one's slipping past this wolf. Our boy S locked in with that full-on main character stare like, you really messed with the wrong tamer, huh? They stumble into a creepy tomb, and that place practically screams boss fight time. Lucky says the smell just cuts off right here, and honestly, that feels way too suspicious for comfort. MC crouches by the grave, combing every inch like it's a point-and-click game on the hunt for a secret switch nobody's found. He's hit with this eerie gut feeling, like some ghost is about to spring out and wreck his whole day. A sky bird claws a special flower from nowhere, then starts dusting the grave with holy glitter like it's casting a sacred spell. Everything erupts into a glowing, rave-like frenzy, and the ground starts to quake underneath us. Here we go, boys. A sneaky staircase suddenly reveals itself straight into the pitch-black dark. Yeah, that's where we're cutting the scene for now. Stay cultured, fam. Yo boys, welcome back. Today we're jumping into a wild tale where our MC thinks he's on some slick detective mission, but he's seconds away from meeting a legendary mommy who's overstayed her welcome on Earth. It kicks off with him and his huge wolves crashing into a graveyard and spotting a secret staircase tucked right in the middle. Like, if you saw that for real, you'd bolt. But he's got full main character energy, baby. Turns out the entrance was sealed behind some crazy high-tier illusion magic, and the opening is so tiny only a beta MC can squeeze through, while his huge pack of Chad wolves gets left stumbling behind. Our boy decides to charge in solo like he's speedrunning Dark Souls, tells the wolf to stay right there. Yeah, that's basically code, because whatever's coming next, I'm about to get buried in deep trash. Inside, it's pitch black, so he yanks out a basic light spell and fires it up, because bro really needs to upgrade to some night vision ASAP. He starts down those creepy stairs, heart pounding, wondering if the stolen stones are waiting right below. Bet you $10 there's a boss fight waiting at the bottom. He stumbles into this massive stone chamber like someone raised a raid boss's lair under the tomb. Seriously. Who on earth builds a basement this huge under a grave? Right as he's soaking in the jaw-dropping architecture, a voice cuts through the air, welcoming him like, "Yo, fellas." From the dark, a real skeleton steps out, fully dressed in a gown. Look at the drip on this lick, she's still serving pure class even after death. Our MC is totally finished. He realizes he's staring at a lich and he's painfully sure he's nowhere near strong enough for this fight. Turns out the lick is actually blown away that some human found her secret basement, and now she's furious, wondering who in the hell had the nerve to rip apart her piece. MC realizes this skeleton isn't random at all, it's Demorta, the legendary sage, and bro absolutely loses it because she's supposed to be super dead. Suddenly, a wild little pixie pops up, tiny, ferocious, and barking at the MC to put that toothpick away, or she'll turn him into a dripping, juicy liquid. I swear, she's small, but she's a full-blown menace with the kind of energy you can feel. The lick leans in and tells Pixie Lala to calm down, but Lala's totally down bad for her skeletal master, and the loyalty is pure, absolute cinema. MC finally blurts out that he's on a case, someone stole the combustible stones and he's investigating. He's trying to play it cool like a pro, but sweat is pouring off him. Look at Lala's face, boys. She's giving way more, covering her tracks than anyone caught deleting browser history, and yeah, she's absolutely the one who did it. Yeah, she folds on the spot, starts blurting out apologies, acting like a total simp, and straight up admitting she's the one stealing the goods. Demore opened his mouth to start chewing her out, but Lala snapped, "I'm not messing around. Without those stones, the lick's mana will hit 0. The lick just admits it. Without those stones, her life is going to fade to ash, and it's heartbreaking, until the story slings us into a flashback where she was an absolute menace. Back then, the world was totally different, like everything had been flipped on its head. Look at this, Demorta used to be built like a legend, stacked with top-tier assets, and she wasn't just a sage. She was a straight-up professional alcoholic who could outdrink the devil himself. She's straight up in a drinking contest with the demon lord. Look at his face. The guy's getting absolutely wrecked by this human girl, and honestly, that mommy sage energy is pure Chad. She wins, and then she looks the demon lord dead in the eyes and says, "A deal's a deal," forcing him to shut the war down. Imagine ending a world war just by being way better at chugging beer. The demon lord sulks like a total loser after getting beaten by a girl, and he's grumbling that the demons never even wanted to kick off a war in the first place. Turns out the humans were basically NPCs, mowing down every last tree and leaving the monsters starving, so the demons weren't evil for fun, they were just trying to grab groceries. Demorta steps in and offers to teach the demons how to grow their own food. She's not just a mommy, she's a full-on diplomat, rocking the ultimate riz. The demon lord finally clocks the truth. This is real, and the weirdest, most beautiful friendship kicks off, or yeah, prepares her for a hangover that lasts way too long. When the war finally ends and everyone's feasting like they won, Demorta slips back to her lab to dig into some hardcore nerd research. She brings in an apprentice named Lydia, and oh wow, she's already giving off that high-tier waifu energy. She's kind, she smiles, and you just know she's going to turn into a real problem later. Demorta liked Lydia because she was all smiles and chatter, while Demore was too busy downing sake to hold a proper conversation. They were hustling to cast magic that made the crops shoot up faster, and yeah, it's super wholesome, until you feel that plot twist creeping in. Lydia started digging for answers about the forbidden research. She pressed hard for the truth behind the undead treasures, and it screamed red flag. Lydia decides they should raise an undead army for free labor, and honestly, it's like she's trying to invent magical capitalism from scratch. Demorta slams the idea shut on the spot. She warns that the research is way too dangerous to ever finish, and her daimy mommy authority makes it impossible to argue. She warns that if anyone ever gets hold of undead magic, the world's balance is toast, because that kind of power isn't meant to live in just one person's hands. Lydia explodes into a full-on temper tantrum. Forget food, she's chasing one thing, a move so wild it'll shock the world, with pure villain origin energy and "I'm about to change everything" vibes. She screams that she's gonna carve her name into history, then whips you around. "You're an apprentice, so sit down and drink your juice." But Lydia turned into a snake in the grass, snatched the research papers, then slipped into the night like she'd never been there. Tamer was left standing alone, crushed, convinced he'd failed completely. Tamer spent the rest of her life hunting that traitor with every breath, yet she never found her, and when she finally died, the world thought it was over, but the story didn't stop there. Because her magic was so broken, she flat out wouldn't stay dead. Her soul sank into the soil, then she clawed her way back up as a lick, refusing to take the L. Legendary. She spent her undead years hunting a way to crush Lydia's magic, just waiting for that snake to come back and show her face again. But being a skeleton is grueling. Her mana was draining fast and she was teetering on the edge of her limit. She was done, straight up ready to quit, fade into dust and be gone for good, so she dropped to the floor and laid there like she meant it, dying for real this time. That's when she finally crossed paths with Lala. This tiny pixie swooped into her tomb like she'd paid rent. Lala was absolutely terrified, because a talking skeleton is the last thing that belongs on the cute fairy checklist. Tamer stayed cool, she even welcomed the tiny guest with a smile, but Pixie's wing caught her eye for a reason she couldn't ignore. Lala snaps into super defensive mode, convinced her wing is the reason everyone's staring and it's crushing her, because she's drowning in insecurities so hard it's honestly heartbreaking. She's crushed with shame because she can't even fly right, so yeah, she might as well be a ground-type fairy. Tamer tells her to grab the bright side, because at least she isn't a literal pile of bones, she's out here trying to be a supportive, skeletal mommy. Tamer blasts her magic and reveals her human self to the pixie, and even as a ghost that grin is pure, top-tier riz. They introduced themselves and it was instant sparks. Lala finally found someone who wouldn't judge her for that broken wing. They end up as best friends and yeah, it's surprisingly wholesome, especially for a story about a necrotic sorceress. When Tamer told Lala she was about to die from running out of mana, the pixie snapped, ride or die, and started ripping magic stones to keep her alive. Back in the present, Tamer goes straight for the spotlight. She tries to take every hit, leans into the MC, and confesses she's the thief, because she's got her tiny friends back like an absolute Chad. Lala's not having any of it. She lunges in and yells that she's the thief, and suddenly it's a full-on showdown as they fight over who gets shipped to jail. They start roasting each other like it's a fight, because it's the fastest way to save one another, and Lala fires back, calling her an old skeletal hag because the disrespect is absolutely real. Lala just wants her first friend to keep breathing. Don't make it weird. I'm not crying, okay? I'm crying. Absolute cinema. MC snaps to the truth. If he hands them over, they're both headed straight to the guillotine, because in this kingdom, magic theft is nothing to play with. So our boy decides to play the Chad, and suddenly it clicks. These two aren't evil, they're just stuck in a bad spot. Then he spots something super weird. They only stole one stone. Hold up, if they only nicked one stone, then who in the world hauled off that mountain of stones from the knights? But hold up, another thief is lurking out there, and they're way more dangerous than a pixie and a skeleton combined. Suddenly, a monster blast erupts through the graveyard. Whatever's happening out there is bigger than trouble, and it reeks of full-blown plot armor. They peer out and the whole kingdom is blazing. Bro, the city's getting absolutely cooked, and we're ending on a massive cliffhanger, so hit like and subscribe to catch what happens next. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Back with another banger, because our boy Locke finally shuts down those NPCs and reminds everyone not to mess with a beast Tamer with a whole monster harem. We kick things off with the kingdom looking absolutely cooked, flames blasting everywhere, while our MC and his huge wolf Lucky just chill with a skeleton lady, and she's got more riz than the entire royal guard. That skeletal mommy, Tamer wants to tag along, and if she's bringing this much real, untamed energy to the crew, who are we to tell her no? Meanwhile, the city's in full meltdown. Monsters are sprinting through the streets, and these pathetic low-level NPCs are getting smashed by werewolves and goblins left and right. Pure skill issue, no question. The local guards are yelling for everyone to run, but come on, look at them. They look like they'll be the first ones dragged onto the menu. One guard spots his chance and lands a hit for a second. Then the monster just shrugs it off and gets right back up like it's wearing plot armor, and dude is practically trembling in his boots. Right when he's about to meet his maker, some goblin-looking freak lunges in for the kill. He's totally done for, boys. Hold up, absolute cinema is about to hit. A huge hammer smashes down out of nowhere and turns that monster into a total pancake, and then, boom, right in comes the bunny girl knight. Look at the ears, look at that armor. Sorry, mommy. She's out here hauling the whole defense on her back while the other adventurers vanish without a trace. Yeah, she's literally carrying the whole squad. And just like that, Locke finally rolls in. Rika's staring at him like he's the last slice of pizza at the party. And yeah, she's absolutely down bad for him. She breaks it down fast. Those night orders really messed up, because every monster corpse they were babysitting has already clawed its way back as undead, and you'll need holy magic to cut them down, but the city's mana bar is running dangerously low right now. Reinforcements are still miles out, so the city becomes a giant smorgasbord for the Walking Dead. Rika barrels back into the chaos like an absolute legend, leaving Locke and the skeleton lady scrambling to figure out what happens next. If Locke realizes this whole disaster traces back to Lydia, he'll learn she's been snagging combustible stones to fuel an undead army, straight up a toxic ex with necromancy instead of closure. She's straight up using the stones like a power source to juice up the monsters. Tell me that isn't pure, unstoppable audacity. Locke finally snaps and stops playing it safe. He calls in his whole squad. It's go time, boys. Check out this lineup: pixies, an elf waifu, a demon bro, and those adorable little ant girls, and it hits like a gacha pull where every single card is an SSR. Damorda, the skeleton mommy, decides to flex and slams down a towering castle of hellfire. This fire pillar is so massive that if this magic doesn't brick you up, you're basically an NPC. Locke slaps his brand new undead ally into the squad, and Lala the pixie is just floating around like it's no big deal. Everyone's staring in total confusion, but when the magic looks this badass, nobody dares to question it. Demorty's head spinning after that insane flex, so Locke immediately hauls out a literal mountain of top-tier magic stones, while bro keeps showing off his wealth like the ultimate gigachad. Tamer claims these stones let her cloak the whole kingdom in a holy barrier and hit the reset button, like a tactical nuke aimed straight at every zombie. Locke tells the squad, just buy me a little time, keep them off me while I chant. Then it hits. It's the classic protect the mage mission, and it's go time. The squad surges in and Shannon the elf starts carving through ghouls like they're butter. This is peak action, fellas. Even those tiny ant girls, Patris, are here scrapping and getting it done, throwing hands like they mean business because size doesn't stop the grind. Look at this tiny powerhouse go. She's literally bullying a goblin twice her size, and you can't help but love to see it. Locke spots something off when his familiars slam into the undead. They don't just fall, they fade away like they're disappearing for real, and he finally feels like he's getting somewhere. Turns out only the familiars' attacks are actually landing, while the regular adventurers are just flailing around like they're swatting with toothpicks, completely useless. Locke shouts at Shannon to whip the other adventurers into using their familiars, because he's out here thinking 3 moves ahead while everyone else is stuck playing checkers. Shannon snaps her fingers and realizes her skill can lace every single attack with holy power. Waifu buff unlocked. Right as the squad starts flipping the battle around, a ray of hope finally shows up, then they tear into the mess and clean up the trash for real. Their teamwork is unreal. Side by side, they're cutting monster numbers down so fast it feels like a barber shop. Right when it seems like everything's finally going their way, they suddenly hear horses charging. Wait, is that the cavalry? It's the knight's order, and for once, the real government finally steps in with some backup. But wait, look at the leader's face. He looks like his browser history just got shredded and thrown online. Locke clocks it instantly. Something's seriously off because the knights start drawing back their bows and aiming straight at him. They turn straight up traitor and start firing, blasting the people who are saving the city. These guys are clowns through and through. Arrows are crashing from the sky and Locke's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Top 10 anime betrayals right here. The arrows slammed into the dirt with a brutal thud, but somehow not a single person gets hurt. Why? Because Lucky's built different. He froze his fur with magic, then took hits like a walking meat shield for the whole squad. That's a straight-up Chad Wolf. When Locke tries to reason with them and calls them allies, the knight leader just stares back, dead inside, like there's nothing human left. Those red eyes? Yeah, every last one of them's been brainwashed, turned into puppets, and the command is simple: wipe them all out. Locke snaps at the crew to just knock them out. He's way too nice, man. If it were me, I'd be serving them up some night kebabs. The demon bro channels wind magic and blasts them back, trying to knock some space between them. It works for a second, then these guys just respawn like nothing happened because they've got infinite continues every single time, and it's starting to drive me nuts. Patra, the sweet auntie, is gearing up to defend her Papalak because she's pure enough to light up the whole damn world. One of the knights creeps in to ambush Loke with his sword. Bro really thought he could sneak up on the MC. Whack, Patra swings her staff and thuds him straight in the jaw. Sit down, NPC. The knight starts sobbing like a baby, screaming that she's a stupid ant. Meanwhile, Patra just snaps Locke into action and tells him to keep his guard up, and honestly, she's the real MVP. Hold up, the knight is talking and he's not guessing. He actually knows exactly who they are. Locke clocks that the guy's eyes are back to normal and you can practically feel it. The good old face-to-face vibe check was all it took to smash the brainwashing. Locke realizes magic won't touch it, but a brutal hit to the head will shatter the mind control, and that's the wild science lesson. Shannon grabs everyone's attention and yells for them to ditch the spells and start swinging, just punch the knights, and honestly that's the best tactics anyone could have had. Locke leans in and tells the baffled knight, "Yeah, the undead were puppeteering you," while bro spirals into a midlife crisis right in the middle of a war zone. Knight Millsail won't back down. He snaps that he's a knight and protecting the people is his duty, the way that one side character goes out with pure heroic, dying for a cause energy. He barrels into the chaos, roaring about his wrath, and you can tell he's desperately trying to steal the spotlight like he's the main character. He charges straight at the massive ogre and swings his sword with everything he's got, like his life depends on it. He connects the shot and strikes a smug, proud pose like he just conquered the world. But the ogre doesn't even blink, just stares like, "Is that all?" Then it slams him so brutally he's probably landing in next week. Rest in peace, my guy. He's dropped like a stone, coughing blood all over the place, because trying to win a boss as a level 10 knight will absolutely wreck you. The ogre swings up for the kill and Millsail just knows, yeah, he's finished. Ah shit, for real. Boom, the ogre hurls its fist into the ground and the earth explodes apart beneath it. Everyone's stuck in stunned silence, like the knight itself just got smashed into hopeless paste. But look, little Patter is right there, holding back that massive thing with her bare hands like it's nothing. Honestly, she's a real-life lowly Hulk. The knight hangs over everything and I'm staring at the sky like, wait, am I dreaming or did a tiny toddler just save my life? Patra locks eyes with the ogre and fires back at the knight, calling him a weakling who should run. And while she's roasting him, she's also bench pressing a monster like it's nothing. Locke came barreling over, sick with worry, because even an A-rank monster like her couldn't shrug off too many hits from an ogre like that. He's mowing down the small fry with sheer will, racing to reach his daughter before everything spirals out of control. The ogre's already leaning into the hit, fists up, both hands cocked high for a brutal overhead smash, and this moment feels like the delete button. Patra just tilts her head up, dead calm like it's nothing, and I swear, is she about to eat this whole attack alive? The impact is straight up unreal. This ground is literally blasting apart. Did she make it out? Is our fearless ant girl still alive? Now we're all stuck on a massive cliffhanger, boys, so hit that subscribe button to find out if she's still in one piece. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're jumping right back into the tale of the beast Tamer who got thrown out of his party, and then said, bet, as he started building a whole harem of mythical beasts and waifus so fine they should be illegal. It opens with this gorgeous color spread and straight up, if the main girl doesn't become a top-tier waifu, I'm gonna be genuinely heated. Then boom, everything spirals downhill fast when this giant ogre starts smashing our tiny bug girl Patra, trying to flatten her into a pancake. This absolute unit of a monster slams the hammer down with villain-level audacity, like it's already fully aware the moment he hits, he's seconds away from getting cooked. And yo, Locke is totally spiraling, because it looks like his precious daughter just got ripped straight into the shadow realm. Even the side characters freeze in terror, watching that colossal fist smash the ground to rubble. Locke suddenly gets those gut-wrenching flashbacks of Patra at her cutest, sweet as anything, and she's calling him Papa. I'm telling you, if she dies, I'm done with life. That kind of cuteness is so protected by plot armor it feels illegal. Locke is shrieking like his world is ending, drowning in grief because he'd do anything to protect his own daughter. But wait, look up, we've got legendary backup rolling in from the sky, and this scene is pure cinematic magic. Patra is alive, snatched up by a wyvern like it's no big deal, while Locke is absolutely wrecked, tears streaming down his face. Lucky the wolf grabs Locke and demands he quit acting like a beta and pull himself together, because the fight isn't done yet. The little bug daughter is apologizing to her papa for scaring him, all while looking like the sweetest, most harmless cinnamon roll ever. And just check these wyverns, overnight they got a massive buff and turned into absolute chads. Our demon bro leans in and explains it. This is the holy beastification power, basically a cheat code that lets you supercharge your pets. Even our elf mommy is shook, because let's be real, she looks absolutely unreal in that combat gear. Locke snaps Patra out of her tears, slides right back into full Chad mode, and hands her a potion so they can mount up and hit the skies for the air raid. The whole squad is blasting into the sky on these dragons, and the hype is off the charts. A full aerial blitz is tearing into the undead NPCs, and even the elf waifu swears they look just like legendary dragon knights. Then Marcus, the knight's leader, suddenly throws himself into the chaos like he's the main character. He slams into the Locke thwack, and the impact hits like an explosion. Locke gets shoved back hard because this Marcus guy is built different. He's not some random mob. Marcus starts yapping like the knights are gonna wipe out every last adventurer, and it's got that painfully small dick energy all over it. He's slamming that sword down with lethal intent, and he's basically telling Locke, "You're already a dead man." And the sword fight is brutal, but Marcus is clearly the one landing everything, way ahead on combat stats right now. Now Locke is getting swamped by this lightning-fast onslaught, and it looks like he's 1 second away from getting absolutely cooked. And Marcus is laughing it off, bragging that he's sane. But come on, anyone who talks this much is screaming psycho. Meanwhile, the rest of the party huddles on the sidelines, heckling him non-stop for being completely obsessed with the guild chief. This Marcus NPC struts around like he's untouchable, all because the king slapped a shiny title on him. He's going full edgelord, eyes blacked out like something snapped, like he's totally burned through the last 2 brain cells. He storms in for the final strike, screaming, "Die!" But then he totally blanks on one crucial detail. Lucky the wolf finally snaps and tells him to shut the hell up, because he's done listening to all this yapping. Lucky just whipped his tail and launched the knight commander straight into a wall, like he was nothing but trash. Our elf mommy swoops in to check on Locke, making sure her man is still standing after that brutal beatdown. Marcus is crumpled on the ground, twitching like a bug that just got hit with raid. It's straight up humiliating to watch. Even Locke's baffled. Marcus stumbles around like a busted animatronic after that tail slap. Suddenly the vibe flips and this clown starts strutting like he's born to perform a Shakespeare masterpiece. The Riz has shifted and Locke snaps to it in an instant. This isn't the same guy he was just battling. The villain drops the bombshell. She's Lydia, the legendary sage's apprentice, and she's been riding Marcus like a full-on mech the whole time. She kicks off her usual villain monologue, bragging about her research and how the undead have the power to do it all. She straight up says she's planning to sacrifice the entire country just to fuel her experiments. Pure next-level hater energy. Locke confronts her for stealing the combustible stones, and she shrugs it off with a cold, laugh-like grin. She struts like conquering the Night Order is some master move, but Locke just stares at her like she's a total clown. She screams orders for her undead army to slaughter everyone, yet not a single one budges. The silence screams and Locke's face says everything. This lady is completely delusional. She clocks that her plan blew up in her face, shoots off with a smug "see you soon," and walks away like the biggest sore loser alive. Lucky can't sniff her scent at all. That's a brutal L. Then boom, a brand new challenger steps in. A giant skeleton in a dress storms in by the side of a fairy, and I'm completely, no questions asked here for this glorious weirdness. This skeleton swaggered up, vibe-checked every last undead around and crushed them into dust. Then this absolute legend leans in and says he just wants a glass of beer, confirming he's the ultimate gigachat in the whole series. The skeleton clocks exactly where Lydia's hiding, then snaps at the squad to tail him straight into the final boss room. We end on this jaw-dropping watchtower lit up by a full moon, and trust me, the next chapter is about to go absolutely ballistic. The whole crew's revving to roll up to that tower and slam the job shut, And I'll spot you $10 if you can guess how many more wafus Locke is about to add to his collection after this. Yo, what's up my cultured kings, back with another certified banger. Last time Locke was out here collecting wafus like Pokemon, but today the vibe turned spooky fast. Our whole squad is posted up under a full moon in front of this huge, stupidly tall 4-something tower, yeah, the one that screams trouble. Check the lineup, the MC, a thick blonde knight, a lollybee, and a literal skeleton mommy, straight up cinema from the jump. That skeleton mommy perks up and senses it, she's here, and you already know the chaos is about to explode. Even our MC looks dead serious, like he just clocked that he hasn't shoved a new girl into the harem in at least 5 minutes. Locke orders the NPCs to back off in the monster garden while he slips the main girls inside. Because man's screaming that you'd better keep that inventory clean before the boss fight hits. Alright, he shoves at the front door like a total beta, but Demorta barrels in and shows him how a real Chad means business. Yeah, dude, she's not real. She's basically a prop, so she drops those top-tier magic circles to pull it off, and just imagine being the MC and getting absolutely outplayed by a stack of bones. That audacity is unreal. Boom, right out of nowhere, a secret staircase pops into existence. That's why you always drag a skeleton mommy to dungeon boys, she's got every hidden spot mapped in her bones. As they push deeper, the air reeks like a gamer's room after a 48-hour stream. And the Mortys start spilling about Disciple Lydia like it's no big deal, even though being undead for 100 years apparently wrecks your whole skin routine. They finally hit the bottom and, oh Lord, have mercy, look at this villain's assets. Lydia's out here dressed like a full-on feast while she reads her evil diary, and I'm telling you guys, I swear I could fix her. She's got that I'll step on you swagger, and honestly, I'm obsessed. Lydia's jaw drops when they actually smash through her zombie army. Locke just shrugs like, yeah, we cooked him, so what's next? That confidence is climbing fast, and honestly, it's amazing to watch. Lydia tries to play it like she's all high and mighty, but deep down she's starved for attention. Demorta bursts out of the shadows like he owns the night, grinning, long time no see, and the tension is so heavy it feels like a spirit sword could slice through it. And Lydia's like, wait, who are you? So Demorta fires up the past and jogs her memory with a castle of hellfire, straight up top-tier ancient magic. Lydia isn't a total fraud. She fires back with a water dragon, and suddenly it's an all-out elemental mommy war. The entire room erupts in steam like a shockwave, and honestly, it's way better than any fireworks show I've ever seen. Lydia's wheezing and panicking, then it hits her. She's battling her old master again, and as she struggles, Demorta taunts her like, you could have been a gigachat if you weren't such a mid-tier nobody. Lydia erupts into a full-on mental breakdown, screaming, shut up, like a kid who just got his Discord account banned. Those once perfect vibes vanish in seconds. Next, she whips out Eternal Darkness Drain ***, and yeah, that name screams I mean business. But Demorta's built different. She shrugs it off like it's nothing, then fires back, you're still a stupid child, and yeah, that's an absolute savage move. They're firing locking beams like we're in Dragon Ball Z, and the rest of the party just freezes there like, do we jump in, or do we just sit back and watch this go nuclear? Lydia's ranting and grumbling about how years keep piling up, while Patra creeps up behind her. Just look at that face, the one that screams, I'm about to ruin a career. Bonk. Patra swings the staff and clocks her right on the head, and the disrespect hits legendary levels. Lydia starts bawling, screaming how unfair it is, like, imagine being a powerful ancient mage and still getting clapped by some puny bee. You're officially cooked, sis. Locke and the knight are freaking out because Patra has zero chill when her anger hits. Trust me, the sweetest ones are the most dangerous. Lydia lunges for the exit, flooding the place with illusion clones. Then she freezes and growls, which one of you is the real me? Patra shrugs it off and starts cracking with that staff like she's been doing it forever. Bunk. Locke unleashes the ultimate roast, because the real Lydia reeks so horribly you could track her with your eyes shut, and the second her stench hits, her illusion magic shatters like glass. She's not just down bad, she's beyond cooked. Patra is going full don't you dare make my papa sad mode. She's the ultimate daughter, I'm telling you. Demorta lays a hand on her shoulder and growls, let me handle this, because she's done blaming fate and is ready to take full responsibility for her failed student. She snaps that they've already overstayed their welcome, then cranks up holy magic, ice flooding the air. because if she's undead and still dares to cast that, she's cooked. Lydia is losing it. Are you trying to kill yourself? And Tamer's already gearing up to explode in a glorious blaze. Let's die together, she says, and the whole moment turns brutally dark in seconds. Lala, the tiny fairy, is in full-blown tears, pleading, "Don't make me go." And sure, I'm not crying, but yeah, trust me, you're crying too. But wait, Locke, the MC, slams in out of nowhere and snatches the magic right out of the air with his bare hand. Seriously, that's peak plot armor, and this dude is a straight-up Chad. He twists the blast midair and slams it straight into Lydia right in the heart of the action. Look at that impact. That has to hurt like crazy. Locke snaps at him and tells him Tamer doesn't have to throw her life away for some loser like Lydia, because the Riz is absolutely off the charts. Lydia's sprawled on the ground, crushed and fuming like she just got griefed in a ranked match. Then she smirks because she's the villain. "This wasn't even my real body," and she vanishes like an NPC who's been programmed to ruin your day. The Mort's stunned, she finally realizes she almost tossed her life away for nothing. "You saved me," she gasps. Then you hear it again, one more wife who managed to add to the collection. Lala beams with pure joy because her mommy didn't turn to dust. But Demortes insists they've still got a split because she's completely tapped out on magic. Yeah, boys, that heartbreak hits hard. Yeah, Lala's practically on her knees begging her to stay, and it's straight up punching my heart right in the feels. Then Locke drops the ultimate man of culture play, "So, becoming my familiar?" he asks, and he might as well have proposed right in front of the entire squad. He tells her to take every magic stone she wants, but they'll still track down Lydia no matter what because he's basically handing her a reason to keep living. Demorta snaps a warning that her dark energy could wreck his holy magic, and Locke just shrugs like, "Yeah, I'm built different, don't sweat it." She demands to know if he's truly fine with it, and he shoots her that classic protagonist stare, so powerful every girl in the room just melts. We finally catch a glimpse of Demord in her human skin, lift, and dude, she's a straight-up top-tier baddie. She signs on the dotted line and the system kicks off a holy beautification ritual, no clue what it is, but the whole vibe screams insane power-up. Locke finally cashes in to upgrade his monster garden and he picks the C, betting he can reel in every last person later to flaunt swimsuits. This dude is playing 4D chess. Turns out Lala became a familiar too. She was already hooked to Lit just for the cost of one. And would you look at that, Lick slams her way back into a human form, and man, she is stunning. Honestly, boys, I'm giving this a 10 out of 10. I'd let her cast ancient magic on me any day. Me and the squad finally reunited, locked in, and itching for our next wild adventure. They rush back to town, where the rubble is still getting cleared and the whole place is rebuilding from the chaos. Locke finally catches up with Rika, the bunny girl who's always a feast for the eyes. But the second they step into the guild, the air turns sour and nasty. There are dudes posted up around the table, all glaring like they're one breath away from unleashing the angriest diss track of 2024. Locke is drenched in sweat and the vibe feels straight up hostile, so what's coming next? Are these guys the new villains, or are they here to flex as high-level simps? You'll just have to wait for the next one to find out. Yo, what is up, my cultured kings? Back with another banger, and today we're diving into a story where the MC finally starts winning for real. Look at this squad, the Riz is going through the roof. We kick things off in a room with a vibe so heavy it feels like everyone just checked their bank accounts after a Steam sale. People slump there like they're waiting for the principal to storm in and announce they're expelled. Locke struts in, and even Rika, the bunny girl with those seriously top-tier assets, looks completely stressed out. So yeah, I see what you're seeing, and trust me, that armor is doing God's work today. Rika fires him a thumbs up, then clicks the door shut like they're about to get into some spicy trouble. Meanwhile, he just stands there locked in place, looking like a glitchy NPC. Bro, read the room. And for once, this headband dude Titus is totally laid back, thanking Locke for stopping by even though he's slammed, and honestly, it's about time the respect finally shows up for the carry. Then Marcus, the Knights leader, straight up face planted into a bow when he realized he was done for, apologizing like crazy because he nearly sent our MC straight to the Shadow Realm, blaming it on how he'd been a mindless puppet. Locke's acting like a total coward, telling him it's all good, but if someone tried to pack me up, I'd want a legendary item as payment, no questions. Marcus breaks it down. The whole knight's order was basically brainwashing him, and he's got zero memory of ever playing the villain. Like, just imagine plot armor so heavy you can shout "I forgot" and somehow everyone buys it. 6 months ago, this mysterious mommy named Lydia barged into town. And from the second she showed up, it felt like she was here to set your whole life on fire, no safety goggles needed. Marcus swore her sweet perfume hit him like a drug. Next thing you know, he was completely down bad and sold out the whole kingdom. She convinced them that adventurers were the real trash, then flipped the whole party and made the knight hand over every last bit of monster loot. She's basically a top-tier gaslighter wearing a pretty little smile. Marcus is down bad, blasting out deep apologies to everyone he hurt, trying like crazy to shut down those "I'm a fraud" allegations right now. Titus is losing it because Marcus is usually the prideful gigachat of the crew, and watching him drop his head is straight-up peak cinema. Alright, apology accepted, bro, now drop the fighting and finally do something useful for a change. They team up to rebuild the city, and I swear, watching these two absolute chads finally lock eyes and seal the deal is the character growth we were starving for. With the knights and adventurers finally joining forces, this city just might survive. While the hunt for Lydia rages on, and you already know when she shows up, it's going to be a lot messier than anyone expects. But even after the city gets fixed, Marcus still has to eat the L for his screw-ups, and just when you think it's over, Rika storms in with the bad news, face lit up like a disaster is coming. That former hero, what a total loser, slipped out during the chaos, and you just know he'll come crawling back later to wreck the vibes again. 1 month later, the grind is finally over. So now it's time for the beach episode we've all been dying for. Look at these culture boys, wafers in bikinis, flying monsters, pure chaos and absolute banger vibes. This is exactly what we live for. The whole squad's posted up just vibing, and Locke's stuck in the middle with thick queens closing in, while he's still squinting like he's trying to crack the code behind 2.2. Rhea's out here looking like a full-on goddess in that bikini. If you're not down bad for the elf girl by now, you're watching the wrong recap. She's staring at Locke with those "please save me" eyes, and then, finally, he clocks it. She's been looking way more cheerful lately. Progress, baby. She credits Locke for her happiness, and I swear, Riz is finally clicking into place because look at that smile. That's straight-up top-tier waifu material. Locke's actually blushing right now. Yeah, our boy might be a simp, but he's got asterisk taste, and that's the best kind. Fenrir, the giant wolf, storms in at the perfect time because that's how he plays wingman, and he loudly reminds them that the reconstruction is going great, all thanks to the entire team. And after all that hard work, it's time to throw down a massive BBBQ, so even the gargoyle's here in a hard apron, flipping steaks on the grill like it's showtime. Absolute cinema. Everyone's digging in, and Patra's over here absolutely thriving like she's living her best life, while I'm just watching a gargoyle brag about yummy meat like it's trashy perfection. Look at Rhea go, she's double-fisting skewers like it's a sport, and honestly, if she can chow down like that, you just know she's worth fighting for, homies. Locke's got a tiny bird pal perched on his head, vibing like it owns the place. And sure, it's cute, but we both know that thing is probably a legendary beast in disguise. Locke is hunched over the grill, cracking seafood sizzle, and racking his brain for a name for the little guy. Bet you $10 you can't guess what he picks. This absolute menace just suggested yakitori, then, no joke, he stared at his pet and named it after grilled chicken, because somehow that bird looks like it's been cooked already. He starts rattling off different cuts of chicken like he's reading a restaurant menu, and Locke is straight up a savage. Meanwhile, that poor bird looks completely traumatized. He finally chooses the seal, because he realizes he's been acting like a total jerk, and the bird's absolutely hyped, probably because it's no longer on the menu. Hold up, who's this thick mommy in the black bikini? She's walking and serving pure looks and main character energy, and she's got you saying "mommy" on repeat. Mommy, turn. Turns out it's that skeleton lady pulling the illusion magic. 1 second she's a terrifying skeleton, and the next she's a full-on waifu. She says she figured a human form would look nicer, and I'm like, girl, you didn't just please our eyes, you shut down the whole damn fan base. Locke is like, wait, how does a skeleton even eat? But screw the logic, because this plot is straight up fire. That sauce hits so hard they all lose their minds. Locke's out here spilling his secret recipe like he's Gordon Ramsay in a fantasy world. The vibes are absolutely perfect. waifus are cannonballing into the water, everyone's laughing like there's no tomorrow, and I'm telling you, this is the calm before the storm. Even the tiny ones are launching water everywhere in a full-on water fight. And honestly, it's so wholesome and fun that it feels like the perfect reset after all that brutal brainwashing drama. Locke decides to ditch everything and fish with Fenrir, the giant wolf, just him and his massive beast chilling on a rock, and yeah, that's peak male performance. Fenrir looks at fishing like it's the easiest thing in the world, and now he's begging to try it. Like, I have no idea how a wolf is even gonna hold a rod, but I'm 100% here for the chaos. This absolute Chad wolf basically tells everyone, my tail is so irresistible I don't even need bait. And honestly, his nerve is so ridiculous it's hilarious. They're just soaking up the sun, chilling with the perfect weather, no stress, no rush. And if I had a giant wolf to lean on, I'd never get off this beach. Every Locke is snuggled up tight on the fluffiest pillow ever, pure peace. And honestly, it's the most relaxed our boy's been since the series kicked off. Suddenly, it snaps right onto the wolf's tail, Fenrir's thrown off balance, and you can tell it's finally working for real. Locke shouts for him to yank it out, and the wolf whips that huge tail like a fishing crane. Then you feel it, something massive is about to hit. They're hunched over the water, breath held, praying it's not another empty catch, because whatever monster they just dragged up is about to earn legendary status. That's not a fish, it's a scaly tail. Locke looks completely lost, but come on, we all know exactly where this is headed. It's a damn mermaid, and she's not even pissed, she's staring at that wolf's tail like it's the fluffiest treasure on Earth. Yep, fellas, looks like the harem just gained a brand new member. Yo, what's up my cultured kings, back again with peak fiction. Kaido and his massive wolf pal are just posted on the beach, living the dream, and then he spots something way too weird stuck in the sand. And yeah, it's a total menace of a waifu. This mermaid has zero chill, pressing her face into Locke's tail like she's never seen a dog in her life. Locke isn't buying it at all, he's sure this fish lady is a full-on predator, while Kaido just shrugs and tosses her right back into the drink. This girl's relentless, she's sprinting after those taillights, chasing the last piece of loot from that raid, and yeah, F-wafty, honestly, same girl. Locke snaps, he's done with the harassment, he rips up a colossal beam, blasts her straight back down onto the ocean floor and thinks, begone. Absolute cinema, look at that splash. Locke's a certified gigachat, and the crazy part is he doesn't simp for the very first mermaid he lays eyes on. The rest of the harem rushes in, staring like, what the heck was that bang? While Kaido acts like it's no big deal, calmly taking out the trash. But wait, she's back? This mermaid has zero quit in her, blasting out of the water like a torpedo because the fluff is calling her name. She insists she's totally not suspicious, but her eyes are screaming the truth, she's just craving a taste of that fluffy goodness. Look at that face, she's fully bricked up for a wolf tail. I'm telling you, the ocean messes with people, man. The moment Locke stops messing around, he fires off another get-lost beam, and Bra is literally spamming her ultimate like a level 1 NPC is the target. And she's still making her way back, pure audacity at its finest. And this mermaid is so locked in on getting that fluff that she'll risk everything for it. Locke's terrified right now. When the waifu's thirst goes too far, even the toughest monsters start trembling. Finally, San steps in, and our beloved demon mommy is done playing nice. She whips up a dark sun in her hands, charging it like she's about to erase this girl's whole career. Here, the sand basically says, pick go home or get turned into a fried fish platter. And yeah, that's the kind of dummy mommy you do not mess with. The mermaid snaps into action and yells for reinforcements. She pulls out the heavy hitters. Come out, Leviathan. The water erupts in explosions, and this ain't no run-of-the-mill fish, boys. A full-on world boss threat is breaking the surface. Look at this lad's scale, absolute unit. He makes Locke look like a tiny puppy. Everyone's trembling like their boots are glued to the deck. This is the king of the sea, and if he cooks them right here, it's lights out, full game over. The mermaid is fawning all over her guardian, baiting him with every sweet word like, show me what you've got. She's convinced she's finally crushed him and won. Then the Leviathan straight up bows like a gentleman. Nice to meet you, and I swear bro is the most polite sea monster ever. The mermaid's unraveling, she's craving a fight, but her dragon-s over there, calm as can be, acting like a total gentleman. Leviathan is trying to explain that real friendships are forged in fist fights, but he's saying it so casually it's almost disrespectful. Alright, he's about to flex, this power from him, bet it's so insane it could erase a whole continent. He snaps into some seriously high-level sea chanting, and the water erupts into a wild, spinning storm. That water dragon storm, the art is straight up insane, pure hype, no question. It's a massive death spiral, and this merciful version is still insane. Bros out here flexing on everyone like it's nothing. Not about to lose, San decides she'll flex her real power too. She's not letting some overgrown lizard steal the spotlight. She calls up a colossal skeleton specter, and this right here is peak necromancy riz. But the Leviathan spots the ghost and erupts in terrified shrieks like a little girl, yeah, a monster, and still freaking out. He straight up dives back into the water and vanishes. Bro, that's peak cowardice. How in the world are you king of the sea and you're terrified of a skeleton? San just stands there dumbfounded like, what am I even looking at? She already clocked that this guy was a total beta. Latch finally realizes Sam tricked him, then he lets out a breath because she used his one weakness, the ghosts, to beat him in the mind game without throwing a single punch. The mermaid whips around and begs for friendship, but Kaido just smacks it down. No thank you, savage level 100. She suddenly panics because turns out she's not freaking out for nothing. Her village needs real help, and boom, the whole plot just gets way more intense, boys. She's begging our village right now like, please help us. And that fluffy obsession, it was just a smoke screen to throw everyone off. Then, out of nowhere, those filthy fishmen showed up and tore into everything, making chaos and trouble everywhere. Leviathan finally jerks his head back up and explains for real now that the ghosts are gone. Only now he looks downright goofy. 3 days back, their underwater mermaid village got smashed in. Fish thugs raided the place and tore everything apart. Then we get hit with a quick biology lesson. Mermaids are the waifus, and fishmen are those ugly, shark and squid-looking NPCs. That village stayed peaceful for 100 straight years, so they had zero battle experience, and the moment trouble hit, they got absolutely crushed. Even Leviathan, the guardian deity, got captured because he's straight up useless in a fight. Picture a dragon losing to a shark armed with nothing but a stick. Like this mermaid named May was the only one who clawed her way out. Then she bolted to the land dwellers for help. Kaido's ready to help until they realize they can't breathe underwater, and yeah, that's a pretty huge problem. Leviathan yanks out some air grass, basically a sneaky plot armor plant that lets you breathe straight in the middle of the ocean. Swallow this and you'll laugh at water pressure and oxygen like they're nothing, pure RPG nonsense, and I love it. He swears they can take as much grass as they want. Just save the village first and the quest is accepted. Even the tiny kids are begging to leap in, and sure, Kaido's worried out of his mind, but he can't bring himself to say no when those eyes are staring up at him. The whole squad's locked in and ready to blow. Time to dive into an underwater adventure, boys. May is sobbing tears of joy. She finally found the heroes she's been praying for, and they're ready to save her people. And just like that, she flips right back into full menace mode, diving straight into Locke's tail like it's an all-you-can-fluffy buffet. Locke whips her into the air one final time, then it's straight to the mermaid village. Hang tight because when we land there, things are about to get soaked. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Back with another guaranteed banger. Our MC dives straight into the deep blue, and yeah, there are waifus in bikinis all around him because the plot demands it. Just look at these mermaid boys and girls, bros living the dream, while I'm stuck behind a screen grinding out these videos for you deans. Our MC is desperately trying to rizz up underwater, but every step feels like sprinting through a dream, absolute struggle, while the girls glide by like it's effortless magic. Even those tiny chibai wyverns are doing more work than the MC right now. Look at this. Go on, absolute units putting in training hours. Gargoyle Khan is blasting through the ocean with wind magic, shooting forward like a living torpedo, while the MC just flounders in the water like some clueless NPC. He thinks he's got this, but it's like watching a guy thrown into his worst nightmare, still in the water, still drowning, still fighting like he has no clue how he got there. Rest in peace to that big white wolf, though, he's getting straight up drowned while everyone else is out here living the beach episode life. My guy is literally crying underwater because he can't swim. Watching him like that proves the struggle is real and he's still the best boy. They burst into a spooky cave and it spits them straight into the mermaid village, so if there isn't a total thick mommy queen waiting at the end, I'm gonna absolutely lose it. Princess May is blazing the trail. Hey, look from back here, fellas. Yeah, I know what you're seeing, and honestly, I can't blame you. Holy peak fiction, look at this village. It's basically Atlantis, but the character designs are way better, and I swear this is straight up absolute cinema. I'll spot you $10 if you can point to even one character here who isn't a straight up 10/10. This place is dripping with pure, unreal culture. A giant shark just glides through like it owns the ocean. No big deal, right? But the budget behind this art is flat out unreal. Look at the scale of this place. May's giving us a full tour of her place like, look at me, I'm basically royalty. And yeah, that princess attitude is dangerously contagious. Living in a giant shell sounds awesome, until you realize you'd probably stink like calamari even when you're 7, but yeah, the whole vibe is straight up fire. Everything's glowing and looking stunning, like the perfect little setup for some culture, if the MC wasn't busy acting like a total beta simp. She claims the village is cloaked in magic, so anyone flying overhead can't spot it. Pure plot armor to stop the villains from just nuking the place. Suddenly, some idiot tries to skewer the MC like shish kebab. Watch out, bro. One second it's peaceful, the next it's getting cooked. They plunge into the shadows and May barks, shut it. She's finally taking control. Mommy, sorry, mommy. It's a straight-up shark man on patrol. Look at those muscles. He's been living in the underwater gym and he's skipping 0 fin days. They're plotting a stealth run through the back alleys like it's straight out of Assassin's Creed. Then suddenly you get that intense, tactical gameplay and it's about to kick off. And she might still ruin everything by screaming at the guard, because her IQ is basically room temperature and she's totally cooked. Even the shark is like, wait, is this girl for real? He's totally stunned by her wild, fearless nerve. She's out here stealing the spotlight like a true main character while the MC crumples under secondhand embarrassment. And meanwhile, this girl is basically an NPC with 0 aura. She won't hide and strike from the shadows. She refuses to be a coward. Girl, there's a huge difference between being brave and being a full-on idiot. Shark Man isn't messing around, he's going straight for the kill, and the MC has to step in and parry that spear like an absolute Chad. This Shark Man is hauling at a speed that's straight up unreal. Like the Flash, if the guy had fangs, rage in his eyes, and 0 chill. MC realizes the water is swallowing his speed, and if he doesn't change his game right now, they'll turn him into fish food. He hitches a ride with his demon buddy and now it's full send. High-speed underwater drifting, fast and furious like something out of a nightmare. They whip out a brutal wind burst and instantly crank their speed into overdrive. This is the kind of hype action I live for. MC barrels into Shark Man with full force, smashing him hard. Wrecked. Nemo, you mess with the squad, you pay the price. A huge explosion rocks the place, bubbles everywhere, and I'm telling you that shark is either finished or about to be because that hit was brutal. Forget it, the Shark Man's a literal tank. He just stood there and ate every hit like it was nothing, and now the MC's starting to look seriously nervous. Sharkman blasts out a vicious roar. This is full-on boss fight time, and you can practically see the berserk breaking loose in his eyes. He starts hurling spear thrusts non-stop like he's locked into an arcade rhythm. Just mash, mash, mash one button, 0 skill. Classic spammer energy. MC is sprinting through danger, dodging death with every heartbeat. One slip, and our guy's out for good, no second chances, and the tension is screaming. Wait, MC is really using his brain. He's predicting every move down to the centimeter. Bro literally flipped on the hacks. That spear screamed past his face by the skin of his teeth. My heart is pounding like crazy right now. What a brutal close call. 70 centimeters to the left, like he's reading the world's code from his brain, and dude, look at him go. He finally cracked it. This shark isn't hunting. It's just replaying the same moves over and over like an NPC, except the AI's glitching. Turns out the shark's been brainwashed too, just like those pathetic knights from earlier. Now the story's thick like oatmeal you can't stop eating. Now it's the ultimate counterattack. Our MC is about to snatch this guy's whole career with one insane, perfectly timed brain move. He snatches the Shark Man and shuts it down. Yeah, buddy, you're cooked. the big brain MC caught you lacking. Use your tentacles? Wait, did he really just say that? This manga is firing off the Gary culture lightning speed, and I'm loving exactly where it's headed. They've got him tied up, the shark squirming like it's in pure misery, but you know what? He earned it, he was just a villain's pawn. They're trying to figure out who hit them with this brainwashing, either a top-tier mage or some big boss villain we haven't even met. They rounded up every guard, boom, the whole squad's here, all squared away and looking sharp. Mission's complete for now. She spots someone she knows and bolts off. Wait, is that another waifu? Please, let it be another waifu. Oh, mommy, Madeline just walked into the chat and she's straight up stacked. Look at those curves, boys, we're getting fed tonight. Madeline is sobbing her heart out and her tears pop into pearls. Honestly, I've never seen a crying session get this ridiculously profitable in my life. Turns out those powerful mermaids cry pearl tears when their emotions hit. And now I'm thinking I need one of them so I can become a billionaire. Madeline is the queen's servant, she's thanking the MC and I can't stop gushing over her design, she's straight up top tier. Most of the mermaids got dragged straight to Fishman Village and honestly, this is a full-on prison break arc now, so buckle up. She hands the MC a pearl like a reward and bro just got paid in pure jewelry for doing barely anything. What a life. She begged for help one more time, and with a face like that and that outfit on, there's no way anyone could say no. MC is down bad hard. Look at that midriff shot. This artist totally knew how to hit the spot for the men of culture. They crash into Fishman Village, and wow, it's a jagged, rocky slum that feels nothing like mermaid paradise, and it screams villain hideout. Too many guards everywhere. Alright, hold up, what's that far off in the distance? Yeah, something's definitely not supposed to be here. A ship's sinking underwater and something's super fishy here. Yeah, I'm talking about more than just the guards, I mean that human tech is screaming for attention. Some human priest is face to face with a shark man and you can already smell the betrayal. Trust me, the guy in that robe is as slick as they come. They spot the leader on a tiny boat and the MC is one step from jumping in, ready to blow the whole illegal operation wide open. Oh no, there's a mermaid locked in a cage and they've even gagged her. This went from woe to culture shock instantly. So humans are actually selling mermaids? That's not villainy, that's straight up trash. Time for our MC to flip into GigaChad mode and rescue the waifus. Yo, what's up my cultured kings, back with another one. And right when it starts, you get these scumbag NPCs trying to hawk mermaids like they're just merch and our MC's face says it all. Yeah, this is mid-tier villain nonsense. The ship starts hauling tail, thinking it can actually dodge the plot. Nope, not on my watch, fam. That massive dragon screams to torch everything right now, but the MC slaps the brakes, because we've got to hunt down the main base first. He fires off his tiny bird seal for recon, basically a living drone, and there's zero lag. CL hangs over the ship like a poisonous X, while the rest of the squad tightens up, ready to burst into the Fishman Village. The mermaids want to take control of the guards themselves, and yeah, they're eyeing those girls' strengths. I'm down bad for the one in the middle, she's got main girl energy through the roof. MC's out here acting like a total simp, panicking that it's too dangerous for them. Bro, they live in the ocean, they can handle a few fish. Suddenly mommy, I mean Demort, she slams in with a giant wolf, demands everyone step aside, and that outfit, it screams pure cultured elegance. That wolf is way too amped for what's coming next. Demor's got that smug, I'm about to wipe these NPCs off the map energy. MC's like, alright, I'm in, I trust that demon lady. And honestly, that's the smartest decision he's made all day. Even the dragon has to admit these two are likely stronger than him, like, that's next level power scaling and it's kind of terrifying. The squad barrels into the village, while the Sharkmen have zero clue they're seconds away from getting cooked. Demord and that wolf are gearing up for a wicked combo spell. If you're not already shaking with excitement, go check your heartbeat. The wolf suddenly whips into a Beyblade-style spin, gathering so much mana it feels like it's ready to redraw the whole map. They unleash a massive energy beam that's basically a nuke, and if you're anywhere in that general area, you're getting it. That beam crashes into the water, and you can practically feel the anime budget burning like crazy for this exact shot. The shark guards are totally stunned, staring like they've just seen a ghost right in front of them. Demorta slams them with the X-band command, and I can already hear what you're thinking. Yeah, she's absolutely cinema. A giant magic circle blossoms across the water's surface, straight up high-level Riz. She literally parts the sea like she's Moses, only this time she's way hotter. Absolute cinema boys watch the sea tear wide open, and those sharks just flop on the sand like total losers. The MC spots the opening and yells, "Move in!" And suddenly it's a straight-up fish-in-a-barrel trap. Hold up, so the mermaids are flopping too? They totally forgot they need water to move, like Major L for the Wafus. MC tosses in those tiny spirits to do the grunt work, while he sits back on the sidelines like a total mastermind. It's a full-on slaughter. Those shark men are getting stuffed up and bundled like yesterday's trash. The shark leader is snapping. He fully believed he was the main character, and then it all changed about 5 minutes ago. The MC strides up to him like he owns the place, and the shark just freezes, because a human is standing right there in the middle of a dry ocean floor. The shark captain yanks out a shadowy dark orb like it's a cheat code, and you can tell he's desperate to slap on forbidden plot armor before the universe catches him. He slams the orb to juice up his squad, and they immediately start twisting into this veiny, gross-looking beast mode, like a mid-tier boss is about to show up and flex. The MC's jaw drops at the power-up. But come on, we've watched this exact kind of gain power flip the whole fight moment 1,000 times. That wolf doesn't care about your buffs, he just lunges in and bites one of you, no debate, no difference. Those sharks hit harder, but they're painfully slow, and right now that bored-looking wolf is clapping them left and right. The leader snaps and yanks every last scrap of magic back into the orb, chasing that classic final form moment like it's the only way to win. He transforms into a buff Giga Shark monster. Yeah, he's still a total beta compared to our boy, but he's going all in and giving it his absolute best shot. He's bragging like he's invincible now. Pro tip: don't ever say it out loud, because that's how the universe rips you open with a one-shot. He's moments away from unleashing the orb's power, like he genuinely thinks he's got a real chance. And it's gone. That tiny dragon rider zips past and snatches it like candy, pure speed blitz. The shark's face is priceless as he stares at his empty hand like his brain just rage quit. "Papa, I've got it. This kid's a straight-up Chad, not some villain, and Sharkman is officially done for." The MC grabs the orb and pushes deeper into the area, and the second it clicks in her hands, she realizes it feels weirdly familiar, like experimental tech she helped create in her own lab. She swears it's all backed by her research, then points out the villain was actually chewing on her leftovers just to pretend he's tough. And then oops, the Morch accidentally crushes the orb, and look at that shark's face, pure devastation. The magic starts spilling out, and the shark sobs like a simp who just got left on read by someone on Discord. Demorty tells him he'll land a better one soon, and I'm obsessed with the absolute nerve and wild disrespect. Turns out the shark's name is Pedro, and MC immediately grills him like, "Why were you acting like a full-on clown?" Pedro kicks off his heartbreaking backstory monologue, and you learn why. He was an outcast in the shark world. In shark culture, your magic power runs on fin size, and Pyro here has the tiniest fin ever, so yeah, it's basically small fin energy, guys. 10 days ago, a creepy businessman and a hooded woman slid up to him while he was out there alone on the beach, and the whole moment felt wrong. They handed him the orb to prove himself, but let's be real, he was nothing more than their beta tester for a cruel, evil gadget. The mermaids are furious for good reason. Just because you got bullied doesn't mean you can kidnap Pedro's wife. He finally confesses he was meant to trade the mermaids to those businessmen, straight up, for the orb. He's trying to apologize now, but the harm's already locked in. He genuinely thought he could buy respect with that glowing ball. Looks like the missing mermaids got hauled off to Brandon City. So yeah, we've officially got our next stop for this adventure. The MC leans in and demands that Demore fix the orb, or at the very least, tear it apart and analyze every shattered piece. She tells him it'll take time, but she's not backing down. Look at her striking a pose with the shards like they're trophies, because she knows she's the star of the show. She leans in and drops a real truth on Pedro. True power doesn't come from some magical orb, it's something deeper, and coming straight from a demon, it hits like a punch. Then she squarely tells everyone the shark shattered the orb himself, so they can't pin it on her, and honestly that move is legendary. Next stop, Brandon City. Alright boys, we're landing in Port City, Brandon, and our guy is already getting swarmed by a stacked harem of elves and mermaids. The plan's straight: track down the captured mermaids and rip them out of this dump. These mermaids aren't just swimming fish, some can snap into human form, sneak in anywhere, and yeah, that's basically the ultimate cheat code for anyone with taste. But half the squad stays submerged because apparently turning heads is bad for business. Look at these outfits, fellas, quick dry gear for when they burst out of the ocean, and honestly, that's peak character design. I already know what you're staring at and I can't blame you at all. While the girls gossip about hunting sunken treasure like it's pocket change, our boys suddenly slide in birdside kick peepee, dropping the intel they just found. The bird finally tracked down the secret hideout. Now we're locking in and pushing out immediately. They roll up to this enormous warehouse, and something about it screams trouble. The squad is sweeping the area for intel, and there isn't a guard anywhere. Either these villains are dead broke, or they're those cocky NPCs that just stand there waiting to get cooked, and the MC orders the waifus to back off and dives into a solo infiltration. Classic. I'll grab all the XP energy. Bro, the door is just sitting there wide open like they don't care at all. This security is so cooked, I've seen better defenses in a soggy paper bag. He steps inside and boom, it's like a horror movie set. Cages everywhere and the air feels downright evil. Monsters are piled on monsters in this place, like it's a non-stop red flag factory and you should be terrified. Look at these, someone threw them into a blender and called it design. Something is way off here. Our boy spots a massive glowing magic circle on the floor, and the second it lights up like a gamer's keyboard, you can practically smell the illegal research going down. Yep, it's a synthetic magic circle. These villains are basically playing God by messing with monster biology, and it's downright disgusting. And there it is, pure cinema. A massive tank stuffed with mermaids just chilling there like it's nothing. Yeah, I'm down bad, but come on, look at that view. MC is trying to play the hero, yelling through the glass, but the glass is so thick that nobody can hear his big main character speech. He scrambles to the top, hunting for a way inside, going all in like he's dead serious about breaking into that mermaid harem. The lock is braced in magic, so his tiny dagger can't do a thing. Then, from the shadows, a voice rips the silence and calls him human. Meet Drackle, the dragon god's grandson, and yeah, he's a straight-up gigachad, even locked up, offering the MC the exact key location in exchange for letting him out. MC doesn't even flinch, he's got that pure do-it-now energy, so he agrees to the deal on the spot, but he makes it crystal clear: the mermaids come first. He grabs the key, snaps the tank's lid open, and boom, the mermaids are finally free, looking like they're breathing again. But wait, the story just flipped on its head. The mermaid queen isn't even here anymore because someone hauled her off to an auction to sell her like she's some kind of rare Pokémon. MC realizes the auction house is packing risk-level security that'll drain every ounce of strength, and to make it worse, these mermaids can't even transform to slip away by themselves. Time to bring the backup, he yells for his team, then slams the key into the Dragon Bro's hands because once he makes a deal, he follows through. Dracula finally bursts out of that cage, and Hugh, look at the size of this guy. He's grateful to the bone, swears he'll pay back the debt, and that's pure chat energy right there. Then the shark men start pleading for help too. Just look at their faces, pure terror written all over them. Turns out they weren't mind-controlled at all. Someone just figured their magic was too strong, then shoved them off to merchants like they were regular NPCs. The MC cuts everyone free, and boom, everyone funnels to the docks together because it turns into a full-on monster swarm, and waifs about to lose it and riot on sight. Lucky the wolf is on the case, hot on the queen's scent, sniffing like his life depends on it. Little May is bawling her eyes out because she has one mission: save her mama, and she's so ready to fight that it's insane for someone who's literally still a kid. Plot twist: this regular little brat girl, she's secretly a princess, and yeah, royalty totally runs in the family. MC finally caves and lets her tag along, but he snaps at Madeline to get the gold ready, because if they can't blast their way out, they'll just buy the queen back. Yep, money's the real plot armor. They follow the trail of scent straight to this sketchy-looking building. MC tells the girls to stay out there while he slips inside to investigate, because he's not just curious, he's protecting the waifus like a total gentleman. He hands the princess a classic and vows he'll bring her back, because right now the Riz is exploding out of control. He stands right in front of the black market shop doors. This is where the real trouble starts. He shoves the doors wide and dives headfirst into the darkness. Look at this shopkeeper. This man is peak basement dweller, and he honestly looks like he hasn't seen a single ray of sunlight since the last century. The MC instantly calls him out for the stench, and the dude is basically digging for gold in his nose while he keeps talking, just foul. MC Flash drops a fat stack of cash and the shopkeeper's whole vibe snaps. Suddenly this NPC's acting friendly because, yeah, money talks. He hustles MC into the back room, bragging like his rare creatures make him untouchable, and I can't shake this awful gut feeling. The MC is on edge, convinced the Mermaid Queen has returned, until a shadowy figure suddenly steps into the hallway. Wait, mommy, sorry, mommy, look at this hooded woman's assets. She's clutching a bird and talking about some smell. Even that nasty shopkeeper is drenched in sweat. Yeah, you know she's truly dangerous when the local creep is trembling in fear. She's prowling around, eyes sharp, sniffing for a snack like it's her next meal. She steps right up in MC's face, eyes blazing like something not from this world, and the nerve of her, it's absolutely unreal. She cracks, "You smell weird and this mission's already falling apart. So tell me, are we about to lose him or can he still pull through?" Yo, what's up my cultured kings? We're back with another absolute banger. Our boy is diving headfirst into this city's underworld. It starts with the MC frozen like a deer in headlights because those creepy eyes are watching him from the dark. They quiz him about this girl named Lydia, and our boy is just standing there clueless, full NPC mode. Tension roaring in the air, and this mysterious hooded figure is scorching straight through his soul. Wait, hold up, mommy, she clocked me? Look at the way this sorceress is dressed. She's claiming she smells familiar magic on me like I'm right on her radar, and if she wants to dig into it that closely, I'm not even gonna complain. She slips through that door in a flash, acting like talking to some beta is way beneath her. Turns out, Risa the sorcerer. She's the one forging all these top-tier magic tools, and even the local shady merchant can't figure out the whole story behind her. Our boy gets marched through a door packed with a massive magic seal, and you already know, when a door looks that extravagant, the treasures inside are about to go full absolute cinema. And boom, look at this. For the first time ever in auction history, they're selling a literal mermaid queen trapped in a tank. I know exactly what you're staring at. Yeah, she's stacked with a capital T, the scales are unreal, and that figure is straight up captivating. I swear I'm getting hard just thinking about the bid price. Then boom, emotional damage hits like a truck. This mermaid isn't just some random face, she's Mi's mother, and the whole plot thickens faster than even the queen can keep up. The merchant won't stop bragging that she's leagues above everyone else, then she demands a cool 300 million like, seriously, that's a mountain of money for one fishy queen. Turns out mermaids aren't just pretty, some can actually throw hands, and that's why her price tag is off the charts. But here's the catch, some clown named Grise is fixated on her, the rich merchant's idiot of a son, and he's got that whatever I want energy. This guy's straight up trash. He snags women, gets bored fast, then throws them away like it's nothing, and yeah, absolute zero riz for this man. The merchant tells our boy, just wait, prices'll drop once Grise gets bored. And yeah, it's a decent move if you're broke, but we all know the MC's got that main character energy, so this plan won't hold for long. He locks in his ticket for the slave auction, 6 days until it all goes down, and the chaos is already heating up. He bursts back outside, and there, waiting for him with bated breath, are the squad, the wolf, and the elf girl. He has to break the news to the little mermaid girl. Her mama is safe for now, but in less than a week, she's headed straight to the auction block. They hatch a bold plan to rescue her, but the shop is locked down by brutal defensive magic, so you can't just stroll in and shout for a refund. Then boom, there's Drackle, a dragon man getting dragged away, and everyone's like, seriously, he got caught again. That's not bad luck, that's a full-on skill issue. Drackle is yelling at the top of his lungs about the illegal slave warehouses packed with demi-humans, and the guards are basically just shutting him down. Hey, pipe down. The guards are acting like straight-up NPCs, shutting him down and refusing to listen just because he's a demi-human. They start fawning over a guy named Chad, gushing that he's a truly wonderful person who's done so much for the town. But the MC finally clicks. The truth is brutal. It's chat behind the whole slave operation, and yeah, the corruption is real. Drackle calls them out for taking bribes, and the headguard looks like he's 1 second away from exploding. They yank the poor guy away to let him feel real punishment. And yeah, these guards are absolutely getting paid for it. The MC swears he'll rescue him soon, and you can practically see the fire of determination burning in his eyes, because he's done playing the simp and following the rules. He herds the entire harem together to break down what's happening, because if they want to drop a big shot like Chad, they're not moving an inch without airtight proof. They split up on the spot, sending Chad and his useless son Grise under the spotlight, trying to find some way around this whole disaster. The squad rolls into the market, and damn, every background extra in this town is actually getting a surprisingly good shot. They start grilling people, desperate to find out the real story on Chad. Every last person in town is fawning over Chad, calling him a saint and the greatest guy ever, while his PR crew is burning the midnight oil to keep the hype blazing. But once sunrise comes around, everybody agrees he's a total jerk, and honestly, the worst of the worst. The elf girl spills that Grise is out here kidnapping men's wives and daughters for his own sick games. And yeah, this dude is a walking, talking red flag. Suddenly, *grrrr***, a wild stomach growls like a warning, and yeah, the wolf's starving, honestly. Same. The elf girl's blushing hard, pretending like it's not her fault, like she's too pure to belong in this trashy world. It's lunchtime and the squad's buzzing to hit the food spots, because you can't kick off a revolution on an empty stomach. But then boom, a carriage rumbles up and some spoiled voice sneers, calling our boy a peasant. The audacity is unreal. A rich kid spots a rare gray wolf and instantly decides he has to own it, staring at Lucky like she's a shiny new toy. MC tells him the wolf isn't for sale, and that rich brat immediately starts throwing cash like he's partying at a club. He throws out a staggering offer, 20 times the market price, and dares the MC to grab it, because he's dead sure money can buy his way through anything. Our hero won't budge 1 inch, and that spoiled rich kid looks like he's totally done, because someone finally has the guts to stand up to him. The villain finally steps out, grim and ready to break everything, and you realize he's the son of the richest merchant in the whole city. Look at that flashy nouveau rich face, total "my dad will sue you" swagger. Bet $10 he gets his butt clapped in the next chapter. Can you feel how hard the MC's about to pop him? Yo homies, we're back with a fresh banger. These rich dudes are strutting like they're unstoppable, but they're about to learn they're just side characters while our boys run the show. Watch this fat cat Grise roll in like he owns the universe, and then, bam, he's literally hurling cash at people like it's a strip club on a Tuesday. But Locke ain't backing down. He fires back at that fat cat rich guy, making it crystal clear. His wolf Lucky isn't for sale, not even if there's a mountain of gold sitting right on the floor. Grise has the absolute nerve to brag that there's nothing in this town his wallet can't handle, while Acton likes is sitting there with infinite riz. Look at these servants bowing and glazing this guy like he's a god. Meanwhile, Lucky, the wolf, just stares at them like they're total clowns. The whole crowd is screaming his name like he's a rock star, but the truth is, the entire town is on full simp mode. Locke smacks him with a stone cold in no and proves, real quick, that he's a total gigachat who doesn't care about your pocket change. Grise gets so heated he snaps at everyone to shut up, because his ego just got wrecked by some nobody. Then Lucky steps forward like a warning shot, unleashing a dark aura that screams, "I'll end your entire career." Earlier, the pressure turns up so hard that every guard and servant just drops, cooked like they've seen their bank accounts hit zero and their bodies give out on the spot. Grise is completely rattled, because this wolf isn't some cute pet at all, it's a literal force of nature that wiped out his whole squad in one hit. Then, out of nowhere, the fat guy flips his whole attitude, praising the wolf's loyalty as legendary and offering to stuff him with the finest steak in the land. He tells Locke to pick a number, slap it with 100, and boom, tries to buy his way out of getting wrecked with life-changing cash. Locke keeps his cool and flips the script, telling the rich guy, "I'll point you straight to where there's more beasts like Lucky, right on my word." Grise shoots him a stare like, so is Locke a genius, or is he just floating through life on pure plot armor? Locke pulls the trigger, drops the bombshell, and straight up says he doesn't want money, he wants the mermaid queen from the upcoming auction. Pure pro-gamer strategy. Grise shuts it down instantly. Mermaids are priceless. he snarls, refusing to trade his best assets for some map. He casually drops that he's got a huge plan cooking, and Locke starts to realize this isn't just some guy with pockets full of cash, he might be something far bigger. He's shocked a broke drifter actually has the nerve to stand his ground against him, and yeah, the respect is creeping up fast. He drags Locke and his elf waifu along, and you already know we're all in for more screen time with that thick elf beauty. They roll up to this gigantic mansion, so expensive it feels like it could buy the whole starter town and still have change left. Gold spills everywhere inside, statues line the halls like a greedy museum, pure wealth flexing, no hobbies in sight. They trudge through a hallway so absurdly long you'd swear a GPS was hiding the bathroom somewhere, and Grise keeps flexing like it's his personal spotlight. This dude dropped a whole billion on a bronze statue of himself, and honestly that's the ultimate flex, like he's speedrunning ego at max level. He's even got rare white wolves just lounging around like pets. Then Locke clocks it. They're not ordinary animals at all, they're super rare monsters that were hunted almost to extinction. Then they step into this feast that looks like it's straight out of a blockbuster, lobsters piled high, steaks sizzling. Seriously, I wanna grab the food through the screen. Grise tells them to savor it because honestly he figures they're probably used to eating literal trash, then serves it up like the ultimate I'm buying you dinner but I'm still roasting you move. Lucky and that elf girl are face first in the food, absolutely living their best life. Meanwhile Locke is just praying it isn't poisoned. Lucky checks the vibes are clean, no poison in sight, while Grise scoffs that he's way too classy to stoop to rookie villain tricks. The servants burst into applause and chant his name again, and Locke's just crumpling under the pure, blinding ego filling the whole room. Finally, they slide into the VIP lounge, talk business for real now that everyone's plates are wiped clean. Lucky slips into the garden to crash, while the humans and his elf waifu dive into the nasty, gritty truth about the mermaids. Grise drops the bomb. He knows Lucky's the boss from some elite dungeon, and he also reveals Pravin's information network is totally cracked. He brags about being a merchant's son and basically dares everyone to admit it. Knowing the right things is the real superpower. When they asked him what he wants with mermaids, he claimed he wants to use them for training, and honestly, that answer feels wildly suspicious. But then boom, people start whispering about a fishman legend, and suddenly everyone knows the attack is coming, like, real soon, and the town hits full panic mode. Another merchant, Chadia, straight up Chad in spirit, literally called the attack ahead of time using an ancient disaster device. Grays pushes for the Mermaid Queen to command an underwater combat troop, so she'll shield his investments and keep the town safe. He swears he wants to minimize damage, but come on, he's really just panicking that his fancy mansion is gonna get soaked. He flashes the device Chad's using, but Grise narrows his eyes, because it reeks of a giant scam. Locke suddenly cracks the truth. There's a secret plan in motion, and the story finally starts getting dangerously thick. He leans in and asks Grise straight up if he realizes Chad is secretly tangled in illegal human trafficking, and those insane chimera experiments too. Chad won the town over by serving up free food and healing, straight up classic fake nice guy starter pack. All the guards are bought and corrupted with bribes, so Grise can't take action against him unless he lands rock-solid proof, or he'll end up looking like the villain. Grise is absolutely fuming because he can't stand the slave traders running wild in his town, and honestly, that's the kind of Chad in disguise energy. He finally clocks it. Locke isn't just some lucky kid, he's sharp enough to slice through all the bullshit. He cracks jokes like, yeah, I'm still a snotty brat, and somehow keeps that rich guy energy blazing even when he's being dead serious. That smug look says everything. Now that they're finally on the same page, these negotiations are about to get way easier. The vibe flips to full serious mode as they get ready to hit the fake Chad merchant where it hurts. But Grise leans in and asks Locke, you'll help me trap that guy once we've got the evidence we need, right? Locke grudgingly agrees, then doubles down hard. If Grise wins the bid for the Mermaid Queen, Locke demands that he hand her over to him. Grise can't stop fuming with confusion. Why does Locke think he's got what it takes to take on the Trainon and the Fishman threat? Then Locke drops the ultimate flex, showing off his harem of top-tier elf instructors, and a real, literal dragon beast lurking right behind him. Grise's face went priceless when he clocked it, Turns out he wasn't chatting with some peasant at all, but a guy who's basically got an entire army tucked in his pocket. The room goes deathly quiet as the rich guy tears into his whole life, realizing exactly who he's been messing with. He finally blurts out our boy's name, like he's clocked him as an equal for the very first time. He shoots his hand out for a handshake, grinning as he tells Locke he's finally got his attention, and that the deal is sealed for good. And just like that, the rich dude teams up with the op Tamer. Yeah, they're working together now. Stay tuned, homies, the next fight is about to be pure cinema. What's up, my fellow men of culture? Back into the world where being a beast tamer isn't just about pets, it's about hunting down the finest wives, and right off the bat we've got our guy looking like he's one step away from cooking up something absolutely legendary. We kick things off on the beach, but this isn't a vacation. Our MC is grilled for answers about some mysterious orbs, and I'm only staying for the view. Look at the assets on Demoored Boys. She's out here in a bikini doing research, and I swear she's got that top-tier mommy energy. She says she worked herself to death, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'd let her work me over any day. Jokes aside, she spotted something way worse. Those orbs aren't just mind control toys, they're mana-gathering devices. So what's all this mana for? Just to bring a world-ending demon back to life, because yeah, that's the classic villain on a Saturday routine. MC is still reeling, but check Demoored's expression, cold, unmoving, like she's carved from ice. That's not fear on her face, that's a woman who knows exactly how to take on a beast. Apparently that demon is the one haunting Shannon with this curse, and our boy is finally snapping into place, but he can't stop getting distracted by what's waiting behind him. Hey, cameraman, I see you. MC tries to play it all serious, but come on, he's just secretly thrilled to be on a beach with a total baddie. If this demon ever wakes up, the whole world gets turned into ash, pure chaos, destruction, and no way to stop it. They've got to track down the guy who forged that orb and shut this whole operation down right now. The top suspect is this girl named Louisa, the one working at Chad's shop, because honestly, imagine being a villain and branding yourself Chad, and then this NPC actually walks in acting like she's got Giga Chad status. That audacity is unreal. MC snaps at Demoored to dig deeper into the demon lore while he sprints back to the city. He spends a few days teaming up with the Chad guy hunting intel together, though it feels like he's mostly just shining his own reputation. The day before the big auction, this Chad dude fires up a soup kitchen, straight up trying to look like a hero in front of the cameras. Look at these NPCs forming a line like it's a hot buffet, getting ready to chow down on some mid-tier soup. MC and Shannon march in with Lucky, their gigantic wolf, and the whole town is bowing down, treating Chad like a living saint. And yeah, he even has a free healing stain set up. If you've read more than 2 manga, you already know that's a huge red flag. Everyone's getting patched up and suddenly acting like Chad is the second coming, like the whole world just leveled up. We spot Nayuta, a little girl with a bad leg, and her brother, and she limps toward the tent. Shannon clocks that Chad's got everyone wrapped around his finger, like that's seriously suspicious, and the locals are so down bad they can't even see it. Suddenly, the guild notice board explodes off the wall, like it's been waiting to blow everyone's mind. Chad flat out predicted a fishman attack is about to hit any day, and bro's either riding pure plot armor, or he's the one out there sending those fishmen. All the adventurers are buzzing like crazy, Chad-san said it, and now it's law and the glazing. Oh, it's absolutely unreal. MC could smell that cap from a mile away. He barrels into the little boy from earlier, and the kid is sobbing so hard his face is totally soaked. Lucky pops in to help, but his massive go-time dog energy overwhelms the poor kid mid-cry. The kid starts screaming for his life because he thinks he's about to get swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Lucky's like, "Bro, I'm literally a god to your monster, calm down." MC tucks Lucky away, but the kid keeps stumbling. Right then Shannon barrels in with elf mom energy, bringing out Riz. Yeah, she soothes him in 2 seconds flat, and I'm serious, watch her go, she's basically wife material at full speed. She even whips out cookies, and honestly I'd quit crying on the spot too if a thick elf started feeding me snacks. Just look at that smile, pure cinema, no cap. Yeah, he's not only starving, this kid's got a full-on real problem hanging over his head. His little sister Nayuta straight up vanished. She slipped into the healing tent for her injured leg, and vanished without a trace. The guy at the tent told him she'd already gone, but there was zero sign of her. Then the MC finally clicked. that Chad wasn't some cool catch, he was a predator. Lucky's back in full SHIBI mode, and the hunt is about to begin. MC blurts out an apology for calling him a dog, and the two of them get ready to hunt the scent down. Lucky goes full Giga Chad, swells up huge, and leaps over the city rooftops like it's nothing. This is why a beast Tamer boy. 'Cause he's darting like the wind, and the kid finally gets to see just how insanely cool a giant wolf can be. They're tearing through the sky above the rooftops, scanning for that girl. Shannon's weirdly amazing with kids, then she casually says she had a younger brother once, so yeah, is that backstory I'm smelling. She grills the kid about his parents, and it all turns into a mad rush for Daryl in seconds. Turns out their village got wiped out by white wolves and their dad didn't make it, he died fighting to shield them. Talk about trauma. They rushed to the capital to track down their relatives when Nayuta got hurt. Now the MC's heart is in overdrive, but his eyes are locked on the target too. He's got that look like I'm about to destroy this guy's whole career, and it hits the second those eyes lock on. Lucky slams the brakes the second they reach the source of that scent. It's this huge, jaw-dropping estate that looks like it cost a fortune. And surprise, surprise, Chad Hand's place. This clown's snatching kids and hiding them in his mansion, and the sheer audacity of it is unreal. Lucky caught Nayuta's scent and the trail of kids packed inside, and yeah, this dude's a bottom-tier villain kidnapping orphans while pretending he's healing them. What a joke. The guard spots them instantly and MC goes, "No way, we don't crash this place, we need a plan first." They head back to base and boom, Locke's in her pajamas, half asleep and grumbling like an angel. And yeah, cultured viewers, we're eating good tonight. MC snaps, telling her to babysit the kid while he lays out the whole situation. Yeah, the serious MC energy is off the CHARTS now. Shannon rushes to the kid and apologizes, knowing she didn't bring his sister back fast enough. She swears she'll track down Nayuta, and that steely determination blazing in her eyes is straight-up top-tier waifu energy. The kid finally wipes his tears, hands over his trust, and when the moon's up and the danger's real, it's go time for stealth. After that, the MC hooks up with a shady informant girl, hood up, but the vibe says she's got taste and brains too. He's got it. This is the final crack in the code, the last pieces of intel he's been chasing. She leans in and tells him the target woman's got herself cornered on the western beach, and she's hurt from the undead flood. MC drinks it all in, rocking that real-deal Chad energy, no villain act, just pure confidence. That informant gives off seriously creepy shark teeth energy, but honestly, we're not here to judge. They toss the bait out into the water and the MC stands there with his crew, yeah, including a straight-up shark man and a real mermaid. Alright, time to slip into Chad's mansion and pull those kids out for good, because absolute cinema is starting right now. Now, Main Fur, what's good, my cultured kings and queens? We're back with another recap of our favorite trashy adventure, where the plot gets messy and the waifus get even messier. And it all kicks off right outside the lion's den as Shannon flashes the innocent maiden card to slip past the gate. Those two guard NPCs are posturing hard, barking who the hell she thinks she is, while I'm giving big man energy like, yeah, try me. But Shannon steps in with that love beam and bam, these two losers are knocked down hard, instantly down bad. They went from "who are you?" to "anything for you, mommy," in record time, then dangled a sneak peek if she stuck around later like the whole damn crew was simping hard. Yeah, she's not really into those beta losers, she just plays along, then they go face first into the dirt while she snatches the bag and the keys. Our MC rolls up to check on her and Shannon's standing there like, "My bad," clutching the loot, absolutely cold-blooded, and I'm obsessed. They waste 0 seconds and crack that lock open like it's payday on a Friday night. MC tells her to watch out for traps, but come on, this guy's luck is so absurd he might as well have infinite plot armor. They step into a yard so huge it feels bigger than my whole future. Then boom, a pack of red coyotes closes in like wolves on a leash, and yeah, this is screaming mid-tier boss fight. Those are B-class monsters, and they're staring like they can't wait to sink their teeth into some MC steak. MC's locked in, ready to throw down, but Patra, our resident bug girl, steps forward like an absolute boss. She starts schooling these gigantic puppies like they're her rowdy kindergarteners. She sweet-talks them to get through, then rips off the mask and makes it crystal clear who the real alpha is. She flashes her a class orange power and a queen-level aura, and these coyotes suddenly realize they're totally done for. Look at these dogs prostrating themselves. This isn't fear, it's worshipping her with full-on reverence. Absolute cinema. Patra's getting head pats for being a good girl, and now she's even talking to the dogs too. That's pure Riz, and it's multi-species. They push into the basement and it all flips dark. This so-called Chad San guy has been running a literal trafficking ring under a fake healing station, and bro is a legit certified villain. The guards are downstairs guzzling drinks and cackling about how simple it is to snatch kids, so I'm praying the smoke clears them out. MC and the squad crouch in the shadows, listening as they plot to sell synthesized beasts. But before the guards even finish their beer, they start collapsing, dropping like flies, eyes going glassy, and it sure as hell isn't the alcohol. Turns out CL's the real MVP. This bird just hit him with a sleep flower and knocked him out cold, pure gigachad bird energy. They stumble on the kids crammed into a cage, shaking with full-on trauma. Then the MC drops that "don't worry, I'm the hero" line and races off to find Rylan's sister, Nayuta. The kids are buzzing with hope, cause they've finally spotted a way out of this total hellscape. Nayuta's got a wild streak. She straight up calls her older brother a crybaby while acting like she's the one who can't be broken. MC reaches out to hand over the keys, but this girl doesn't even blink. She yanks out a pin and starts picking the lock like it's nothing. She swears it's every lady's duty to learn lockpicking, so I'm like, what kind of finishing school are you running? Because I want in. She snaps the cage open, then shouts for everyone to get ready, because they're about to break out and move. Patra's so blown away she's basically begging to learn how to be a proper lady too. Yeah, it's getting weird, but I'm fully here for the ride. Click, Patra slips the handcuffs off like she's done it 100 times. Now she's one step from becoming a true lady, because someone just found her girl address inside a lockpick set. Everyone's got freedom still. They've gotta dodge those coyotes lurking outside first. Patra shrugs and goes, I'll intimidate them again, piece of cake. Nayuta decides it's time to teach everyone exactly how to look dead serious and truly menacing. Then Patra drops the most legendary JoJo level menacing face I've ever seen. Yo, it's fiction, but just look at those lines. MC just stares like, did we really pull this off? Then he shrugs, if it works, so he turns back and heads for Grise. They pass the kids to Grise. Finally, the guy's actually useful for once. Nayuta's still freaking out over her brother, but she's putting on a brave face like nothing's wrong. Grise leans into the MC, says he's got a master plan for the lock case, and trust me, things are about to blow wide open. Look at that devious smirk. This guy's totally cooking up some twisted scheme for tomorrow. The very next day at 6 p.m., we roll up to this gigantic tower that screams, final boss lives here. Inside, it's basically a roaring auction playground where the elite strut in silk, and the trashy rich throw money around like it's nothing. NPCs are everywhere lounging with wine in hand, smiling like they're harmless right up until they're ready to trade lives, and that's exactly why it's perfect for a heist. MC and Grise are posted up in the VIP area, watching the rich trash parade in like they own the place. Grise swears that if they snag the bid for the mermaid, they'll finally get a face-to-face with the big boss, Chad. The auctioneer bursts onto the stage with pure step-right-up swagger and slams the first slave into the spotlight. This guy's from the dragon god race, and yeah, he's literally Dracula. The MC clocks him instantly. Yeah, it's the same guy who bilayed them out before, so he leans into Grise and says, listen, we've got to win him over no matter what. Grise nonchalantly flicks up his hand and tosses a 500 bid like it's nothing. What an absolute flex. The MC gapes at the price, then Grise leans in and tells him, for a dragon god, 500 is basically bargain bin pricing. Turns out the dragon race isn't hated for no reason. They're hard to deal with, real trouble breathers, or maybe people are just scared of that chat energy. Grise soaks up all the attention, leaning hard into his spoiled rich kid reputation just to keep his cover, but now hold up, it's time for the main event. The jewel of the sea is here. And Lord have mercy, look at this plot. The mermaid queen finally shows up, and wow, she's got that double C energy. Look at those assets, mommy. The bidding kicks off at a jaw-dropping 50 million, and the MC's got a stone-serious face, but we all know he's desperate for that rescue mission. So are they going for the queen or burning out trying to pay the price? Hang tight, because this is about to hit like absolute cinema. Yo homies, we're back with another banger. And we kick things off at a high-stakes auction where the starting bid for a literal mermaid queen slams in at 50 million. Look at those assets, boys. The plot is thickening fast and the whole room is already sweating. Locke's got that dead serious face, but I swear he's sneaking peeks behind. Because just look at that curve, she's unreal, and the bidding hasn't even started going wild yet. Right when the NPCs think they finally have a shot, our GigaChat buddy Grise flicks his finger and casually drops a clean 100 million like it's nothing. Absolute king move. Every person in that room is completely done for. Just stare at their faces. They can't even process the sheer audacity of this absolute unit dropping a bag that big. These betas try to crush him with 110 and 30 million, but Grise plays it cool. Then straight up slams them by dropping to 3 million with a triple finger flex. A total Chad move, basically glazing the auctioneer on the spot. The room drops into bone-dead silence because nobody has bread like that. And the other bidders suddenly look like broke NPCs realizing they're trapped in a whale-sized world. Sold for 300 million, our mermaid mommy is rocking that tank like a queen, and the auctioneer is grinning from ear to ear like he just cracked the jackpot. Grise tries to play the spoiled rich brat act, but we all know he's the real deal because he's out here helping our guy when it matters. Yeah, that hidden riz is leaking through. They storm back to the rear, hammer out the contract, and fork over the money, and Locke stays on edge because he smells something rotten, and it's definitely not the mermaid. They step into the room to face this super shady official. Dude looks like he hasn't slept since the dawn of time, and trust me, the vibe is bad. The merchant's putting on his sweetest smile, calling Grise Sama like he owns the room, while trying to play it cool, not realizing he's about to get hit with the most disrespectful verbal beatdown of his life. Grise grabs the pen and starts signing the papers like it's no big deal while the merchant sweats, because he's convinced Grise is about to lock in the biggest payday of his life. Look at that old man's face. He's grinning like the world is his stage, but in a second, he's gonna get absolutely cooked. Grise slams the lid shut and calls him out on the fake tale about fishmen tearing up the town right there in front of everyone. He rips the whole scam wide open, and it's absolutely glorious. Then he drops a bombshell. Half the slaves up for sale are illegal, and the merchant's face goes pale as the vibe instantly evaporates. Grise is rattling off crimes like they're items on a shopping list. So the white wolves spring to kill a duke? This merchant is finished, cooked so hard he might as well be ash. He even pulls out a magical device meant to control demons. Yet the merchant tries to play dumb, while his riz is so cold it's basically at absolute zero. Now this old man is trying to play dumb and pretend he doesn't know a thing, while Grise just locks eyes with him like, "Yeah, I know what you did last summer." The merchant demands proof, believing he's untouchable just because he's some trusted official, and the way he's deluding himself is pure, absolute cinema. Suddenly the door swings wide, and this time a voice barks, "Ask, and you shall receive, you old fossil." Then boom, here comes the hammer. A tiny girl steps in like she's been through hell, and the merchant's eyes bulge so hard they look like they're about to pop right out of his skull like a cartoon. She's the witness. She was trapped in his basement with other orphans, and now picture this. A big-shot official gets exposed, all because the kid he kidnapped finally snitched. The merchant tries to play it off like nobody will ever believe an orphan over the pillar of the community. Meanwhile, bro is downing pure hopium by the lungful. Grise just stares at him like he's the biggest idiot in the room, then says, "You didn't notice, did you?" And suddenly you realize you're about to get hit with the biggest plot twist of the day. This isn't some random orphan. She's Nayuta Louis's daughter, and she's from a ducal family, the kind of top-tier nobility that changes everything. So yeah, you absolute clown, you're done for. She steps up, points the finger, and demands answers. Did he kidnap her and shove her in the basement? And as she speaks, his whole life and merchant career come crashing through his head. She's spilling every detail to the country and blowing the whistle on the hit they did to her father. She's here to collect revenge, and honestly, same. The merchant yells, "Where's the proof?" And the girl just smirks like, "Bet." Then she starts lifting her shirt, and I know exactly what you're thinking. Stay classy, boys, it's for the plot. There's a family crest burned onto her stomach, permanent, magical proof of where she comes from, and yeah, it's pure cinema. he can't deny it. Grace tells him how noble houses hide secret dye codes for these marks, codes slave traders never catch. Then the merchant finally has nothing left to spend and no time left at all. Oh, and her brother is already at the capital snitching to the king right this second. It's over, my dude. Grab your bags and pray you can survive the deepest dungeon they've got. Grice throws down the ultimate question: who does the country bet on? A duke's daughter or a greasy slave trader? And yeah, this roast is straight up legendary. The merchant is drenched in sweat, trapped like prey in a corner, and he looks one bad breath away from snapping completely, like his panic is about to hit in 4K. Then he bursts into laughter like the classic anime villain who just knows his secret base is seconds from going boom, and yeah, this dude is completely unhinged. Look at that creepy eye, this guy's totally snapped, and I swear he's about to charge into the dumbest decision ever, like the boss fight music is already kicking in. He snaps his fingers and boom, an entire squad of guards swarms our heroes like that's his big plan. No honor, no spine, he's hiding behind NPCs like a total beta. He brags that he controls the whole town and every soldier in it, and he really believes his numbers will save him from our main squad. Like, seriously, that confidence is adorable. He tells Grice to negotiate in the afterlife, like a madman, too close to get clapped by our main party any second. The guards snap into formation, lift their spears, and come charging in like a storm. Yeah, the nobles are in big trouble, but just wait till you see who steps up to deal with the riffraff. Locke just stares at our elf waifu, Shannon, and asks if she can take it. She grins, nods like she's about to end these guys' whole careers, and snaps into action. Grice is freaking out about sending her out there solo while Balak just lounges like it's nothing. He knows Shannon's built different, and he's pretty sure those guards are about to learn it the hard way. Shannon rockets in like a streak of speed and steel, and these guards are about to realize they're nothing but fodder for her personal highlight reel. She's already wiping them out. Look at that speed. Those guys can barely even catch her movement, and she's not even breaking a sweat. She's weaving through them, dancing like it's a rhythm game set to easy. And these NPCs never had a prayer against our cultured elf queen. Look at her focus, she's stunning, lethal, and still crazy protective in this fight. Honestly, I'd rate it 10/10 because she'd guard me any day. She's pummeling and slicing through everyone, turning the whole room into a graveyard for that merchant's ego and his paycheck. Because she's not just dangerous, she's a beast. She stands there basking in victory while the leftover guards stare around like their whole life just collapsed. Pure, absolute dominance. Locke tells them she's been training with Fenrir, so the human guards are basically swinging at her like fighting toddlers. She's not just some pretty face, homies. The second Locke calls her more than just a cute girl. Her whole boss mode evaporates. She starts blushing like crazy, completely smitten and down bad for him. She's giggling like a love-struck schoolgirl as they stride off, totally leaving the merchant behind, and that sweet little comment hits harder than the guards ever could. They finally track down Dob to grab the merchandise they came all this way for, only for him to look like he's been through hell and back. And there she is, Mermaid Queen or Tank, standing center stage with Drackle, that massive dragon man, right beside her. Seriously, look at the design on her, that's straight up pure culture. Drackle rips free from his chains, big, relentless, and absolutely not the kind of guy you want to pick a fight with if you're even a little attached to your life. Drackle is seething. He's furious that the mermaid brought in 300 million while he's stuck at a measly 500 gold, and his ego is getting absolutely flattened. Bro's straight up sobbing over that low price tag like, relax, you're free. Who cares if you're a budget dragon, just grab the win and keep it moving. Locke just shrugs off the dragon's tantrum and barks, help me haul the mermaid back to the sea, no arguing. We've got a schedule to keep. Right out of nowhere, the mermaid mommy rockets out of the tank on her own, fed up with hanging around. She's desperate for some fresh air. Locke scoops her up in a full princess carry like it's game over. Look at those scales and that blush. Our boy is absolutely crushing the Riz game today. She's calling him master and begging him to keep hauling her around just like this. Yeah, our boy has officially won mermaid mommy's heart. Turns out she's me's real mom. Yep, a huge mermaid mommy crashed the party like a wave with a spine. This is abs cinema, boys. Catch you in the next one. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? We're back with another absolute banger. Plots getting thick and the waifus are thicker. This time, we've got this broke Urchad trying to bolt on his ship, while Locke and his brand new mermaid mommy are posted up at the docks watching the whole thing go down. That beta thinks he's him, standing there like the win is already sealed while clutching stolen goods. Then he dares to tell our MC there's no point in running. Yeah, sure, but we all know who's really cooked. And he's even dragged out a witness to try and pin it all on our boy, then acts like it's some genius master plan, telling everyone to just give up. I'll give you $10 if you can guess how fast this whole scheme is about to explode in his face. Look at that ugly mug, he's cracking up like he can just delete the witness and walk away clean, like he's the main character in his own tragic mess. Then the ocean starts boiling like a hot pot, and an entire army of shark-headed fins erupts out of the water. No joke. I swear the animation budget just got shoved straight into making these sharks look as terrifying as humanly possible. Locke's got that grim stare, but Chad's out here stroking his own ego like these fishmen are his personal hit squad. Then I flash that I'm about to ruin your whole career smile, and he doesn't realize he's the one getting cancelled. He starts barking orders like he's a total gigachad, telling the fishermen to dump their rage on the humans. Watching this deluded fool try to flex some riz on the ocean dwellers is honestly cringeworthy. He roars at them to wipe out everyone, and the sharks launch out of the water like they're auditioning for a Discovery Channel special. While Locke just lounges there, mermaid cradled in his arms, basically proving he's a natural-born winner. The deck gets absolutely crushed by these shark bros so hard it looks like our MC might actually have to fight for real for once, but wait, look at how they're lined up, something's way off. The sharks hit the sand and instantly swarm Chad, and the look on his face is pure blockbuster. He's blabbering like a full-on clown, right as he realizes he's been totally betrayed. He starts panicking, rattling off where his right-hand man Pedro went, while the sharks loom there, staring him down with those cold, lifeless eyes. And yeah, boys, you gotta love it. The villain definitely didn't get served on a silver platter. Out of nowhere, a squad of mermaids crashes in to tell him that Pedro's already rotting in his cell. And the whole power dynamic flips so violently that I swear Chad felt his soul get ripped straight out of him. And would you believe it? The mermaid princess has arrived looking like a whole masterpiece, while Chad's legs are shaking because he just realized his loyal fishmen were secretly teaming up with the ladies the entire time. She jabs a finger at him and spills his whole trashy scheme, using the fisherman for his own greed. Then you snap, Queen, nobody under your banner uses the men of culture and walks away with it. The coward bolts for the exit, shrieking that it can't end here like he's the main character of some budget shounen. Pathetic as hell to watch a grown man try to parkour his way out from a real sea dragon. He trips over his own feet like a total scrub, face splints hard in front of everyone, and they just stand there watching, pure comedy. And honestly, this karma feels so satisfying it's got me bricked up. But the fun isn't over. Right in front of him, a gigantic sea beast shoots its head up, gaunt and feral like it hasn't eaten in forever. Chad squeaks, and I swear he might have just lost it. Now he's on his knees, begging for his life. No way, this is the mastermind we just saw minutes ago. The whole squad just stands there, watching that giant lizard rip him apart and humiliate him for real. Once the trash is out of the way, Locke's back to hauling Miro, the mermaid queen, around, and yeah, the rumors about what she's got are wild. She's staring at him with those I'm totally down bad eyes, and honestly, can you blame her? She drops the bombshell that she wants to follow Locke because, technically, she's his slave now. Locke freezes in pure confusion, but come on, we all know he somehow accidentally built the ultimate harem. Look at her striking poses for the camera and flat out claiming that being a slave is the perfect excuse to stay glued to his side. Then she even smacks him with the master's line, "Guys, we're witnessing the absolute peak of culture right now." She flashes him the sweetest smile and tells him she just wants to be his friend, while the suds bubble in the background. Because if this isn't a full-blown mommy, sorry mommy moment, then I honestly don't know what is. And then she straight up blurts, "Let's get married right now," and our boy Locke absolutely spirals like losing his mind, but honestly, take the W and run. The rest of the party hangs back in disbelief like, wait, is this really happening? While she insists she's still single and ready to mingle, the wingmen in the back are probably losing it, full-on tears of joy for our boy. Locke talked her into it for now, just joining the party and nothing more, but come on, we all see the endgame. Miro is officially the squad's newest member and the plot armor just got a ridiculous power-up. The story cuts to the dead of night on a lonely beach where a hooded stranger stands in silence, like he owns the darkness itself. And once the moon is glaring overhead, you just know this is where things turn seriously dangerous. Turns out it's a girl named Riza, clutching this creepy little voodoo doll like a weapon, and she's staring like she's one breath away from flipping into a full villain arc. Man, I love a girl with a little crazy in her eyes, don't you? Then Lydia shows up out of nowhere to confront her about stolen research papers, and the air gets so tense it feels razor thin. Classic mage standoff energy, and I'm absolutely here for it. Riza doesn't even bother talking, she just slams her hand down and starts charging a massive magic circle, pure I'm about to wipe this girl's entire career energy, and yeah, she looks straight up badass doing it. She rips open a spell named Numerous Eternal Darkness and Lydia gets hit like the world is ending, pure, terrifying apocalypse vibes. This isn't the kind of magic NPCs pull out, this is high-level, endgame level power. Riza's laughing like a maniac, acting like it's already over, while Lydia just stands there bored out of her mind. Yeah, you're cooked, because your ultimate move doesn't even make her blink. Lydia slips through the whole attack like she's got Tauhu on easy, and Riza is left rattled, shaken to her core. How do you dodge something like that? And yeah, face being so confident, watch that arrogance get crushed. Now it's Lydia's turn, she starts casting and suddenly Rizaz's magic looks like a pathetic sparkler. They said she'd be hurt, but nope, she was baiting that girl straight into a trap. She hammers her with a storm of hellfire and the whole beach detonates like a barbecue pit. Brisa shrieking as a true mage's raw power absolutely obliterates her. Lydia just stands there clutching a flaming ball, glowing like the real Dami-Mami of magic, while Riza lies on the ground, trembling and letting out this tiny eep, same as Chad did earlier. Out of the magic circle, a giant flaming skull suddenly erupts and Riza's face goes pale like she's about to drop dead. This isn't normal magic at all, it's necromancy taking aim at your stuff. A spirit named Demorta shows up out of nowhere, then drops the bombshell. She's actually Daya's master and yeah, she's a lick too, and even as a ghost thing she's still got that absolute step energy. That power gap is so brutal it's honestly not even funny and Riza suddenly clocks it. She's been playing checkers while these two are running 4D chess. Then Demora just casually demands her papers back like she owns the building, like a librarian who's done with her. Rizash shoves the bag over in silence, face drained like all hope got crushed, and when a lick mommy demands something, you don't argue, you hand it over and quietly beg you'll survive. Demore snatches the bag and morphs into a way more human form and man, the vibes hit hard. The braid, the outfit, and even that great sage title to prove she means business. She tears into Riza for her misconduct, straight up calling her out as a thief, while somehow looking unbelievably stunning the whole time, because being a villain is brutal when the heroes are this cool. She fires back, so why did Riza want to resurrect the demon in the first place? And you can practically see the girl freeze, totally out of words, because right now the story finally starts to get messy and I don't mean just the characters. Turns out Chad was the one hoarding the demonic orb the whole time, and that's why he was strutting like a big shot earlier, while Riza is just a tiny fish in a huge, brutal, death-on-the-line ocean. Demore decides to spare her and tells Riza to grant one last favor, right before she's either dragged into the Shadow Realm or locked up in a regular prison, your choice. While Riza braces like she's about to die, and the sage reveals he's got something else in mind. She leans in and tells Riza she's got real talent, then asks her to study how to bring people happiness even while she's stuck behind bars, and honestly it's the most wholesome go-to-jail speech I've ever heard in my entire life. Riza gets weirdly fired up by it and swears she'll do her best like she just walked out of a cult. No joke, if some woman had tricked me into chasing happiness in a cell I'd be obsessed too. A few days later we find Chad slumped in a dark cell, finally reaping what he sowed for his crimes against humanity, and his fancy life is over. From king of the seas to the dude who scarfs cold porridge in seconds. Like Riza's locked up too, but she's grinning and chanting, "I can do it!" to herself like she's totally lost her mind, so either the Hamas research is finally going great or she's just snapped. Back with the main squad, they're saying heartfelt goodbyes to the townspeople, then locking in like, "All right, next adventure." That classic sunset we saved the day glow, super wholesome and cozy. Even the sharkmen are now making up with the mermaids, proving everyone can get along when you cut out the toxic leaders. Still, Pedro is stuck in a cage because some people are just beyond saving. Locke gazes over the peaceful town, smug satisfaction flooding his chest like he's already planning the next wafers he'll hoard. With the sun blazing, birds chirping, and the world finally slipping back into its normal rhythm. That chubby noble struts in to hand Locke all the praise, but Locke's way too humble to soak it up. He's a good-hearted Chad who knows this win was pure teamwork. He gives everyone credit, from the little dragon to the whole crew, pure power of friendship energy. Honestly, a little cringe, but he can't help it, because out there, a mermaid queen is waiting for him. Everyone's grinning, the crowd's roaring, and the energy is pure fire as they get ready to head out. Locke throws one last thank you over his shoulder, looking exactly like the hero he accidentally turned into. That noble guy is out here praising Locke like he's the real deal in every way, and honestly, he's not wrong. This dude's got the accidental riz and the combat chops to prove it, the ultimate man of culture. But just when you think it's finished, the scene snaps into a dark, creepy cave, someone's breathing hard in the shadows, and you can feel the unease as the manga starts flashing stalactites and ominous shapes. A shadowy figure is straining to keep a gigantic seal shut, panicking, "This is bad." Sweat streams down their face as if one slip would spell disaster, because whatever's trapped behind that magic circle is absolutely not here to mess around. And right as the seal starts to crack, these huge crystal pillars blast into view like they're gripping something ancient, monstrous, and pure power underneath. The exact kind of moment that instantly pulls a recap video into the million views zone, boys. Through the crystals, we catch a flash of a legendary dragon, so huge it makes the last one look like a tiny goldfish, and it's clearly inches away from waking up from an eternity-long sleep. The figure snaps to the truth, there's no stopping this, and right then we cut to a close-up of the dragon's eye as it starts to glow. That's the "we're all dead" moment, and I'm so hyped for the next arc. The last thing we see is the dragon ripping free, then a final message hits. "I'm sorry to all of humanity," then boom, the real cliffhanger drops because his harem is about to get wrecked. Yo, what's good, my cultured homies, back with another straight-up banger. Locke's out here living every guy's dream like it's no big deal, acting like a regular dude, and we kick things off on the beach where the chaos finally starts to cool down after that wild fight. Look at this spread, boys. Monster girls are cooking up a storm, the vibes are unreal, and the whole party is getting fed like kings. This is what happens when you roll with an S-rank crew and top-tier waifus on standby. Then the mermaid queen Miro slams a literal nuke on everyone, looks straight at Locke, declares she's basically his slave now, and joins the party like nothing happened. And that smile, she's completely down bad for him. The other girls are completely wrecked, faces screaming, "We weren't ready for a literal queen to crash the harem race." Honestly, this mommy's audacity is legendary. Miro's energy spikes, pure intensity and passion, then look at what's happening with this woman's assets. While he's locked in, Shannon's freaking out in the background because she just realized the competition got 10 times worse. Locke's over here playing beta like he only said okay because she asked nicely. "Bro, a thick mermaid queen just offered to serve you, so take the W and quit simping for logic." Mero isn't backing off 1 inch, she's ready to pour her whole life into him, and I'll give you guys $10 if you can stare at her for 5 seconds without catching the plot she just dropped on the team. Locke is practically melting, blushing like a total NPC as she grips his hands, basically telling him he can ask for anything he wants, and yeah, the comments section is already screaming what they're thinking. Shannon suddenly leaps in like, "Me too!" And she won't let the queen hog all the glory, she's shutting it down for a boring hand-holding moment, while his absolute lewd behavior keeps stealing the show. Now they're all nodding and agreeing to back Locke up, meanwhile our guy just stands there like, "How did my life turn into a high-stakes dating sim right in the middle of a beach episode?" Little Princess May and Madeline are done with that idea like, "Mom, you can't just drop the crown and go chase some human riz," because Madeline's the only one actually thinking here. And then Miro hits us with the line of the century, "Locke made me do this and that," and suddenly P-phrasing screaming, "Mommy," because the princess is asterisk beyond furious with what it all implies. Miro yanks her daughter into a tight hug, and the vibes in this panel are totally off the charts. This is pure wholesome magic, and you can't help but stare at the character design. She beams and tells her daughter she did an amazing job, wrapping her in that warm motherly validation. Sweet, sure, right up until you remember she's basically trying to sneak out of an entire kingdom for some guy. And right off the bat, we're shouting out the real MVPs, Big All Dragon and the Ant Girls, because this party's so stacked with raw power it could level a whole continent. That mother-daughter bond is still growing strong, and Miro's out here looking like the ultimate mom, like, seriously, and the art style is doing all the heavy lifting for the emotion. She's schooling the princess on why friendship actually matters, and yeah, it's that classic shonen lesson, but when a mermaid queen delivers it, you shut up and listen. The whole squad huddles around that wolf and the elf. Then the ants pile in too, like some wild, high-tier menagerie of waifus and monsters in one spot. We're getting pure cinema. Those battle flashbacks hit hard, and Locke might act like a simp, but the moment blades come out, he turns into a full-on Chad. Miro is dead sure that sticking with Locke is the fastest route for the princess to learn, like, straight up using education as a cover just to stay glued to her crush. Honestly, respect the hustle. She wants her daughter to grow into a truly amazing queen, and honestly, that's peak character development, because even in a Man of Culture series you can still feel the heart. But Mero admits she's no help at all, she'd only end up ruining the kid. So she vows to take the adventurer's road, which basically means, yeah, I want to see what else Locke can pull off. She officially dumps the responsibility on Madeline, and Madeline just stares back like, are you seriously doing this right now? Madeline's the real deal. She's got nerves of steel, and she's the only one who can keep the princess in check. Straight up GigaChad energy. That goodbye hits like a punch to the chest. Miro vows she'll watch over them from the shadows, from Locke's side too, while she's rocking a bikini. But wait, those girls are laughing, and they see right through his noble sacrifice act like it's nothing. Miro blasts them with pure aura, copy OW, right in the face. And yeah, you know she's absolutely busted the moment she busts out that classic one-eye closed anime girl expression. Madeline fires off roasting at her the second it starts. So you just wanna get married, have fun, and be lazy, huh, you queen? And yeah, the internal screaming is absolutely real. The chase is blazing. Miro's yanking herself away from her royal duties while Luck just stands there dripping sweat. This is peak comedy gold, boys. Grise the chubby noble just watches it all unfold, clocking that Locke's party is basically a parade of world-ending threats wrapped in high-tier beauties, and the terror hits him hard. Locke's still trying to slide into that I'm just a harmless, good-natured guy act, bro, with a mermaid queen and a Fenrir behind you. Nobody's buying that you're just some random nobody anymore. Shannon's over here absolutely wrecked with lust over the juice. She's blushing so hard her face looks like it might straight up pop. She's totally sloshed on grape juice, straight up the most anime thing imaginable, and before Locke can even breathe, she's fawning over him, calling him the best guy in the world. She dives into the deep end, saying they can pull off anything if they unleash their full power. Like the moonlight itself is turning the whole moment ice-cold serious. She's out here explaining that Locke doesn't want to hurt a single soul and always puts everyone else first. Yeah, that's pure top-tier glazing. But for real, our boy absolutely deserves it. She closes the distance until she's right in his face, soft, vulnerable, and weirdly adorable, and you can't help thinking, wait, this is it, right? Is it finally happening? The tension is unreal, faces inches apart, and the heartbeat plus those sound effects are practically jumping right off the page. And Nappy, a massive water blast smashes the moment, and I'm just sitting here like, blue is all over the place, plot guys totally dropped it, and I'm mouthing hard right now. Turns out Mara wasn't trying to mess with anyone, she was just back there practicing water magic, and she accidentally turned Locke's romance into an absolute disaster. That mermaid is pure trouble for his love life. She's over there laughing like it's nothing, telling the others they've still got a long road ahead. And yeah, she totally did it on purpose, like she was stamping her claim. Shannon just snaps, slumps against a barrel and falls asleep, so close to greatness, yet a jealous queen swipes her dreams clean away. Locke is a total gentleman. He throws a blanket over her and keeps her warm, while Grise fesses up that he accidentally brought the real alcohol, and that's exactly why everyone's gone so wild. Grise clocks that Locke could smash anyone in here, but instead he keeps his cool and goes the kind route. That's straight-up Chad philosophy. Locke just wants his friends to smile, pure, wholesome, and somehow that's got all these high-tier women chasing him like he's the last good thing in the world. Look at that pure grin, no wonder he's swimming in unlimited riz. He doesn't even realize he's doing it. Grise finally gives him respect and it hits him hard. The only way to describe someone this unhinged yet still not a tyrant is pure good nature. Miro keeps staring at them like, yeah, I picked the right man. And there's no way she's heading back to the ocean anytime soon. Next morning, Mero slides over to Locke and teases him with a present. Then she jerks a finger toward the ocean and holy hell, there's a massive ship out there. Locke's face says it all. Imagine saving a mermaid and she hands you a whole galleon like it's nothing. That's straight-up peak gotcha luck. It's a ship that sank ages ago, but the mermaids hauled it back up, patched it, and turned it into a lifeline. Talk about the ultimate thank you gift. They step inside and kick off a full tour. This place is enormous, like a floating mansion built for Locke and his harem. Water wrecked most of the inside, but they tore it all out and cleaned it up. So Locke finally had the space he needed for his next move. Then they spot something that shouldn't exist, one painting that never got wet, a mysterious portrait of a girl lost in a forest. Yeah, that's a straight-up plot hook, boys. Locke is absolutely transfixed. He's just staring at it like it's a ghost right in front of him. Is this some buried past life memory kicking in, or is this the kind of magic that's way beyond his level? Miro snaps him back to reality. Hey, don't drift off, we've got a party to hit. She shuts down anything that tries to steal her man, even if it's just a painting. Night sweeps in once more and that ship gleams like it's carved from starlight beneath the crescent moon. Seriously, this is the kind of high-budget manga scenery that makes you stop mid-scroll. Everybody's packed together for the biggest farewell blowout ever, humans and mermaids finally living side by side. And honestly, it's the kind of win you just can't stop smiling about. Mero strides up to the mic, yeah, the rock, and gets ready to belt out a song that's about to turn the whole place into pure, absolute cinema music vibes. She opens her mouth and starts singing, and right before our eyes, the actual notes lift and swirl through the air like magic. This is the kind of culture we live for, boys. She's stunning and her talent hits you like a spotlight. Everyone's totally mesmerized, even the soldiers, like, completely forgetting they're meant to be tough. That mermaid queen's voice hits like a punch and nobody laughs it off. Locke and the girls are finally just calm, like the world stopped spinning for a second. After all that brutal fighting, they snatch a slice of pure bliss, and yeah, this is the healing part of the recap. The music rolls across the whole beach, like it's stitching two worlds together. No joke, that ending is a flawless 10 out of 10 for this arc. Mission over, mermaids hauled to safety, the villains wiped out, and Locke rolling in with a brand new ship plus a brand new queen by his side. Grise and the others are getting ready to clamp down and keep the peace, because this is the dawn of a brand new era for humans and the sea people. Meanwhile, behind jail bars, we catch one of the losers who kept throwing everything at the wall. And now he slumps like a ghost, with zero risk and absolutely zero freedom. 3 months later, everyone's cranking through training side by side, while Locke stands there like a proud dad, watching the joint combat drills unfold. Then Grise storms up to him, eyes wide with panic. He's begging for advice like a fellow man, and oh man, what fresh disaster has he dragged in this time? Catch the next part to find out. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? Back again with another banger where the monsters are huge and the wafers are even bigger. We kick it off with wheels slamming into dirt because our squad is rolling out on a mission. Then, something is huffing and puffing like it just stumbled into a gym, and the tension in this carriage feels so thick you could scoop it with a spoon. Whatever's driving this thing is getting absolutely wrecked at this very moment. Pure, unfiltered pain. Suddenly the whole vibe flips because we finally reach the white stuff, and nope, I don't mean that asterisk kind, I mean snow. Look at Lucky, just massive Fenrir, fully snapping, launching through the air like he's never seen rent in his life after getting his first paycheck. Like this huge fluffball is absolutely obsessed with winter, ice glittering everywhere like it's calling its name. Lucky's out here living his best life while the rest of the squad rides in the carriage, staring like, yep, he's basically a giant puppy. But don't get it twisted, we're not here just to throw snowballs, we're rolling to the mountains for a reason that matters. We jump back a week ago, this merchant guy is gritting his teeth, looking like a full-on midlife crisis is about to explode any second. He yanks our MC Locke into a private room and slams the door, because there's a secret he can't risk spilling to the NPCs out there. Get a load of Grise, he's blushing like a schoolgirl because he finally found a lady he likes. Absolute simp mode, but hey, we respect the grind. He's telling Locke that the girl of his dreams is begging for a rare ornament carved from a snowstone, except the market is totally wrecked and nobody's selling a single one. These rare stones are the kind you only find deep in the mountains, but right now the blizzards are crushing everything and the supply line has fully ground to a halt. He practically pleads with Locke, even throwing money at him like a bribe just to get the job done, and yeah, that's a quest prompt if I've ever seen one. Right as Locke is about to say yes, the entire harem erupts out of nowhere, like they've been grinding stealth nonstop. Graze is rattled. This guy thought he was safe in a private meeting, but Locke's girls have been eavesdropping the entire time with a magic watch. Absolute cinema. Look at these waifus, every single one of them is fully locked into the romance chaos, grilling for answers about the girl like it's a reality show, and then, mommy. Finally, Locke just stands there with his hands clasped like a priest, and Graze realizes, too late, that his private life has been dragged out for everyone to see. This poor guy is getting absolutely slammed by the party's wild, non-stop energy. Fast forward, boom, the journey is already rolling and Locke's out there hurling his summons to blast through the terrain like he owns the place. With Fenrir riding shotgun, the local monsters won't even dare to throw hands, and the caravan barrels through the mountain range untouched. After 5 brutal days in the freezing cold, they finally spot it. Those massive walls looming right up ahead, like the finish line has teeth. This is the gate to Karan village, and it looks like a fortress built to shut out way more than just a little frostbite. Grise straightened up into his professional mode, then told the guards, "We've brought relief supplies, now let us see the village head." The guards are way too chill. After a quick once-over, they just wave the guys in, and honestly it's probably because they look like they've got more riz than bandit. They smash into Karan village, and the people there hit different. Even with the cold biting hard outside, there's not a single flake on the ground, because this village is protected by a straight-up fire blessing that keeps the land scorching. Talk about an insane buff. Locke hooks up with the girls and they rush off to hunt the snowstone, while Grise gets stuck dealing with that painfully dull merchant nonsense. Grise is on his knees begging the universe to snag an accessory that'll make a woman's eyes light up, while the girls are just thrilled to be out on their shopping spree. They rush into the local jewelry shop, then the shopkeeper drops the bomb. Snowstones won't be available until spring and summer, major L for the whole squad. And yeah, they stash everything for winter and only process it later, so right now the shelves look way emptier than a simp's bank account. Right when Locke is about to tell Graze the quest is dead in the water, he suddenly hears a loud commotion coming from nearby. Some local merchant is getting cornered by a gang of thugs demanding magic stones, and they're rattling off threats, saying the village is doomed unless he hands them over. Locke strides over to see what's going on, but the guy snaps at him to scram. This isn't some show for spectators. Right out of nowhere, a hand slams onto the loudmouth's head. His own companion steps in and tells him to chill. And hey, check out this fresh character design. This elf beauty has cold, princess-sharp eyes, and she walks in with that step on me confidence like she owns the room, and honestly, I'm obsessed. These guys are the Snow People, an entire tribe of demi-humans that haunts the deepest mountains where normal humans can't even breathe. The girl snaps to it Locke could be a player and asks him straight up if he's hunting magic stones. Her brother's aggressive onslaught won't stop, but Locke stays calmly pressing him for what they're even planning to use the stones for. But the Snow People start acting mysterious, refusing to tell him why, and that screams red flag. Then they pull Locke aside and beg him to return to their village, because their chief has to lay out the whole story. They're so desperate they'll trade anything for those stones, so yeah, I know what you're thinking, now quit it and get your heads out of the gutter. Locke finally figures it out. These aren't just random folks, they're the ones who actually feed the village the snow stones. The brother hesitates, but the sister flips it like, bro, we need those magic stones way more than these rocks. And then just makes the call, no questions asked. She tells Locke, if you roll into Anissa village, I'll make sure you leave with a snowstone. Locke nods along, then snaps his party to go tell Grise the plans just flipped. because they're charging straight into the lion's den. Right before they head out, the local shopkeeper grabs the lock mid-turn and presses him. "So you're really going to Anissa Village?" He starts spilling lore. Any traveler who's been heading there lately doesn't return. They straight up vanish into the snow. Ever since the snow people started running around with Suju, the country of sorcery, they've been acting straight up weird. Check out this dark-ass nation. It looks like the villain lair for the whole series, and they're stockpiling power, plotting to crush the world one move at a time. The vibe is pure edge. The shopkeeper grabs Locke by the collar and warns him to watch himself because the snow people's sudden, ravenous craving for magic stones screams something S off. He's basically saying, if a good dude like Locke vanished, I'd never be able to sleep. Pure bro energy, that's a real win. Locke hears the warning and takes it to the core, because this simple fetch quest just flipped into a full-blown survival nightmare. The squad crowds the gate, face to face with the snow people, and they're raring to march straight into the blizzard. But as they step out, a hooded stranger lingers in the dark, staring them down. Someone's definitely getting wrecked. And his skis. "Alright homies, we're back. Today our boy is battling through pure tundra, because apparently he's never had enough cold in his life." They're barreling toward Anissa Village, but bro is practically trembling into a human popsicle like, if they don't grab a heater right now, he's toast. Suddenly, he locks onto this weird NPC kid just standing out in the snow all alone, creeping everyone out like he's there to hand out a side quest or something. The squad finally pulls up to the village gates, and man, the chill in the air is real, like it's creeping into your bones just like the mood. Welcome to Anissa Village, the one that claims it's blessed by fire, and if you ask me, that sounds like straight-up scam talk. The village head hovers over the fire blessing and immediately starts praising it like, "This is the only reason you're not frozen solid, dead meat cubes." But hold up, locals are sizing up our MC with serious side eye, like humans have zero riz anywhere around here. The village head tells him to shut out the haters, then steers him straight to the main hut, surprisingly cozy, like it's waiting to welcome him in. We finally lay eyes on the big boss, Krogo, an old elf who looks like he's skipped a barber for 3 straight centuries. They plop down for a tiny tea party to trade notes on the magic stones, and the second that teapot hits the table, you know things are about to turn brutal. Krogo's acting like the perfect gentleman for the moment, but I'm not taking my eyes off that old geezer. He's totally got some huge secrets tucked away. Our MC takes one sip of the tea and no joke, his soul practically pops out of his body, swearing it tastes so unreal he forgets he's stuck in a frozen wasteland. It's this rare mountain snow tea, basically a legal drug to them, and bro is already hooked bad. After the tea break, Krogo jumps right back into the magic stones, and the room's vibe turns heavier than my student loans. Suddenly, the entire place erupts into violent shaking like a magnitude 10 earthquake, and everyone's tea jitters so hard it's flying off the tables. The MC isn't just eye candy. He fires up his search skill, and boom, a massive power level is roaring from right under their feet. This isn't some little tremor, it's a monster's presence, and whatever's down there is absolutely gargantuan. For a split second, the shaking eases, but the MC's expression screams, "We're perched on a ticking time bomb." And he knows it. He shouts to the old man about the underground monster, and Krogo realizes he can't bottle this secret any longer. The truth is finally out. There's a tiny sleeping dragon under the village, and it's definitely not the friendly kind. This flame dragon is the reason everyone gets blessed with fire, like a massive, scaly geothermal heater, pumping heat through the whole area. That dragon-hot heat snakes through the caverns and warms the villages, like the ancestors were playing chess, and it's genius. But here's the catch, this dragon's been dead asleep for thousands of years, and now it's finally hitting snooze for the very last time. They've been tying sealing magic to it, trying to keep it asleep, while choking the whole town in smog. A mysterious powerhouse from the ice and snow tribe is holding that seal shut, like magic itself is keeping the monster locked away. Turns out this tribe used to mix blood with ice fairies back in the day, and honestly, that's the classiest lore bomb I've heard all week. But the sealer's mana is running bone dry, and they're scrambling like crazy for those magic stones, because if they don't, the dragon's getting out of timeout. MC is a total Chad. He agrees to hand over the stones, but only after they meet his one condition before he steps in to help. He's desperate to see that dragon with his own eyes, maybe to hunt for sweet loot or to try and tame the thing himself. If that dragon ever wakes up, it's instant national disaster, so our kid feels like he has to do his homework as an adventurer. Krogo's stuck on the fence, but he knows it. If the MC doesn't come in clutch with those stones, he's as good as dead. To speed things up, our MC yanks Tamer onto the stage and wow, mercy me, then flashes the assets of this great sage, Mommy. Tamer's got peak taste, she's everyone's favorite, and she's ready to keep that dragon tucked in and snoozing. She unleashes her legendary riz on the old man, whispers Oji-sama, and grips his hands tight until he melts into a puddle. That old man folds instantly and steers them straight to the hidden cave entrance, because even elves will do anything when they catch a whiff of that thick siege. MC just stands there grilling the old man for being a simple-minded simp, and honestly, that's absolute cinema. But the whole vibe flips when Krogo leans in and warns them about the sealer. She's a power-hungry freak and nobody can handle her. He tells them to back off and keep their distance, because if they don't, they'll regret it, and this lady is always one bad mood away from disaster. They finally hit the cavern's bottom, and you can practically feel the heat blasting up from the dark. Then there it is, an enormous dragon trapped in ice, staring you down like it's the final boss from a Dark Souls DLC. This monster is absolutely massive, and the sealing magic is the only thing stopping it from frying the whole village like a barbecue. Krogo barks at them to wait as he dashes off to deliver the magic stones to that moody sealer lady. Tamer and the MC kick back in the backseat, eyes locked forward, waiting to find out what kind of top-tier magic is keeping this beast on a leash. Tamer swears he can feel the romance in that magic technique like it's some poetic seal he's falling for, and honestly, we're just rolling with it because she's a cultured queen. Suddenly, a wild lowly lich bursts out of the shadows, looking like she hasn't had a Snickers in a decade. Before our boy even gets his sword out, that absolute lunatic granny unleashes some top-tier gravity magic. No chant, no warning, just chaos. Gravity slams down like a truck, pinning our MC to the floor so hard he looks like a total beta for one brutal second. That lady is livid. Krogo dragged strangers into her secret lair without permission, and now she's not holding back. She snaps at both of them to vanish, then gets ready to blast them straight into the Shadow Realm, and right when it gets insane, that's where they cut the scene on us, boys. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Back with another absolute banger where the plot gets wild but the waifus get even wilder. We kick things off with some hooded creep trying to pull a surprise jump like a total loser, and the nerve on this man to attack our boy, and that thick baddie too, while they're just living their lives, is straight up unbelievable. He's pulling a full-on villain monologue, bragging that they're about to get wiped from the server, and meanwhile our MC Locke is sprawled on the floor looking completely fried as this edgy wannabe flexes his magic. But hold up, plot twist! The hooded creep yanks off the hole, just kidding, and boom, it's this wildly eccentric grandma instead, giggling like she's in on the joke the whole time. Absolute cinema. She had us convinced she was a raid boss for a second. Our girl just freezes with the most empty stare, realizing she got played by some old geezer. And you can tell she's clocking that the MC's a total simp for falling for it that fast. Look at this granny's face. She's out here calling them an uncute bunch like she didn't just try to send them to the Shadow Realm for a prank, and now she's cranky as hell. I'll give you $10 if you can guess why. Turns out this is Margaret, the Snow and Ice Tribe's strongest survivor. Sure, she's old now, but back in her prime she was an absolute damey mommy. Meanwhile, the girl and the rest are just frozen there, staring like NPCs trying to wrap their heads around the Lord dump. Then some crusty old geezer stomps in, yelling at her like she's in trouble for talking to the guests. At this point, it's basically a retirement home brawl, and I'm telling you, watching these two snap at each other is way more entertaining than half the shonen fights. Margaret is straight up demanding magic stones like she's chasing a high, and the village head is finally fed up. Yet she walks around with that I do what I want swagger, the kind only a real Chad has. She snaps into full demon mode for a second, tells the old man plain as day, With that dragon here, she's in charge, straight up running the show, and the pressure she's blasting is so intense the village head starts sweating. After she shuts down the argument, she snaps her fingers and tells our duo to follow her. Wait, look at her fit though, that dress is working overtime and the details in the scenery are going wild. So stop the glaze and pay attention to the plot. And holy Riz, look at the size of this lad. They stride into the back and bam! A massive dragon is sealed inside a crystal like a legendary Pokémon just waiting to be unleashed, and honestly that is a huge upgrade to the whole scenery. Locke is spiraling over that crystal barrier, but I swear I know what you're really staring at. The girl's silhouette carved against those crystals is a perfect 10-10, like the artist planned every single detail. Margaret decides to teach them about the barrier today, feeling extra generous, and meanwhile Locke, yeah, our boy is acting like a total beta, just hangs back and stares at the giant lizard while the girls run off and geek out. She's totally blushing because she's finally getting a peek at brand new techniques, and yeah, she's a full-on magic nerd. But that smile, it's messing with me, and after all that chaos, she's finally truly happy. Locke goes full touchy-feely with the crystal like he's invincible, no survival instincts at all. Bro, that's a whole dragon prison, don't poke it with your bare hands. Suddenly, voices crash into his head, straight from the dragon itself, ordering him to fight it and stop messing with its nap. Like seriously, imagine being such a loser that even a frozen dragon has to tell you to touch grass. Mental pressure slams into him like a wrecking ball, hard enough to make him realize the voice is pouring straight from the dragon's soul. This isn't casual mind talk, it's top-tier telepathy, and he is absolutely not built to handle it. He suddenly feels his stomach turn and stumbles backward like the dragon's presence is a physical weight crushing his chest. Locke's face is twisting like he's about to puke up his lunch while the dragon just glares at him from behind the glass. Suddenly, the whole place lurches like a magnitude 10 earthquake, everything trembles at once. Then a colossal magic circle flares to life on the ceiling like the security system just got yanked into action. And yeah, things are about to get seriously spicy. That magic circuit is freaking huge. It sprawls across the whole roof of the cavern like someone dropped a whole budget on a single seal. And the craziest part is this isn't just a barrier, it's a full-on masterpiece of sorcery. Thankfully, everything calms down fast. Margaret's cracking up non-stop, beaming like she just nailed the perfect trick, flexing her magic circuits with the kind of pride you only see after winning the lottery. While Locke is still trying to claw back his dignity, a fresh challenger shows up, and it's a little kid disheveled like he just crawled out of bed. Locke assumes the old lady has a strong personality, which is just a polite way of saying she's completely unhinged. Ivan's been changed, and yeah, he's supposedly the shyest kid alive. The second Margaret hears him whisper, she starts roasting him on the spot because she's got zero chill, even with her own family. So this kid is Margaret's grandson, and you can practically see the whole disaster in Liz's face alone. If you're related to her, that's basically a 24/7 mental breakdown on loop. Margaret sizes him up as delicate and introverted, translation. She's calling him a total simp, and Locke just stands there, sweating bullets because he knows all too well what it feels like to get roasted by a lady like this. Then she swings for the jugular, snapping that he's got zero talent for magic, to quit for good and just live a normal life. That's ice cold for a grandma. She's basically telling the kid he's a background character in his own story. Ivan can't handle the heat. He bolts out the room sobbing, and the girl just stands there like a deer in the headlights, watching it all go down. Imagine being a guest and seeing a kid's dreams get crushed in 4K. Locke tries to speak, but Margaret cuts him off in a heartbeat, basically, mind your business, outsider. That's when her old-world confidence hits. She acts like she's lived longer than his entire bloodline, and she's not scared to prove it. The air in this room is so tense you could slice it with a sword. Locke stands there with pure determination, and you can see the main character spark finally flicker in his eyes. Yeah, he's about to do something big. The village head scrambles to get everything settled and out the door before sunset, because if Margaret catches even a whiff of this, she'll roast them so hard they'll wish they never walked in. But Margaret shuts them down with the force of 1,000 warriors. She demands they stay longer for the village's sake. Translation? Yeah, she's basically kidnapping them because they're useful. And the village head, he's completely losing his mind. She insists that if they lend a hand, the dragon seal will get even stronger. but it's obvious she's just treating them like free labor, and the village head is so stressed he looks like he's one bad breath away from a stroke. Right then, some other guy bursts in shouting that the merchants from the neighboring country are about to leave, and the village head practically exhales, grateful he finally has a reason to slip away from that out-of-control woman. Margaret, the puppet master she is, orders OK to head out with the village chief to see the merchants off. Yeah, she's hiding something, and you can bet she wants him to scope out what's really going on. The village head darts away and Margaret shoots Locke a look that screams, "Don't you dare mess this up." She pushes him to watch them like a hawk something off, and it's definitely not the local cooking. Man, look at that stare. Margaret might be a troll, but she's razor sharp. She can feel something's off with these visitors, and she's sending our guy in to lock eyes with the truth. They link up with the merchants and the vibe turns sketchy instantly. The dude in the middle is grinning way too hard, while those kids in hoodies look like they've got serious heat tucked under their cloaks. Locke clocks that merchant and freezes. He's strapped in with a sword and armor like he's about to dive into a dungeon. And no traveling salesman is built that tough unless he's hawking insurance from a war zone. And just look at those escorts. Every step, every stance is pure military precision, not some rented muscle, and Locke is finally getting it. These aren't here to trade spices, they're here for the smoke. Locke stays ice cold, drops his name like, "I'm just a simple adventurer," and somehow pulls off that mid-tier riz, acting like he's only a random NPC strolling through town. Carl felt right out of Suiju calls himself the merchant, and yeah, he looks like a full-on Chad, but the second your back's turned, you can feel it. He's the type to stab you in the ribs. Locke hears the name Suiju, and his face hardens instantly. Because he knows these guys aren't local, they've hauled heavy gear across brutal terrain, and something about the numbers just doesn't add up. They trade fake smiles and the goddess's blessings, but the whole room reeks of suspicion. Every single one of them is just waiting for someone to finally make the first move. The second they're gone, Locke wastes 0 seconds. He calls out, "Seal!" and orders his bird to tail them, and boom, our boy finally starts playing the long game. He can't shake the rumors. Suju has ties to some dark sorcery, and now the clues are snapping into place in his head. These guys are here for the dragon, and they're not about to ask nicely. The chapter cuts as the merchants slip out and Locke's eyes widen, because this village isn't just hiding a giant lizard in a crystal. It's hiding a whole lot more, and a massive betrayal is coming so hard I can feel it in my bones. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Locke is back, living the ultimate isekai fantasy while we're stuck at home devouring ramen. Dude just rolled up to a guest house that's way too huge for someone like him, but hey, at least the view is straight up gorgeous. His elf bro leans in and tells him there's a hot spring back there, and you already know what time it is, because the plot is finally about to get juicy. They usually come here to drink, and yeah, it sounds like some smooth chat tactic, yet Locke just stands there, completely frozen like an NPC with 0 personality. The elf hangs their head because they had 0 time to prep food, but Locke shrugs like a pro. He's been starving before, so he tells them, it's all good. And just when you think everything's calm, here comes the classic "don't go out at night" warning. Because some villagers clearly don't want humans around, and yeah, that's code for a plot twist that's about to slam into us. An elf starts ranting about trade and snowstones, and I'm just sitting here like, yeah, where are the wafis, because I'm ready to skip straight to the good stuff. Locke finally snags a moment to himself and slips into his pocket dimension, because the social heat of being human in an elf village is frying his brain. The second he shows up, a whole squad of puny spirits erupts, screaming "Papa" like their life depends on it, and if this isn't the MC, I don't know who would be allowed off a watch list. The whole family shows up to welcome him back, and I'm telling you, this guy's riz level for a basic generic MC is so ridiculously high it feels insulting to us hardworking chads. A huge feast is laid out right in front of them. Food looks legit, sure, but come on, we're not here to eat some fake digital steak. They're droning on about crop rotation and fish production like this is some farming simulator. But hey, at least demon mommy's in the frame. Lucky the wolf is slumped in the corner like he's been through war, looking way more defeated than me after a 10 pull with 0 SSR. Turns out that poor doggo tried to plow the fields and instead accidentally nuked the whole place. Like, yeah, that's exactly the vibe when you're way too overpowered. Locke tries to play the nice guy, soothing the wolf and telling him, mess up at farming if you have to, just bite things and it'll be fine. That wolf gets so moved he's straight up crying. Yeah, it's a little wild for a giant monster, but hey, even Chad's got hearts. Lucky swears he'll do everything he can, and meanwhile Locke's out here showering him with headpats like he's straight up chasing the Best Dad award. Right then, back in the real world, someone starts pounding on the guest house door, shattering Locke's rare little family moment. It's Demorta, your resident demon mommy, and she's straight up rocking that classy dress as she brings Birdseal right back with her. Locke's jaw drops when he sees them meet right at the entrance, but with Demord so thick, there's no way she could have vanished without everyone noticing. The bird slips back with the news and Locke finally digs in, actually using his brain to piece together what's really going on in this village. Demorty hits the village with a truth bomb, calls the head lady a straight-up fraud, and honestly, I'm fully with her, because mommies are never wrong. She's convinced that old lady's hiding the truth and that she'll never keep that dragon sealed for long because trust me, things are about to get seriously spicy. Locke matches the clues to that dragon's voice from earlier, and yeah, it feels like that legendary plot armor everyone swears is real. He still remembers the dragon snarling, "Don't wake me," and honestly, same, I'd curl up in a dragon's bed and sleep like it's my job. They decide to kick back in the village for a while and the wolf brings up the hot springs again. Boom, that's the absolute cinema moment we've all been waiting for. The story cuts to an outdoor bath buried in snow, and you can practically smell the brewing tension hanging in the cold air. Locke sprawled in the water like he truly earned every second of peace, while those tiny spirits drift around, stealing the spotlight as adorable little NPCs. And boom, here come the harem, and the whole scene is basically begging for eyes because Shannon and Miro are looking absolutely wrecked in the best way. The camera zooming in on those legs is straight up premium fan service, and I already know exactly what you're staring at right now. Locke tells them they all look great, and it's the most painfully beta compliment you could drop, because 3 absolute top-tier waifus are standing there in towels, right in front of him. Everyone's splashing and laughing like crazy, and even the dragons can't resist jumping into the bath fun. Lucky the wolf huddles on the sidelines, shaking like a giant furball, because once water shows up, he's basically finished. Demorty snaps her magic into place, conjuring a cozy warm bubble around the wolf like a total gigachat mommy, because she takes care of everyone. The wolf finally lets out the happiest breath and the whole scene feels perfect, like a beach episode, except it's snow everywhere and everything's steaming. Mero, the mermaid mommy, slides up to Locke with drinks, and her plot is so intense it practically leaps out of that towel. They're chugging banana sake made from Demortum. Yeah, one sip of that and you're getting cooked in about 5 minutes. Locke's locked onto Miro's assets and I can't even blame him. She's built like a straight-up goddess. She casually drops that she used to hit hot springs and even underwater volcanoes, like that's the hardest flex I've ever heard in a bathhouse. The overhead shot captures the entire squad just lounging in total comfort, straight-up luxury at a level most of us will never, ever get to touch. Suddenly, the sake slams into Shannon the elf and her face turns to Madored in an instant. She's officially gone. Locke totally freaks out, convinced she's dying only for it to hit. She's just a lightweight who can't handle her liquor and honestly, it's kind of adorable. She snaps back to herself, pushes Locke a cup, and those Riz eyes of hers are no joke, dangerous as hell for any guy who's never been through this. Her lean-in screams pure man of culture, and Locke's sweating even harder from the tension than the hot water. Her heart slams against her ribs and Locke is staring at her like she's a runaway prey. Romance warning lights are practically exploding right now. Demore finally strikes up some magical music, and the entire world snaps into a full-on dream sequence. Musical notes are literally swirling through the air and everybody's locked in like they're on cloud 9. This bath scene has production value so insane it feels unreal. That music is so loud the whole village can probably hear it, like a total flex, especially since there's supposedly no humans allowed in the first place. The next morning creeps in, the sun spilling over the mountains like it owns the place, yet my gut is screaming that this morning is about to turn ugly. And yep, every single one of them is wrecked with the absolute worst hangovers of their lives, while Locke's staring into the void like he's just seen God's face, and it somehow tasted like sake. We kick off the day with our boy Locke rolling out with this total elf badass, and they're smashing into the local mines because they desperately need those shiny rocks to keep everything running strong. She leans in and tells him this spot is a total secret from the village head, then slips him the VIP treatment while she flaunts some ancient magic writing like it's priceless. Locke's still reeling from last night's bender, but with some medicine from the homie, he's managing not to puke his guts out for now. Suddenly, bam, everything slams into a roadblock. A magic wind hole spinning so wild it feels like it's chasing my head after that late night at the club. Turns out only one top-tier mage, Margaret, can fix it, but she's tied up battling dragons, so she's not about to spare a moment for some breezy hole in a wall. A cranky elf NPC trudges up, starts rolling his get like he's got a mission, and loudly snaps about outsiders. Only he has no clue he's mouthing off to the main character right here. Locke doesn't even break a sweat. He decides it's time to unleash his big white wolf and let the locals see what a real Chad looks like when he's handling business. Lucky's looking huge and ready to strike, and this wolf's face screams one thing: he's about to wipe out his whole career with a single paw. The wolf starts powering up a magic circle that looks straight out of absolute cinema, and the local NPCs are left scratching their heads like, where did this monster even come from? Locke yells at him to hold back, but Lucky snaps, chooses violence, and blasts the entire cave wall apart like it was nothing but wet paper. That wind hole is gone, and so is the entire side of the mountain. Now everyone's frozen, staring at the collapse, praying they're not next as they feel the mountain closing in like a live burial. I'll toss you $10 if you can guess the repair bill, because that scenery is wrecked so badly it looks like a whole chunk of the world just vanished. Lucky's standing there totally baffled, replaying it like, did I really hold back enough? While that grumpy elf can't even find words, just stunned by this dog's straight-up audacity. But wait, turns out that overkill totally paid off because they unearthed a vein of snowstones that's shining brighter than a brand new iPhone. The miners are snapping because they're stuck for the entire year. Yet Locke just stands there, silent and untouchable, acting like the absolute king. Lucky tries to act like he totally planned it, but come on, everyone knows he just wants to blow things up for the thrill of it. The villagers are gawking at this dog like he's a living god, and after that performance, I swear, I'd join them and start worshipping him too. Even Grumpy Gitten, stubborn as ever, has to swallow his pride and thank the wolf, and it's a rare little moment of real character growth for a guy we barely notice. To thank him, they finally hand Locke a tiny souvenir, like yes, they actually show respect to the cultured guy and his straight-up overpowered pet. It's this giant snowstone masterpiece, straight-up artwork, and you already know it's gonna cash out for a mountain of money later. Git even blurts out an apology for hating earlier, because in this world, nothing builds friendships like going full mountain-level chaos. With the work finally finished, the boys burst into a feast and celebration like they just hit the jackpot, because honestly, they've earned every bit of it. They drop the invite on Locke and the crew for the party, and you already know our heroes are walking into the kind of food and drinks that hit like a cheat code. Lucky S out there clawing for his clout, hounding Locke for praise like, hey, I'm a good boy, while he turns mountains into dust with his nukes. The elf girl wastes no time cuddling the wolf, and honestly, Lucky is absolutely crushing it right now while Locke just watches his summon steal the hearts of every girl in the room. She gets all teary-eyed about wanting to roam the world, and Locke hits her with that classic MC hype, straight up pure riz. Look at that grin, she's totally down bad for our guy, or maybe she just really wants to feed the wolf again. A tiny gargoyle messenger swoops in to warn them you'll be late, like the whole plot just sped up faster than we ever expected. Locke drops that he's got his own gargoyle buddy, and the elf girl's eyes go wide as she realizes his whole crew is packed with top-tier summons. The gargoyle leans in and spills the truth. A barrier is wrapped around the village, cloaking it from the outside world like some no-budget Wakanda. The elf girl is totally shaken because she had no idea this was coming, and now she's eyeing Margaret, convinced she's plotting something shady behind their backs. They're arguing whether to smash it or keep it intact, and you already know Locke is itching to unleash a little locked-in chaos. She steps up and takes the blame head-on, proving she's way more than just a pretty face. She's a full-on boss who'll meet every consequence square in the face. They tie everything up inside the cave and get ready to head out, because for our crew, the mystery is only just starting. Locke tails a tiny bird named Seal, chasing leads to a mysterious merchant, because the hunger for answers never lets up. They slam into a dead end, but Locke kicks into his main character instinct and realizes that wall is a trick, an illusion hiding the true route. It's a secret passage that drops you straight into the country of sorcery, so you just know the magic is about to explode and danger is probably right behind it. But this place is packed with traps, so they throw in the towel and save the dungeon assault for after a well-deserved nap. We snap to a wide shot of the whole area and wow, the barrier stretches so huge it's unreal. You can tell someone burned a mountain of mana to forge it. Out of nowhere, a swarm of adorable fairy girls pops in, all fired up, ready to shred the snowy mountains on sleds like it's the most epic field trip ever. They're whipping up sleds like it's race day, gearing up for pure high-speed chaos. And I'm telling you, this looks way more fun than mining rocks. Everybody starts pairing off, and I watch the crew scramble to mount wyverns like they're about to tear up the track in some Fantasy X Games showdown. Then Marrow, the thick mommy of the crew, snaps at Locke to come with her, and trust me, I already know what you all are thinking, you lucky bastard. She can't fly, but she's got that pure magic energy, and Locke is totally down to roll with her and hit the road. They dive off the cliff, and it's instant bedlam, sleds and wyverns exploding through the air like a Mario Kart race that totally spiraled out of control. The fairies are living it up, so fast that one nasty bump could snap their necks. Look at them go, pure smiles, living the dream, until that G-force starts chewing them up, but hey, that's just how they do it in this village. Lucky and Locke huddle back in safety, staring at the carnage and praying everyone makes it out alive still in one piece. Those poor fairies look totally wrecked after that ride, with stars swirling around their heads like a full-on cartoon explosion. Miro's staring at her food like it's her second lunch of the day, while Locke just cracks up at the sheer chaos of his waifu. Of course, one of the little troublemakers begs to go again right now, because these kids have zero chill and seemingly limitless energy. Then we slam into the land of sorcery, Suju, where the buildings look razor-sharp and the danger keeps climbing higher and higher. In a dark room, shady figures are huddled over their evil plan, and you already know this kind of talk in the shadows always ends with someone getting cooked. They say the prince is thrilled about it, and in a kingdom packed with corrupt, bored royals, that's the kind of news that spells disaster. Then boom, we finally get the reveal, the former hero, Kid San, and this dude looks like he went straight full edgelord after getting fired. Just look into those eyes, this guy's about to snap, crash out and torch everyone's day because that grudge is absolutely massive. Right back with the group, Miro's still out cold on the ground, and the kids are already buzzing with ideas for their next wild adventure. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're back with some straight-up cinema because our boy is living the dream with a pet that feels like a cheat code. It starts with Lucky getting a custom-sized sled, and look at that face, he's maxed out on fluffiness, and his cuteness stat is so broken it's probably teleporting off the chart right now. Locke and his local waifu are just vibing, thinking a peaceful day is finally coming, while all those tiny NPCs on the sidelines are hyping them up like it's a main event showdown. But Lucky is nowhere near that slow life stuff. He suddenly snatches Locke and the girl off the sled like an absolute Chad, leaving them zero time to even whisper a prayer to whatever god they cling to. Before anyone can even register there aren't any seatbelts, Lucky throws it full send, rockets them off the cliff, like, I swear, I'd pay real money just to catch the stunned look on their faces. That poor girl is absolutely unraveling, screaming her lungs out like she's seen a ghost, because they're charging straight at a massive tree at Mach 10, and yeah, this is not OSHA approved. But don't stress, Lucky's a man of culture and pure magic, so he casually throws down a magic circle and blasts a massive hole straight through the forest like it's nothing. Look at this dog's pure audacity. He just bulldozes straight through nature like it's in his way, while the girl in the back is probably having a full-on "what did I even do with my life" spiral. They're just gliding through the snow right now, and if this doesn't scream peak winter sport, then I truly don't know what does. Lucky is out here howling at the moon like it's broad daylight because yeah, he's got that dog in him, and Locke's just feeding his pet compliments, praising his top-tier driving like it's the real deal. Eventually, they finally skid to a halt, and the poor girl is face first in the snow, looking absolutely wrecked, while Lucky just sits there like he's ready to start round 2 any second. Locke realizes she's basically fried by now, so he orders her to rest in the miniature garden, while Lucky's losing it in the corner, screaming that he wants to go again and finish the talk with full high-energy fury. But the fun dies the second they trip over those creepy magic wind holes in the snow, like the story just shifted gears and the danger is about to hit hard. Lucky's nose is built different. He sniffs out a scent that reeks like straight trash, and right away you know something's sketchy with those NPCs. They pry and dig until they unearth this pitch-black, edgy-looking crystal, and the moment the rocks start glowing purple, you just know someone's scrambling the balance of the world. Right on cue, a brand new challenger steps in hood up, eyes locked on Ivan, and you can practically feel the mysterious foo vibes radiating off them. She snaps at them to pack up and leave, because that dragon's seal is moments from cracking, and you and I both know the second dragons show up, the show's budget vanishes into the skies. She starts choking up about her grandma, but right as they're about to dive into the lore, Lucky spots a ring of hooded losers surrounding them. These clowns think they're the main characters, bursting out of the bushes and hurling fireballs like they're grinding through a cheap low-level raid. Lucky just stands there like an absolute gigachad, eating the fire head-on, then flicking his tail to smack the magic aside like he's casually playing tennis. The villains snap to it, oh no, they're getting mid-diffed, so they scramble into a flashy magic combo, convinced this is their Avengers moment. They call in this monstrous purgatory bird, no joke, it looks like straight-up cinema, but they totally ignore the one detail. The thing they're up against eats gods for breakfast. These clowns are smirking under their hoods like they've already won, meanwhile Locke just stands there, utterly unbothered. And Lucky snaps, and quits playing around. He whips up a counterspell so their bird suddenly looks straight up roasted. Locke casually drops the bomb that Lucky's magic is on a hydrant level, and the villains' smiles flip from "we run this" to straight up "we're done for" in the blink of an eye. That explosion just ripped the sky open, so huge it could have rattled the neighbors in 3 villages over. When the smoke finally fades, the villains are sprawled across the snow like they got thrown away, and the Riz luck right now is so bad it's downright unreal. He yanks the rope tight and ties them up like broken bundles of sticks, then he kicks off the interrogation. But these guys still strut like they've got some kind of escape plan. Locke fires back asking if they're from Suju, and the lead villain tries to play tough, until he realizes he's got 0 plot armor left. Locke clocks these guys love snow so much that he decides to hitch them up like a human sled. Now that's the petty energy I live for. The villains are outright sobbing and begging for forgiveness as that hyperactive wolf hauls them screaming through the icy frost. The moment they finally spill, the tea hits like a hammer. An army is charging in 3 days to wipe out the village and unseal the dragon. Locke's actually the good guy, and that's why he's freaking out about how the village will deal with Suiju, because these fools literally just tried to turn him into a kebab. Earlier, the villain throws out 1,000,000 gold like a lifeline, begging Locke to let them walk free, because he's convinced everyone can be bought. But Locke doesn't back down. He hits you with the ultimate gigachad no, because he's not here to simp for money when a dragon's sitting right there. He tells the guy it's not all about profits, like yeah, sure, when you've got a pet that basically prints money for you, but still, I can't lie, it sounds awesome. The villain drops that classic "you'll regret this" line, basically the NPC way of going, yeah, I'm about to get wrecked later. They shove the prisoners back to the village chief, and dude looks like a straight-up NPC. Same smug stare, that long beard like he spawned there. Locke lays it out, every last soldier is marching in to slaughter us, but the village head keeps snorting pure copium because he just refuses to believe it. This old man is so obsessed with diplomacy that he actually wants to release the prisoners, so he won't offend Sui Jiu, bro, like he's a straight-up beta. Ivan tries to convince him that Locke is telling the truth, but the old man shuts him down fast and shows 0 respect for any kid trying to speak up. The village head snaps the ropes and frees the villains, then just stands there, and I'm honestly losing my mind over how unbelievably stupid he is. Then he dials Ivana Brat again and barks at her to sit down, proving he's not only a coward but a full-on hater. The villain flashes that "I told you so" smirk, and if Locke doesn't knock the teeth out of his mouth, then I'm gonna be furious. And just to crush any hope, the village head slams Locke and Ivan with a sentence: thrown into a cave prison for 3 days, basically gagging the only people who know the truth about what's really going on. Ando steps in and fights for them because she's got more brain cells than the entire council combined. But the old man refuses to budge. He's dead set that they committed a crime by hurting the big-time people from Suju. Locke tells Ando to calm down because he knows he can't take on the whole village right now, then leans in and gives the old man one final warning. They're all getting cooked in 3 days. The village head just huffs and says that if anything goes wrong, Locke's on the hook. Rich coming from the man who's literally seconds away from getting everyone slaughtered. So here our heroes are, trapped in a cold cave, staring at the walls as the countdown to the apocalypse rips away every second. Locke stays weirdly calm, like he's already got a plan. If this turns dull, he'll just blast a hole straight through the mountain with Lucky. He snaps into the bigger picture, because if that dragon breaks free, it's not just the village that's doomed, the whole world is next. And just like that, we kick off right where Locke looks dead set on something, like he's cooking up a plan with enough explosions to light up the whole sky and maybe even a few more thick wafers to go with it. What's up, my cultured kings? Your boy's back, ready to recap the purest cinema you'll ever lay eyes on. We're jumping straight into the heat. Locke and the squad are supposedly getting thrown in prison, but look around. If this is jail, then I want in because this room is straight up vibing. The elf home basically tells him it's just a guest room locked down with iron bars, because they don't want any dangerous traveler roaming around without a permit. Suiju's troops are set to invade in just 3 days, so they've got to cook up a plan fast, like right now. Suddenly the air turns heavy because Tamer just walked in and Lord have mercy, look at the way this lick mommy's serving in that dress. She's looking absolutely unreal, and I know you're staring too. She didn't even bother with a key, she just strolled past the crystal barrier like it was nothing, then proceeded to flex her magic riz on everyone in the room. She tells them she can forge a barrier even tougher than the village's. Then she clocks the crushing fact that everyone's looking downright devastated. Locke's got way more panic about that dragon waking up than about any army, and Tamer just shrugs like, yeah, the old lady village head will probably break the seal herself real soon. Little Ivan snaps into action, tweaks the situation, and starts shouting that Grandma would never be that selfish. Tamer goes right for the jugular. She tells the kids that Grandma's magic is failing fast and the barrier is basically done for. She explains that Grandma's trying to break Ivan's fate as the next successor, so he won't be trapped in this village forever. And right then the kid snaps, spiraling into a full mental breakdown because he's convinced he has zero talent. Ivan starts gushing massive magical power like a busted faucet, and the nerve of this kid, thinking he's weak while he blows up the room, is absolutely unhinged. Things are getting launched in every direction, and those elf guards are getting blasted backward like they're nothing but NPCs. Our boy Locke steps up and pulls a total Chad move, catching the kid just before he can hurt himself. Look at that form, that's absolute cinema. Tamer clocks it, this kid's got insane magical potential, just like she'd feared or hoped. Locke clicks into place. Grandma wants Ivan to live normal because if the world ever figures out just how cracked he is, they'll swarm in and try to abuse his power. They pause to catch their breath, swap theories about the dragon, and Locke's acting way too hopeful, like the legendary beast might be gentle, not realizing you're out here craving dragon friendship like it's some cute puppy. Tamer swears he's totally simping for the dragon, but Locke just shrugs like it's nothing. Suddenly, a crew of jacked elves barrels in like they're ready to throw hands, because they heard Locke smash the messenger. Locke straight up admits it like he owns the room, and the tension spikes so hard it feels like it'll snap. But wait, plot twist, those guys don't even want to fight, they despise the messengers for acting all high and mighty. Turns out they're not here for battle at all, they're here to throw a party, yeah. They roll up and invite the whole squad to a feast because Locke somehow got the confidence of the smartest dude in the village. Talk about a massive win. That elf leader is a total bro, he grins and basically says, Locke's got taste, so sit at our table, you're one of us. The moment the feast starts, the atmosphere goes immaculate, like pure hype in every bite. Homies, peep this spread, there's a giant fox just vibing, peed dancing like it owns the place, and the wafers are going all out in full force. Bet you I'll cough up $10 if you can spot a crazier party in a manga this week. While everyone's chowing down, talk turns sharp, people start whispering that Suju is out there trying to screw over the whole village. That elf bro is fuming, because the village head is getting played like a fiddle right in front of everyone. Then Grandma Margaret storms into the party, looking like the real deal. The elves are totally cool with her since only the higher-ups hate her tribe, and then she goes and starts roasting the elf leader's face. Absolutely hilarious. The more dimensions she has, the less she can taste, because being a lich is torture, but Grandma steps in and hands her some special banana shake. Every time she takes a sip, her eyes practically shoot out of her head. She can actually taste it. Grandma literally handed a dead girl her taste buds back, and that's top-tier magic. Grandma explains she rigged the food to turn into magical power, and boom, Demorse officially hooked, because with tech like this in the world, she can't die yet. After the party ends, the elf leader yanks Locke aside and spills everything about the creepy barrier wrapped around the village. Turns out the Suju merchants have been sneaking into the forest, planting magic windholes like hidden traps. But Locke digs up this black crystal he found, and now the whole situation screams something off. Demortiana pries it open, and then realizes the thing is a crystal that drinks magical power, while the enemy just sucks the village's mana dry like a parasite. They finally caught on. Those scouts were about to slam up a massive barrier, trapping everyone inside. Then we get one last look at the feast. Giant fox vibes everywhere, and somehow he's being an absolute good boy. Yeah, the waifus are still singing and dancing, but the party's already dead and gone. The elf bros grab Locke and tell him, alright, time to head back and gear up for the invasion. They guide Locke to a hidden route tucked behind a hanging cloth inside the cave, one that shoots straight to Quran village. It's a full-blown emergency evacuation route, and they're handing it to Locke because the man's the absolute goat. Ivan finally jolts awake, and there's Grandma looming over him, eyes locked, face dead serious. The kid is totally lost, but when Grandma flashes that look, you can feel it. She's about to do something selfless, and it's about to hit hard. She tells Ivan, pack up, leave the village with Locke and head to Koran right now. Ivan's completely rattled. She always told him never to leave, and then she grabs him and hauls him into a tight hug. Yeah, this is the kind of emotional that hits, and no, I'm definitely not crying. Okay, maybe I'm crying. She grabs his attention and orders him to listen to Locke. No more reckless moves. She flashes him one final smile, and with it, she urges him, take care of yourself. Then she whips around and walks off, thrusting the kid with a lock, and that look in her eyes says it all. She's about to pull something wildly crazy to protect them. Ivan is still sitting there, baffled, because she flipped her mind so fast it feels unreal. Locke tells her flat out that she wants him to step into the world, discover his own way, and stop just staying locked on as a mage. Ivan's fired up. He tells her he respects her because she's the best mage in the world. Then he insists on training hard so he can learn to seal dragons too. He's chasing the title of a sealer so Grandma can finally lay down in peace. And honestly, this kid is a total Chad in the making. Locke ruffles his hair and pats his head like, congrats, you're officially crew now, and the kid's in for it. They finally slam back into Quran village and rush to the mayor, dropping the bombshell on him. The mayor's face radiates pure, unfiltered fire. He's getting buried under the chaos Locke drags back with him, like he can't catch his breath fast enough. Mermaids first, then dragons, and now invasions too. And somehow the guy still just wants one peaceful nap. He spilled some serious lore, revealing that the sorcery kingdom of Suiju is tied straight to the fourth prince's faction. These guys are the ultimate villains, no line they won't cross to grab the win. Locke clocks it instantly. If the fourth prince is in this, they're finished for real. Out of nowhere, a guard crashes into the room, screaming that everything's spiraling out of control. Locke stares out the window. Smoke is already curling up from Anissa village. The invasion didn't give them 3 days, it's hitting right now, and that cliffhanger just lit the fuse on the war like absolute cinema.